welcome everyone to what will be the third round of the Platinum Endurance Championship. My name is Dan and I'm your commentator for today. The drivers are already busy out on track. We have 10 minutes of practice left, and after that we will immediately jump into qualifying. Where are we at today? You might have seen it at the title, the thumbnail, or whatever. We are at Sebring, a track where not too long ago the 12 hours of Sebring was at in iRacing and in real life. Actually, last week was when the 12 hours of Sebring was in iRacing, so a lot of drivers will have had the chance to practice very well for the 8 hours of Sebring, of course, in the Platinum Endurance Championship. So I expect to see a lot of cars on terms with each other, especially in the fields where it is always very close. In the GT field, the GTE and the GT3. But yeah, we are not gonna mess around any longer. We are gonna go straight into the action. Yeah, well, you can see the drivers already out on track already. Some drivers very rapid. We're looking now at the CDRN max speed car. As you can see, a lot of drivers very close to each other. Drivers are out on track at the moment, but we will look, of course, into the different championships, and we'll begin with the GT3 championships. Here we have it. ERC powered by FSP TV Rijnland Yellow is in first position, 47 points, quite a big gap to Team Kerstens, who are second in that championship. 31 points for them, just 4 points ahead of YS Motorsports Blue. Akil Racing Cyan is just 2 points behind that, and just 2 points behind that, very close in this championship, is Bikes Online DS Racing. H2 Motorsports is in 6th. They are looking to do as well as they did in the previous rounds. 19 points for them, only 4 points behind Bikes Online DS Racing. 16 points for TCE Virtual Motorsports 2. They look very strong out there today. They have 16 points. 10 points for YS Motorsports Red. And they are in 8th position with that. They're in 8th position with 10 points. Writer Engineering Esports Purple, they have 8 points and they are in 9th position. SR Technic, CDRN Max Speed and TR powered by Greeks Energy, they have all 0 points and they fill up spots 10 till 12. Well, we have another championship, of course, to look at. That will be the GT3 Pro Championship. This looks very similar in points, but it's very close at the top. 47 points for Fields Academy Motorsports. They are in first position, 10 points behind that. In second position is the Austrian Sim Racers Orange car. Then we have RD Sim Sports 2 points behind second place car in Austrian Sim Racers Orange. RD Sim Sports we have in third position. Fourth is Tempus Sim Sports GT3. 27 points, or 35 points indeed for them. 27 points for Tempest Sim Sports GT3. Orion Race Team Pack GT3. They are in 5th with 27 points. Digital Spirit DS Racing, 16 points for them in 6th place. 7th is iBox Sim Racing Team 4, 15 points for that team. 8th is Team IRNL Racing with 13 points. They are a team who are massively underperforming. They are always there at the top of the table, usually towards the top of the table at least in GT3 Pro. But they have had some very unlucky races out at Spa, of course, that incident going into the chicane after the Camel Straight, and at Interlagos last round they got very unlucky as well. So they are looking to do better than they did the last 2 rounds. TR Motorsports is in 9th with 8 points. Just 3 points ahead of Ludens Racing Green in 10th position. And then 11th and the last of the points scoring cars is that Challenger Goliath Racing Skull Candy car. Platinum Racing Team GT3 is the only one in the GT3 Pro Championship who haven't scored points yet. Of course, keep in mind, I can't give in half points, so these points may be incorrect, but I have round them up to the nearest round number. So a team that has 1 point or 16 points could have maybe have 15.5 points, but they are still ahead of a team that has 15 points. So let's look at the GTE standings then. GTE and a very small field, but a very stacked field. Crips Racing has won 2 races in a row now. They are at the top of the standings, 57 points for them. PM Esports is in 2nd with 37 points. Then we have Ibach Sim Racing Team 1 in 3rd, 23 points for them. 4th is WPR Racing Team with 15 points, 2 points ahead of Akil Racing. And then we have in 6th place Redgate Esports, and they haven't scored a point yet. Then we have a bigger field, the GTE Pro field. In 1st place there, it's Astro Racing with 57 points. Then we have 37 points for Orion Race Team Pack GTE. They also have a GT3 team. You spotted that correctly. And now we go on to T3 Motorsports by Manatee Pack GTE. 25 points for them in 3rd place. 2 points behind them is Team Slow Pace in 4th. .X Esports Red is in 5th. They have 20 points. 18 points for JD Sim Racing. Very close at the top of the table there. Delta Motorsports 141 is in 7th with only 15 points. Also very close to the drivers ahead of them. 8 is Astro Racing Mayorla. They have 10 points. And then 9 points, only 1 point behind this is Ibach Sim Racing Team 2. Verver Racing Team Black with 8 points. It's oh so close in this GTE Pro battle. And then Ludens Racing, the only team to have not scored points in the GTE Pro standings. Then we move on to one of the biggest fields we have, and that is LMP2. Of course, they are all in the same class. There is no Pro or AM standings here. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue are in the lead there, 35 points, but only 2 points behind that. It is ASR Blue. They are looking to pounce, but they are at the moment last in the standings in practice. Not looking too good, but it is still practice. Hashtag E-Racing LMP2 with 26 points is in 3rd. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple, 23 points for them in 4th. 5th is Criminal Motorsport, 19 points. And you can see very close everywhere you look in the LMP2 Championship. Gazax is in 6th, 19 points for them. They will not be here from what I can see. Of course, they race with a lot of pro drivers, a lot of drivers that race in real life as well. So they are very busy currently. My favorite team is in 7th, 8th is Delta Motorsports, 9th Carbon Blue, 10th Z Challenger Glide Racing GoPro with 12 points. 11th is Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Red, 12th is Ibach Sim Racing, as we move on to qualifying. Of course, the LMP2 drivers will now be allowed to go out first. The Set Challenge Glide Racing GoPro with 12 points. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Red with 10 points. They will not be here today as well. They do not have drivers, I think, to race for them. Or is there? I think they are here. Never mind, they are here, so they will be driving. Aren't they? I'm quite confused now. No, they are not here, so they will not be driving then. Well, let's look further on to the field. 12th is iBox Sim Racing Team 3 with 6 points. 3 points for Rapid E-Racing Team Orange. 14th is Horizon Sim Racing with 2 points. 1 point for Ryder Engineering Esports Red after their first race at Interlagos. They picked up also their first points. ASR Red, they will not be competing anymore in the championship. They have pulled out, as did Geezer Racing Team. I think they are here today, the Geezer Racing Team. We'll have to look at that. Well, those are all the championships for you. We move on to qualifying. We'll stay with the drivers that are at the moment leading the championship. That is Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. And I've spoken with a lot of drivers before we got into this race, and they say it's so difficult to string a good lap together here. It's kind of the curse of Sebring to string a good lap together. Very difficult to do. Here you can see on board with Winston Eckel. As we move away from the driver for a bit and then get back, those are the drivers that are having issues with their connection. So that is why they pop away for us for a second. In the distance there, we can see another LMP2. But it's Winston Eckel currently, who we will stay with. For the people who don't know, this is how it is run. In the LMP2, there will not be a Pro and Am class. They are all in the same class. But the Pro class, they have black numbers in the timing tower on the left. Then the Am cars will have a white number on the tower. On the left, you will not be able to see them yet because we are looking towards the LMP2 field, and they will all have black numbers because they are all in the same class. That is how it works with the numbers and licensing plates, how you can identify the cars. Moving on from that, we go of course into the qualifying format. Every car has 10 minutes to qualify, or 15 minutes to qualify. Then our leader or race director will say pit lane closed, pit lane exit closed for the LMP2 cars, and he will wait 5 minutes. They will get a chance to round off their laps, but then after that, of course, after 5 minutes, our race director will say pit lane open for the GTE cars. They will then have 15 minutes to set their fastest lap. Then our race director will again say pit lane exit closed for the GTEs. And then they have 5 minutes to round off their laps. Then it's pit lane exit open for the GT3s. They will then have 15 minutes to set their lap time. And it's pit lane exit closed for the GT3s. They will then have the remaining 5 minutes to finish off their laps, and then qualifying will be done. Well, let's look at the time then, which has been set by the Tempest Sim Sports pack car. They are at the moment in P1 with a time of 1:45 1:08.77. The drivers will be looking to dive underneath those times. So these are not, I think, the final times we will see. As you can see, very, very close already there. A lot of drivers who haven't set a lap time yet. A lot of teams haven't set a lap time yet. Horizon Sim Racing is one of them. Then we have Rapid E-Racing, Team Orange. They haven't set a lap time yet. And we have Writer Engineering Esports. They are just leaving the pit lane. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple goes to the top with a 1:45.822. Tempest Sim Sports Pack on a very, very quick lap. Rui Queiroz in that car. He, as we've seen, is a very, very quick driver. There he is. Jumping to the top with a 1:45.721. All very, very close, and this time will drop down a bit. Once the track will evolve for the drivers, the lap times will come down. On board with these cars, you can see how hard they have to work the steering wheel. Of course, these slow corners, not really corners that an LMP2 likes. Rui Queiroz again on a flyer. Can he improve again? Onto the back straight he goes now. Into Sunset Bend. The last corner, a very long right-hander. There we are. Through Sunset Bend. Onto the outside, very close to the grass there. Coming across the line. And he is again going to improve his lap time to a 1:45.57 or 5:65. That amazing team, LMP2 Blue. At the moment, the leaders of the championship, but not really up there with the standings. They have to find almost a second to improve to try and get ahead of the Tempest Sim Sports pack car. I think they will find at least 3 or 4 tenths, because we know that Winston Eckel is a very, very fast driver. Uma Motorsports, always a team that is up there. Car number 88. Driving for them at the moment is Odgar Kroos. They now jump back to the pit lane. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. They are, I think, due to start their lap. Horizon Sim Racing still haven't set a lap time. The only LMP2 car to do so. Looking very, very competitive here. Rui Queiroz again on a flyer. Horizon Sim Racing now have set a lap time. Let's look with the Tempest Esports car. Four minutes left in qualifying. Make sure you not miss a thing and join the live stream. Let's see that. What can Platinum, our championship leaders, what can they do? Winston Eckel not improving so far. Across the line. Not an improvement for that team. Their fastest lap time is still a 46.42. They should be able to go much, much faster than that. Rui Queiroz, here he is again on an absolute flyer to put the competition almost to shame. Here he is coming across the line to set a lap time off. 1:45.346. Wow. That is very, very quick. Now we have 1 minute left in the qualifying for the LMP2s. Rui Queiroz is, I think, going to be the one to take pole position. This man, is he improving? That is the question, because our championship leaders are not in the mix at all, it looks like. Racing, they just cannot improve, it seems like. Well then, that is I think qualifying done for the LMP2s. The only one setting a lap time at the moment is this man, Austrian Sim Racers Blue. They are improving. So let's look where they can get up to. They have to find 1.5 seconds to pop up into pole position. I don't think that is going to happen. But they could get closer. Here he is then. Benny Moser for Austrian Sim Racers Blue. What can he do? Very wide through Sunset Bend. Taking all that speed onto the straight, but not the quickest line, I think. Does he improve? No, he does improve. That's exactly the same lap time as his fastest lap time was. But not improving on the whole. Well then, here we have all the drivers lining up, of course. We have now, of course, 5 minutes of nothing. Looking at the LMP2 championship then. We did that at the beginning of the stream. Looking now at the standings. Tempest Sim Sports pack will start the race from pole position if there isn't a penalty or something for them. A Rapid E-Racing team, a purple. They will start the race from second. Delta Motorsports 40. They will start the race from third. Fourth will start Grumman Motorsports. Fifth are championship leaders. Winston Eckel not really showing it in qualifying for car number 17. They will start fifth. Sixth will start Cowboard Blue. Seventh, Austrian Sim Racers Blue. Eighth is the Rider Engineering Esports red car. Horizon Sim Racing will start in ninth, and last but not least, the Rapid E-Racing team orange car. Of course, we know that qualifying is not everything in endurance racing. It means absolutely nothing, but it is very beneficial to start further down the field, because you will get caught up in more things happening in, of course, the beginning of the race. If you start further to the front of the field, of course, you will stay out of trouble more easily. All the cars now lining up at the end of the pit lane. One minute to go now. Well then, looking at the pit lane, you can see how many drivers are lining up to get, of course, towards the front of the field. And now here they all go. The engine revs up and qualifying for GTE is underway. 15 minutes of absolute roaring of those engines. And good news, everyone, we have the T3 Motorsports BMW for you here at Sebring as well. take a look at the standings of the LMP2. Again, the T3 Motorsports BMW, the only other car than a Porsche in the GTE field. Well, then looking at the BMW, a very, very slow outlap for them. A lot of, I think, Porsches will take it a bit faster. Now the BMW is getting up to speed. We'll stay with the BMW. Onto the back straight they go, and then they have Sunset Bend to go, and then they will start their first lap. Here we go then. This will mark the start of the BMW's lap. Coming across the line now, and that time we'll start counting. The BMW, there is a reason there's only one BMW in this qualifying session and in this championship. We will get a time where this BMW has to aim at in a bit. This BMW, of course, fighting for the Pro Championship. One of you are here at the moment. Everyone, welcome to the 8 hours of Sebring. Qualifying is going on, very busy at the moment out there on track. You can see that Sven is here. He says good luck to the number 17 LMP2. Luck they are gonna need because they are in P5 at the moment after qualifying. But we've seen that they are very quick in the race most of the times, and qualifying is not really their specialty, so they'll be looking to do well in the race. Looking now with car number 178. First lap time is going to be set now by the 218. Christian Glamseta sets that lap time for Crips Racing. That is an AM car, so of course that isn't going to stay at the top. JD Sim Racing goes to the top for the pros now at the moment. Frosty Sinclair now goes to the top for Orion Race Team Pack GTE. Then this BMW is gonna come through. Purple, Joshua Meyer in sector 2. 7 sectors here today at the Sebring Raceway. Into the last sector this car now goes. And where is it gonna stand after lap 1? Car 178, the BMW, goes up into second position. Third, or 3/10 it has to find. This then the Crips Racing Team car in pole position for the AM class right now. We have a way bigger GTE field. 3 drivers haven't set their lap time yet, and I think a lot of those are, and I think all of them actually are GTE AM cars. The race will of course start at 1 p.m. Central European time. So that is 12 p.m. GMT. or 12 a.m. GMT. Don't know what it is exactly. That means we are going to go into the late hours with this one. 9 p.m. Central European time is when this race will finish. And I'm going to be with you for all of the race. GTE Sim Racing now pops up into second place. This car into the barrier, they go. They did improve their time there at that lap. 157.14. The 132 car that at the moment hasn't settled laps from Astro Racing Mirola now onto the straight they come. Is that an off track? I don't know. They now go up into 5th place. The Astro Racing car, the 121, they are now in pole position with the exact same time as the Orion Race Team Pack GTE. So I don't know how they are now in pole position, because normally it's the team that sets their lap time first will get pole position. But I guess in iRacing that works differently. Now then, the 168 is on a very fast lap. Orion Race Team Pack GTE now starting a new lap. 7 minutes already gone in the qualifying session for no, PRT, so Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Red, is not on track. They did not have enough drivers to compete, so they will not be racing today. Here we have then the PM Motorsports car, the 237. That is the last one of the GTE and cars, so they will at least get a top 3. Oh, so it is 0.001 seconds, Hugo says. For me, it shows up as a 0.000 time. Okay, well, that explains then. The live timing, I think, is in the description. If you want the live timing, if you want the track map, that is in the description. So if you want to look at that. Thank you, Hugo and Daniel, for the information. And then Joshua Meyer now. The 237 car. PM Motorsports, the leading GTE AB car. They are very, very fast compared to all the other GTE AM cars. Astro Racing at the moment in pole position, provisional pole position. They will be looking to improve their margin a little bit, because 1/1000th of a second is not a lot. Yes, Hugo, indeed very, very close between P3 and P4 as well. But our biggest field is yet to come. The GT3 cars, they are very, very big. That field is the biggest field we have in the in pack. Grips Racing now goes up into second place. That is a very quick lap. They are now the lead GTE AM car. Royal Monraba is improving. Thomas Macek in 6th is improving for GTE Sim Racing as well. What is that time going to be? Only fourth. I thought they were going to be closer than that. Rui Monraba in P1 for Astro Racing is improving. Astro Racing is a very, very quick team, like they've shown in previous events. Three purple middle sectors. Can they round it off on a high then? Here they come. Frosty Sinclair improving as well for the number 111. They do improve. There it is, a 155.965. First one to jump into the 155s. Orion Race Team Pack GTE. Frosty Sinclair in that car. He's improving as well. Yes, the GT3 field is bigger than the LMP2 and the GTE field. Frosty Sinclair, there he comes across the line. Where does his lap time go again? So close between Astro Racing and Orion Race Team Pack GTE. 16 thousandths of a second this time round. Oh, so close, but now it's advantage Orion Race Team. Looking at Fernando Alcolea in 8th at the moment for Astro Racing Marola, the sister team of Astro Racing. Yes, indeed, with Hugo. Frosty Sinclair improving for the number 111 again. Let's look if he can finish that lap off. Fernando Alcolea comes across the line for Astro Racing. They jump up a position into P7. But they are still a long way behind the pole position time. 56.617. Almost 7 tenths to find there for that team. Frosty Sinclair, let's look what he can do. Improved in the first and second sector. Fastest of anyone in the first sector, actually. So looking strong to improve there. But the amount of teams that are here today fits perfectly on my timing screen. I think we are missing 2 cars in the GTE field. But across the line, Frosty Sinclair, what is he going to do? Oh, so close. Cannot improve, but again, very, very close. 49 thousandths of a second to his last lap time. Alfonso Ruiz in 8th now for PM Motorsports. The second placed GTE and team. What can they do? 4 thousandths of a second between P4 and P5 now. Alfonso Ruiz into Sunset Bend. Here he is. Can he improve? Of course. We're going into the last laps of every GTE that comes across the line now. Behind that, Alfonso Ruiz. Where does he jump up to? He does not jump up at the moment. Danny Thompson in P11. He's the last of any GTE so far. He looks to be improving. The last of the GTE abs and the last of the GTE field. Oh, they have the Akil Racing has the exact same time at the moment as Verve Racing Team Black. But across the line now, they undo that. It's oh so close between these GTE cars. They now have finished their lap times. In P6 with a very fast second to last sector time. It's Marius Breu for .x Esports Red. Can they improve up into the top 3 maybe? Across the line for him, and it's going to be a lap time. Yes, third. of 156.182. That moves them up into P3 overall in that class. Astro Racing, the only one now out on track, improving anywhere. Raul Mondraba has a challenge on his hands. 16,000 he has to find. Fernando Alcolea behind him, improving as well. Into in 7th he is at the moment for Astro Racing Mayorla. Yeah, nothing I can say on that as well. But hey, it's too close to call. So they go into the pits. Of course, he thought he couldn't improve anymore. .x Esports Red, they look to improve as well. A green or a personal improvement in sector 1 and 2. It's amazing how close these gaps all are in GTE. Hope it's going to stay like this for the remainder of this race. They bail out of their lap. Fernando in 7th. Where does he jump up to for Astro Racing Mayorla? Can they jump up is the question. No, they can't. That is qualifying done for all the GTE cars. And that has given us a great Orion Race Team Pack GTE will start the race in pole position for them. Astro Racing in 2nd, .x Esports Red in 3rd. They did jump up in the last seconds of qualifying. Crips Racing is in 4th, 5th JD Sim Racing. The 6th is T3 Motorsports by Manatee Pack GTE. Then we have, of course, the BMW in 3rd. A great qualifying result for them. 7th is the Astro Racing Mayorla car. Then it's the 2nd placed GTE AM car. PM Esports. 9th is iBox Sim Racing Team 2. 10th is Akil Racing, and then 11th and last in the GTE field is Fervor Racing Team Black. Well, then we look at the pit lane. 1.5 minutes left for the GT3s to start their qualifying. Which is absolutely nothing, of course. As here we go then, 3, 2, 1, and the qualifying for GT3 is underway now. 15 minutes of qualifying left for us to enjoy. And then looking here at Team Kerstens. They've been a quick team out at Interlagos. They will be looking to do the same here. Digital Spirit DS Racing. A very quick car as well. In the pro standings, of course. And we have our first AM car here, Jose Campos. For the Bikes Online DS Racing team. They are at the moment on an out lap, as is everyone else. We'll stay with them for a bit. Team IRL, they are a very, very quick team. Chris Lowers in that car. Chris Lowers, what can he do? A very quick driver. They will probably have done the Sebring 12 hours, knowing the Team iRacing Netherlands guys. In their Lamborghini. Here he is going to come then. His lap time to aim for is a 1:59.554. Here he comes across the line. The Team IRL car for Chris Lowers goes up into first position. Of course, they go up to first position. A very quick lineup in that car. Yeah, indeed, Marnix. They have been very, very unlucky in the past races. They had, I think, a DNF out at Interlagos, and at Spa, of course, they had that incident into the chicane. Tempest Racing Sim Sports, or Tempest Sim Sports Pack, now at the moment in first position in the GT3 field. And keeping your car clean is going to be a very, very big task here at Sebring Raceway. A lot of tight corners, a lot of tight spaces to get past traffic. And if you thought it was close in the GTE field, Well, look at the gaps in the GT3 field. I can't find a gap in the top 8 that is bigger than 2/10. That is how close it is. Milo wants a clean race. Well, if you're in it, that is in your own hands if you have a clean race, of course. In your own and your teammates' hands. Steve Melo in the 358 car. Improving rapidly for RD Sim Sports. On the back straight now. Digital Spirit DS Racing jumps up into P13. 17 cars in this field today. The RD Sim Sports, the last one to set a lap time out of all of those 17 cars. Here he is across the line. Where is he going to jump up to into pole position? The last one to set a lap time, but definitely not the least. This team, they haven't scored points yet. Hugo Ekersen in that car. A very, very quick driver, of course. He won the 12 hours of Sebring in iRacing for Platinum Racing Team with, I think, Julian. Julian is in the LMP2, the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 red car. They are not driving. They don't have enough drivers. But they won it in an LMP2, so Hugo is not familiar really with this car and track combo. But still, he can dream this track out of his head now. He can drive around with closed eyes if you want to get it like that. Has some slipstream from the Team IRNL car ahead of him. Improving, going green in every sector he needs at the moment to go to pole position. 7.5 tenths. So that is quite a big task here for Hugo Ekersen. Having a bit of a moment, I think, there in Sunset Bend across the line. He's going to jump up into P7 only. Of course, for a team that hasn't scored points yet. Flavo Saturnino in second at the moment, improving very, very rapidly. At a rapid rate. And he comes across the line, of course. That is a lap time that you are going to have to compete with. That is a lap time that is going to be very difficult to improve on. 1:58.455. That gives him provisional pole position. Orion Race Team Pack GT3 Orion Race Team. I'm going to call them in the 344 BMW. They are in 10th at the moment, looking to improve. Still 5 minutes left for all of these drivers to improve their lap time. That is very well set, Marnix. We all want the clean race, of course. He improves up into P4, 1:58.960. Getting closer to that pole position time. Martin Hobson, TCE Virtual Motorsports driver. He's a driver which is always very, very quick. In every car you put him in. They're now currently second in the GT3 AM standings. They need to find just under 4 tenths to take pole position in the GT3 AM class. Is Martin Hobson going to find that purple in the second to last sector? Very tidy through the last sector. Oh, so close to the grass there on the outside. Across the line, Martin Hobson. And he jumps up into P6 ahead of a lot of GT3 Pro teams. 159.050. That is provisional pole position in the GT3 AM class. Shane McNeely in 12th. Also someone in the GT3 AM class improving. It's really Tempest Simsports Peg who's on another level, and the rest is very, very close to each other. From Bikes Online DS Racing, they have a big gap to Platinum Racing Team GT3. So a lot of time to find there for the teams underneath that, but they are all GT3 AM teams. Shane McNeely on the backstretch now into Sunset Bend. He's going to go now. Luis Marino in 16th, also improving in the GT3 AM class. Shane McNeely across the line. What is he going to do? Is he going to jump up? Yes, he is. One position. That is going to give him third position provisionally in the GT3 AM class. We have Luis Marino improving in 16th. That is currently second to last in the GT3 class and in the GT3 AM class. On the backstretch, he is looking to improve, but P17, Urs Müller, he is normally a driver which is up there in the top 3 in GT3 AM. Looking to improve as well as our Technic pack. They are looking for an improvement of about a second to get up there really with the GT3 AM class. And they do. They get themselves up into P4. The 444 car gets themselves up to P4, of course. 17th now is Urs Müller, and getting closer. The field is getting ever closer, but the 333 car improving again behind this. Urs Müller, what can he do in the Porsche number 474? In 17th currently, jumps up into P11. That is currently third in the GT3 AM. And P2 overall, RD Simsports, they are improving. Trying to get closer to the Tempest Simsports pack car. And they do! They go into provisional pole position with 1 minute to go in the GT3 qualifying. Austrian Sim Racers Orange, they improved their lap time, but not their position, it seems like. Very, very close. 0.03 of a second to Team iRacing Netherlands. Alberto Gazzapo improving in P3 for the Fields Academy Motorsports car. The 305 Porsche. It's Lamborghini, Porsche. Can Porsche now take pole position in the hands of Alberto Gazzapo? At the moment, they can't, but he has another lap to do. He can finish this one. Luis Marino in third for SR Technic. Onto the back straight now. Martin Hobson going purple in 7th place. The pole position man in GT3 AM going quicker again. Bikes Online DS Racing jumps up into P3 in GT3 AM. Is Martin Hobson gonna improve? Luis Marino now in 14th. Can he improve? It's oh so close to find some time. You really don't have to improve by much. And that is not an improvement for him. Martin Hobson then, we look back at the TCE Virtual Motorsports car. He had to bail out of that lap, I think. That was a very, very quick lap. And that is his lap time done. Daniel Plott improves for TR Motorsports by Geeks Energy. They go up into P4 now. 158.935. And that is, I think, everyone done there. The Austrian Sim Racers are out on track still for Tobias Kurtz. They are improving. Where are they going to jump up to? A team that is very quick in the race and very consistent in the race always. They are not able to improve. They go into the pit lane. The P5 car, Ryan Race Team Pack, they do not improve as well. Hugo Akerson, he is now in 10th. Can he snatch that pole position away? He is in the GT3 Pro class. I thought for a second that he was in the GT3 AM class. Big snap there for Hugo Akerson, and that is gonna ruin his lap time. And he now is gonna bail out of that one. I think there was a lot more in there for Hugo. Not really able to extract it, really, from the car. The bikes online, the S Racing car stops on track as well. The SR Technic Pack, can they improve? In 14th currently. Only 2 seconds to go for them. Onto the back straight they come now. The last one to be out on track and really may be able to improve their lap time. And I think they have bailed out of that one as well. Into the pit lane they go, I think, at the end of this lap. And then that will be qualifying over for everyone. There we go then. Qualifying is done, everyone. We have our field of drivers. Although we have our field, but we have some penalty news. Well, I'm trying to find it, but I can't find the information right now. Okay, so we have the CDRN Max Speed car. That is what I was trying to find. The CDRN Max Speed car. They are in second in GT3 They have a drive-through penalty for having the wrong car number. And that is qualifying done and dusted for us. We of course saw that snap from the number the number 319 car, the Platinum Racing Team GT3 car. They are 10th. Hugo says that he was up by half a second in that lap when he got the big snap. And that would have given him, let me look, where would that have put him? That would have put him in P4 in the overall standings. Well then, there we have it. The race will start in just a moment time. We have a full pace car lap. Okay, so you have a couple of warnings. The warning flag for the CDRN car, or for the Fields Academy Motorsports car, for blocking. And now they have blocked again. From what I can see, the CDRN Max Speed car, that is now under investigation. So there might be a penalty incoming for the Fields Academy Motorsports car. Now then, we look on to, of course, the grid lineup. Here we go then. Rui Queiroz lines up on pole position. Philip Bauer in second. Sam Bentham in third. Fourth will line up Tono and Ordieres. A very difficult name for me to pronounce. Then we have Winston Eckel in fifth. Sixth is Joost Bouwmeester. Seventh, Benny Moser. Eighth, Daniel Kuhn. Florian Stutske will line up in 9th. Kevin De Vries in 10th. Then we move on to the GTE field. Frosty Sinclair has pole position in the GTE Pro class. Alongside him, second in the GTE Pro, Raul Monteraba. Third in the Pro class, Marius Brouwer. Then we have the first GTE AM car. Christian Glamsetta for Crips Racing lines up in pole position. The team that has won the last 2 races now lines up in pole position again. Thomas Mocek in 5th. JD Sim Racing in 5th. Joshua Maya for T3 Motorsports by Manatee, the only BMW in the field, in 6th. 7th, Fernando Alcolea in 7th. The second GTE AM car, Alphonse Ruiz in 8th. The 237 PM Esports car. Robert Scholz in 9th. For Ibach Sim Racing Team 2, then in 10th, the third placed and the last GTE AM car in this race, Danny Thompson for Akil Racing. Mark Bailly lines up in 11th for Verver Racing Team Black. Then we look on to the GT3 field. First of the pro cars is Steve Melo for the RD Sim Sports team. Flavio Saturnino is second, Tempest Sim Sports Pack. Alberto Guazzapo in third for Fields Academy Motorsports. Then fourth, Daniel Platt, TR powered by Geeks Energy. Fifth is Brian J. Holmes in fifth for the Orion Racing Pack GT3. Chris Lowers is in sixth for the Team iRacing Netherlands car, a car that will be looking to stay clean and stay in the race and do better than they did last time out. Last time out, of course, that retirement. Then seventh, Tobias Kurz. Eighth, the first GT3 AM class, Martin Hobson. Ninth, Rick Willems. 10th, Hugo Ekes. And 11th, Jose Campos. 12th will line up Urs Müller, Shea McNeely in 13th, 14th, Luis Marino, Vitor Marin. Miranda in 15th, 16th, Thomas Leerkes, and 17th, Freek Verkoelen. Well then, we're coming up to the green flag. It's 1:10 Central European time, and these cars are about to get underway. Tempest Sim Sports is about to lead them to the green flag. Here we go then, as the pace car pulls into the pit lane. Here are the drivers, and we are green, 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 green. 48 hours of Sebring, 1:10 Central European time. The Platinum Racing Team car immediately up into fourth position, down the inside there. And everyone looks to stay clean. Then we have green, green, green for the GTE cars as well. Orion Racing Team Pack getting away very well there. Crips Racing still leading the GTE AM class. And then the RD Sim Sports is now green flag for the GT3s as well. RD Sim Sports getting away very well down the inside. Then maybe the Team IRNL car down the inside of maybe two cars, trying to get him into fourth. Is that going to happen? Is he going to be able to stick it up the inside? At the moment it looks like he is. Maybe trying to get another position up into P3 then. He does stay on the inside, gets given the room, and is still there. Looks to stay on the inside for the next left-hander. Can he keep it up there to try and nick that position away from the TR powered by Greeks Energy car? At the moment, it looks like everyone is holding position. And there in the background, we have the TCE Virtual Motorsports car trying to attack the Team IRNL car. They are the leading GT3 AM car. And right behind that is the Platinum Racing Team GT3 car. They have gained a lot of positions on the start there. Here we go, then looking at the front of the field. The Tempest Motorsports car, almost a gap of over a second already. Everything will stay pretty close until, of course, the first pit stops will be made. Delta Motorsports is already a second behind the Tempest Sim Sports car. They were in another league. We saw almost a second quicker, yes, in the first lap. Of course, they had that benefit of a front row start. Grumman Motorsports is in third at the moment, just behind the Delta Motorsports 40 car. The Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car had a very, very good start. Like we said, qualifying not really their specialty, but the race is something to take them into account, as we have had the first lap already and it's going so fast. It's going by so fast. Winston Eckel but has to look in his rearview mirror because it looks like he is dropping away a bit from the Grumman Motorsports car. And the Rapidly Racing Team purple car is gaining on the back of that LMP2 car. Here we can see him in the rear view. Meanwhile, at the GTE field, it's very, very close between Orion Race Team Pack GTE and .X Esports Red. Can they maybe throw one up the inside or around the outside? The answer at the moment seems to be no. Looking on some further incidents, we have a drive-through for the Kuma Motorsports car team. Kerstens has a drive-through as well. And Verver Racing Team Black has a drive-through as well for starting the race with the qualifying driver. They did not start the race with the qualifying driver. As did the Kuma Motorsports car. Information on the blocking of the Fields Academy Motorsports car. There will be no further action on that one. The Orion Race Team now behind the .x Esports red car. Astro Racing just lurking in the background. They're very quick in qualifying, but of course it depends how your race pace is. If you are able to keep that up in the race consistently, now from the back to the Astro Racing car. As we've seen an overtake being made in the LMP2 class. Platinum Racing Team up into P3. Our championship leaders really showing themselves in the race. Seems like there has been a bigger issue there because the Team Purple car is still behind them. Did the cardboard blue car now fall down the order? No, they did not. Seems like the Karuma Motorsports car, that is the car that had a drive-through, yes. That is of course the car that had a drive-through. They have now served that drive-through. They're now free to chase down the pack again. Let me check that real quick. Yes, they did have that drive-through. Verver Racing Team Black will also have that drive-through. So that promotes the LMP2, the Platinum Race Team LMP2 blue car up into P3. Still the Kuma Motorsports car behind that, lurking in the background, looking to chase down this blue car. Winston Eckel, a very fast driver. Not really showing it in the qualifying session, but a very consistent race driver. He has made some mistakes for the blue team in the past. In Belgium, of course, at Spa, releasing the clutch too early, resulting in a spin in his second to last stint before he had to come into the pit lane, trying to save that extra little bit of fuel. Therefore, they came out behind the ASR red car, I think, or the ASR blue car, giving them second position. And at Interlagos, of course, Winston had an incident with a GT car, got tapped, and they had a minute or something repair, so that demoted them back into a lower position as well. Made it like a comeback race for them. They really did what they needed to do there. Winston Eckel can use a clean race here, looking to chase down the drivers ahead of him. Tempest Racing still in first position, trying to extend their lead. Rui Queiroz, a very fast driver. I think the fastest of the bunch, of course, with these drivers. Looking back down a little bit further into the GT3 field, here we have the Platinum Racing Team GT3 car. Hugo Egerson in that car, right behind the Team iRacing Netherlands car. They are right behind the TCE Virtual Motorsports car. They are the leading GT3 AM car. But it looks like the Team IRL car does not have the speed at the moment to keep up with the TCE virtual car. As in the background, the ASR, I think, blue car. There he is. Yeah, no, the ASR orange car goes down the inside of the Orion Race Team Pack GT3 car. That move is now done. If you're a driver, of course, feel free to jump into the waiting room. I'll try and get you into the commentary booth as fast as possible. Orion Race Team Pack GTE is falling back a little bit on the .x Esports red car in GTE. Further to the front, of course, the Team IRL car now trying to get into the slipstream. They are of that TCE Virtual Motorsports car. The TCE Virtual Motorsports car does not have to fight this because they are in a different championship. Can the Team IRL car make a pass maybe into Sunset Bend? Not really an opportunity for them to do so. Oh, that is a big slide there onto the grass. A big lose. But gaining into the slipstream of that BMW. Not really able to do anything into the first corner. We are now on board with Chris Lowers from Team IRL Racing. You can hear Chris is definitely fuel saving. And the TCE Virtual Motorsports car is helping him with that, but it is losing him a lot of time to the pro cars ahead of this. The gaps are opening up quite quickly here. You can see how close he gets here. It's really holding him up. Chris Lowers has to make that pass as quick as possible. TR powered by Greek's Energy car is now very close into the back of the Tempest Sim Sports Pack car. As there are the first LMP2s coming through the field. As we look now with the Delta Motorsports 40 car. On board you can really see how hard he has to work that car to get through the traffic. No, that is not what you want to see. Having connection issues. Sam Bentham in the Delta Motorsports car. Now we have a long right-hander. Next corner is to the right as well. Through the traffic, it seems like the Platinum Racing Team Blue car is catching up a little bit. as we can see it there in the background. The Grumman Motorsports car working its way up through the field again, behind the Horizon Sim Racing car. They have hit their first traffic now. Into the system he goes, down the inside, maybe a very late move to the inside, but the driver saw it coming. Dono and Ordieres now into P8. Back with the Delta Motorsports 40 car. Traffic here, maybe into Sunset Bend. Not really. He gets him quite easily onto the straight. No, he does get him into Sunset Bend, which will compromise his run through there. Where will the LMP2 or the Platinum Race Team LMP2 blue car get him? Into the first corner. No, they have to stick behind, and there you go. That is the ebb and flow we are going to see through the traffic with a lot of teams here. So you can see how hard they just throw it over the curbs. We're now on top of the LMP2 car, the Delta Motorsports 40 car, Rapidity Racing Team Purple. Now trying to catch up to that blue car ahead of them, Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. Racing Team Netherlands car. Oh, and they have a spin. We get back to them, and again the iRacing Team Netherlands car off the track. That is a really unfortunate time to get back to that car. And that will have sustained massive damage to the left front of the car. Chris Lowers crashes in the Team IRNL car. They were in a very good position again. But that is not what you want to see for them. Let's look back at that again. Here we go then. There we have it. Oh, just getting a big snap on the exit too early on the throttle. And then touching the grass or the dirt on the outside with his left, his left rear wheel. And that makes him spin into the barrier. Is he going to go into the pit lane to get repairs? No, he is not. He stays out for the moment. But that gives Austin Sim Racers Orange and Platinum Racing Team GT3 the chance to get up the order now. The TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car having a bit of clean air now, as there was the Grumman Motorsports car, the car that had that drive through. ASR Orange is now going to go up the inside of the Platinum Race Team GT3 car. Yes, it is. Following that LMP2 car. Not really able to make that mistake, but getting a better exit. Is it now time to pounce for this car? Pulling out to the right then maybe here. Really saving fuel. A lot of drivers we can see saving fuel at this stage of the race. Trying to get their fuel numbers. The stint lengths of LMP2s are as follows, of course. 20 laps they can do on a good fuel stint. Maybe 21 if they save fuel. And maybe 22 if they do a very good job in saving fuel. Of course, the clutch has been removed from the LMP2, so it is way more difficult now to save a lot of fuel. So Winston Eckel can't spin with releasing the clutch too early as well now. That is a good thing for him maybe. As now that ASR Orange car is right up the back of that Platinum Racing GT3 car. Maybe better for him to yield here, but he is going to keep the inside into Sunset Bend. He is going to get forced narrow. He is our red or orange car now, trying to look for the cutback, trying to get the better exit onto the straight here. And they do have the better exit. Looking around the outside then, can they make it stick? It's very difficult to make it stick here because this corner is very fast to the left. And he has to slot him behind. I think no, he makes it stick around the outside. Can they go side by side through there? Yes, they can. Now, the next one is right. Then we have another left-hander. Can they give each other enough room? The ASR blue car, or the ASR orange car, having a little bit of connection issues there. That will not be nice for the Platinum Racing Team GT3 car, but they get through now and they are free to chase down the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car now. Of course, no cup. No clutch anymore in the LMP2 cars. 20 laps, maybe 22 if you do a very good job of fuel saving. 38 minutes approximately is a fuel stint in the LMP2 cars. In the GT3s, that is different. It has the fuel tanks, the tires, and the aerodynamics have been changed. As there's the Kuruma Motorsports car with damage. Who was in that car? The Kuruma Motorsports car in the pits. Tono and Ordiers in that car. They look to have damage on the left rear. Let's see what happened to them. Around the outside here, I think, of the Oh, that is a big, big crash. And that is going to be big repair time for them. That's going to mean that they are almost out of the race already. And who was that with at the time? I think at the time that was the... Yeah, that was, I think, the Ryder Engineering Esports car. Or, no, I think the Rapid E-Racing Team Orange. Yeah, the Rapid E-Racing Team Orange car is who he crashed with. Let's see what the stewards think of that. Here is the Rapid E-Racing Team Orange car. They look damaged on the rear as well, but definitely not as bad as the Kuruma Motorsports car. Getting very unlucky in the beginning of the race, of course, not starting with their qualifying driver, which is... a must in this series. That made the race very difficult for themselves. So that made it that they had to, of course, make their way through the field again. So they made it very difficult for themselves at the beginning, not following the regulations, of course, but this is not helping to get back through the field. And I think that is a good classification for them, almost over. But the GT3 cars, the aero has changed, the aero model, the tire model, and the fuel capacity of every car has now been, as we look on with the leader of the GT3 cars, has now been adapted to how it is in the IMSA. So the IMSA fuel capacity is now the fuel capacity of every car, of every GT3 car, and the fuel fill rate, so the rate at which your car gets filled up at the pit stop, is now also changed. These are all changes to do with balance of performance with BOP. And it seems like that is working. It's Lamborghini, Porsche, Lamborghini, BMW at the front of the field now. So a great mix of cars in the GT3 class. No drivers at the moment ready for an interview, so no interview to be had. Steve Melo leading this GT3 class. And the leader of the GT3 AM class is Martin Hobson in 5th position. Right behind the number 4 overall in class and in GT3 Pro. The TR powered by Geeks Energy car. So this is changes, of course, to the balance of performance of the GT3 cars. The Rapid E-Racing Team Orange cars now in the pits. They had too much damage, I think, to continue. The Kerma Motorsports cars now been in the pits for 4 minutes already, losing a lot of time for them. .X Esports Red are still the leaders in our GTE class. JD Sim Racing car is very close to the back of the Astra Racing Mayorla car, which is very close to the back of that T3 Motorsports by Manatee Pack GTE BMW in 4th position. That is getting very close to the podium. Of course, that car had a very good race last time out at Interlagos as well. So looking to do the same here, I think, that T3 Motorsports car against a field of all BMWs, of all Porsches, I wanted to say. But it is, of course, very tricky to do so with, of course, these LMP2s coming through, not knowing when they're going to go through. A lot of different lines you can take, of course, into Sunset Bend. Astra Racing Motorcar now losing a little bit on the T3 Motorsports by Manatee Pack GTE car. This is pure on pace. This is not with traffic or anything, but it looks to be gaining in the first sector again. That is an LMP2 car going slow there. It's Florian Stutske in 7th position. He has crashed. Let's look at what happened to him. We're going through the left-hander. Did he touch the grass on the left-hand side? Very easy to do, getting into this corner. No, he didn't. Just rear locking, and that has made him spin. And he's in a very difficult position. Got the car away from there nice and early and continued his way. I think no damage sustained from that. That is a little bit of time loss, of course. Move on to our leaders again in the GT3 class. Overall, it's the RD Sim Sports car in the hands of Steve Melo. Team iRacing Netherlands back into 12th position, still sustaining that damage. As I think ahead of this, the Platinum Racing Team GT3 car also has damage. Don't know what exactly happened to that one. Try and take a look at that. I think this is where it happened. that one gets into the barrier very hard. What actually happened there? That is a very, very weird one. He is ahead of the BMW. He just turns into that himself. Very, very, very strange accident, that one. Don't know why that happened to Hugo Ekersen, but he is now damaged on the right-hand side of that car. Very wide into Sunset Bend on the grass. Getting a very bad exit that I think allows the Team iRacing Netherlands car through. Yes, it does. There you can see a lot of damage there to that car. Oh, going straight there into the barrier maybe. He's going to have to tow back. That is going to be big for the Platinum Racing Team GT3 car. They were looking very, very good, but now it looks like their good run is almost over. Simon van Dijk in that car. But I don't know what happened there to Hugo Ekersen. That looks like maybe a hardware failure there for him. Talking about hardware failures, the Tempest Sim Sports pack car with Rui Quero still in it. Coming up maybe in 8 minutes to its first pit stop. Its first regular pit stop. As we can now hear from Hugo Ekersen that his wheel kept dying. Maybe Hugo, that you want to get into the commentary booth real quick. So we can have a chat about that. Looking at some penalties now. It looks like the Bikes Online DS Racing has got a penalty. That is way back. 20 minutes without a report yet. 2 drive-thrus, not starting with their qualifying driver. So the Writer Engineering car. Writer Engineering Esports Red. I think that is this car. Yes, it is. They had a drive-through. That explains why they are this far back in the field. They had a drive-through because they did not start with their qualifying driver. Looking to get back now through the field. The Horizon Sim Racing car is the first spray for them. So that are all the penalties that I can report. Well then, here he is. Hugo Ekersen is in the commentary booth now with me. Driver from Platinum Racing Team GT3. Well, Hugo, we saw, of course, what happened to you. Tell us about it.
Well, first my force feedback just disappeared out of nowhere. Next thing I know is my wheel just did a 180 out of nowhere. So
that is the moment you hit the wall?
Yeah.
Okay, it was a very strange incident, and I was thinking, yeah, what was happening? Was he maybe not looking at his screen and looking at something else, or? But it seems to be a hardware failure for you.
Yeah, because on the straight I was like, so then it just decided to not let me shift. that's when I knew like I had to stop because I couldn't even shift.
Okay, and is it an issue that you can fix, or is it an issue that
I don't know.
makes
This has
it that
never
you are
happened
out of the
before,
race? Because I can see you're out of track again with Simon.
so I'll guess try to restart everything. See if that helps it.
Is
But yeah, that has never happened before. Because it didn't make any disconnecting sounds or anything, so...
okay, and the damage that you got from the incident, of course, when your wheel did a 180 turning into the wall, is it sustainable damage or is everything repaired?
I couldn't feel anything wrong with the car after the crash, so it should be okay at least.
Okay, so you are going to continue?
For now, yes.
Okay,
We'll
well,
see how...
yeah, well, Hugo, it's very unfortunate for you to have, of course, that hardware problem.
Yep.
Thanks for your time, and I'm going to let you back to your teammate so you can
No worries.
talk about him with what the next thing is you're going to do.
Yeah, have a good one.
Good luck. Well, that is very unfortunate then for Hugo Akeson. Getting, of course, that hardware failure. That car is now down into 16th in the overall standings in the GT3. It's behind the Rapid E-Racing Team orange car. A lot of drivers getting penalties. Simon van Dijk now in that car looking to go up through the ranks again. Gap currently 1 minute 55 to the next car. BMW of Team Kerstens. Team iRacing Netherlands, how are they doing with their jump back up through the field? Looks like they are looking good right now, at least in 10th. Now gonna look with the leaders of LMP2. They are currently still out of the pit lane. Who is gonna go into the pit lane first? That is my question. Well, in the slipstream now is Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. Are they gonna overtake the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car into the first corner? No, they are not. They're gonna stick behind for now. But Winston Eckel is under huge pressure from Philip Abawa in that Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. And now he defends the inside through the traffic, side by side there. But Winston Eckel gets through in front. Cowboy blue car now into the pit lane. And here it is. Winston Eckel can make a gap here. But there is the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car immediately back onto the back of that Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. The pit stops are looking to cycle through now. Let's look with our leader. Is he going to go into the pit lane? No, he is going to continue for another lap. 38 minutes I said was the expected stint time for that car. A lot of drivers are into the pit lane. Delta Motorsports 40 and Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car are into the pit lane now. So I'm interested when they can come out of the pit lane, if they are going to be ahead of Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car, because they were all over them before they got into the pit lane, of course. Let's see, where is Winston Eckel going to be when he comes out of the pit lane? Is he going to go into the pit lane this lap, or is he going to continue for another one? This is lap 22 that Winston Eckel is doing now. "20 laps was the expected stint length, but of course everyone's saving fuel, so 21 laps they make easily. But are they going to make more than 22 possible? Getting caught up behind some traffic here, that is not going to help their pit time. They need around 1 minute and 5 seconds to get out ahead of the Team Purple car. And now they are into the pit lane, as is Tempest Sim Sports Pack. Let's look then with Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. Are they going to overtake Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue in the pit stop phase? Platinum Racing Team is now halfway through their pit stop. There's 23 more seconds to go until they can leave their pit garage. Or around that time at least. And I think that this car, the Team Purple car, is going to be ahead of the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue car. They've only just left their pit box now. Here they are then. There is the Team Purple car on the right hand side. Are they going to come out ahead? For the moment, yes they are. They gained a lot of time during that pit stop phase there, while their pit time was exactly the same as that from Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. Their pit lane time was actually a little bit longer, so they lost 3/10 in pit lane. Now the gap to Delta Motorsports 40 is 6 seconds. Everyone has at the moment, I think, made their pit stop. Here you can see that. Everyone has made their first pit stop. So now it's a battle for pure speed. Winston Eckel stayed in the car. Looked like that was only a stop for fuel. A bit further back than in the GT3 field, TR powered by Greek's Energy car. Right up behind the SR Technic Pack car. And behind that we can see the iRacing Team Netherlands car. A very big community and a lot of drivers. A lot of good drivers on that car, on that number 316. They're looking to overtake a Q Racing Cyan, but we have a fight on our hands. TR powered by Greek's Energy is right behind the Technic Pack car. Are they going to be able to make this one into the, or maybe down the inside of the first corner? Not really able to do so, I think. They are all over them, almost pushing them through the corner. course, the SR Technic pack car is a team that is fighting for the GT3 AM class. So this is not a position for a pass in class. So really Dylan Plott has to try and get past this SR Technic car as fast as he can, because the only thing he's doing now is losing time behind a car that is not in his class. But of course, SR Technic has all the rights to defend his position. This is not a lapped car. This is a straight fight for overall position. And it looks like a little bit further back. The IRNL car has overtaken the Akil Racing Cyan. So that number 316 Lamborghini to make their way up the standings. Up to P9 now. They were up into P4, of course, when they crashed. Still carrying the damage that crash caused. Doesn't seem to cost them a lot of performance. As they are now going down the inside with a mistake there from the TR powered by Greek's Energy car. That allows them through. As it looks like the Platinum Racing Team GT3 car is out of the race. Yeah, there they are. They are out of the race. Not in it anymore. And this car is second in the GT3 AM class. Going there behind there, you can see the Team iRacing Netherlands car. Looks like they're able to make time up in the corners, but then on the straights they lose a lot of time. See if there are drivers ready for an interview maybe. No, but I can see that someone has joined, and it's Marnix. Welcome.
Hi Dan, hi.
This was not on purpose that I looked. I was just trying to look if the driver was ready, and suddenly you were there.
Hi, yeah, I'm everywhere, man.
Well, Marnix, tell us, how was the race for a steward perspective, the start?
The best so far, to be honest. Let's knock on the wooden table. But there was only one report that actually happened in the race. There was a small incident, which was quite a big net code. So so far so good. No, really, not really a big. Only 11 reports, where the half of it was drive-throughs because drivers didn't start, or teams didn't start with their qualifier. So they received a drive-through for that. And let's hope it stays that way, so we can sit back and relax and watch the show.
Yeah, from what I can see, a lot of penalties. I think one penalty given for, or at least I think all penalties haven't been given for an incident on track. It's just starting with the wrong driver or having the wrong number.
Exactly, and we only had one warning, because something happened in qualifying where
blocking.
Fields Academy was holding up. Yeah, exactly, was holding up YS Motorsport Red. I mean, these things happen, and a warning is nothing compared to a drive-through, of course.
Yeah. it's great to hear that with every race that goes on, the standards get improve more and more, because of course this is a very difficult track to start at. I think a lot of drivers have made mistakes that they just make on their own. Of course, we had an incident with I think it was the Kuruma Motorsports car and the I think it is the Rapid E-Racing Team Orange car. We had
Yeah, that
big
was
crash with.
huge. That was huge netcode. So we advised all teams to use more space when overtaking other cars, because there might be some netcode in there. So to avoid any crashes that caused by netcode, we advised everyone to use more space.
Yeah. Well, apart from that, I think we haven't seen anything happening yet. Of course, we have now this amazing battle in front of us. Tobias Kurz for Austin Sim Racers Orange, trying to overtake the leader in GT3 AM. I think Martin Hobson's still in that car because they haven't made a pit stop. Indeed, it is Martin Hobson. Yeah, Marnix, what do you think? Is this a car that belongs to GT3 AM standards, or maybe is it someone who you'll be looking to put into GT3 Pro for next season, maybe?
Sure, we'll reconsider every AM and Pro class, but Martin Hobson is a gold driver. He's the fastest of their team, and I think we'll see a shift of pace as soon as the silver drivers will get in the car. I mean, Martin is a PRT driver for us, for our team, but he wanted to finish the PAC series within his whole team in TCE Virtual Motorsports 2, of course. But I know him very well. He's a fast driver, but as soon as the other silver drivers get in, I think the pace will drop, and I don't think they will be able to keep up with the Azer Austrian Sim Racers Orange behind them, because they are already really close on their butts. And of course, the tire degradation will come up.
Yeah, of course. Well, tire degradation, it is a big part. Looking at the race info here for a second, then
46 degrees.
That the track temperature is 46 degrees.
Jeez, that's hot.
That is very hot for the drivers. It's very difficult then to manage to do a double stint. I think once we get into the later hours, double stints I think will be possible if the track temperature drops down a bit.
I think I even heard people talking about triple stints as soon as the sun starts to go down, and maybe save some time there. And of course, fuel saving will also be a big part in Sebring. So let's see what they'll be able to do strategy-wise.
Yeah,
Let's see who gets out on top.
Yeah, well, still a lot of time to go. Not even the first hour has passed. This is now going to try and go up the inside. Not really able to do so. But yeah, of course, like I said, not even the first hour has passed. So still over 7 hours to go in this race. So a lot of things can happen.
Yeah.
Well, Monix, it's been amazing to speak to you. Thank you for your time.
No worries.
And yeah, I'll let you go back to your fellow stewards.
All right. Good luck, Dan.
You too, man. Good luck.
Cheers.
Well, that is Monix. Very nice from him to jump in and tell how the start has been from a steward perspective. Of course, we didn't see a lot of things happening. Everything very, very clean, and like he said, the writer or the Rapid E-Racing Team Orange and the Kuruma Motorsports car, that collision was big, netcode. It was a very, very weird one. All of a sudden, the Rapid E-Racing Team Orange car turned around, so they don't know what happened there, but it looked like a very, very big netcode as well. Because really, really weird incident. Of course, this wall on the right here, where they are just going past, if you touch that as an LMP2, big chance you will pick up damage. So you of course want to get as close to the wall as possible to open up the corner as much as possible, but that also makes it difficult for you to of course yeah, not get damage. 7 hours still to go in this one. Even more, 7 hours and 6 minutes. Tempest Sim Sports PAC still in the overall lead. As you can see here, the Rapid E-Racing Team Orange car trying to work its way through the field. It's still one lap down on the next GTE car. Racing Team Netherlands now on the back of the SR Technic car, but traffic in their way again. There you can see how bent in that the nose of that Lamborghini was. They now have some GTE traffic in the form of our GTE leader coming up behind. .X Esports Red. We're looking to pass them here on the straight, because that is where this GTE really shines compared to the GT3. Here we go down the inside, a little bit of slipstream will help as well. Now this is maybe going to be good for the Team IRNL car. Yes, it is. They could use the .X Esports car to get through on the SR Technic pack, because they go into the pits. Now a very early pit stop for that car. As now we could see, yes, there it is. Platinum Racing Team Blue has been overtaken through the traffic by the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. So they're now demoted down to P4. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple up into P3. They've been on the back of that car for I don't know how long now. So nice for them that they got past. Winternackle now has a big gap to the driver in P5. 6.6 seconds is that gap to the Cowboy Blue car. Winternackle is not letting this Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car go. He wants to maybe stay in that slipstream, maybe save fuel behind it, and tow up along, or tow along in his slipstream, because that car has a very good pace. But Winternackle getting all out of shape there on the exit, touching the dirt on the outside, and that has given him a terrible, terrible exit. As we see now the first pit stops in the GT3 and GTE field coming through. There you can see the bumps on the inside of that corner. If you take it really, really narrow, there is a big chance you're spinning out once you get over that curb. Team iRacing Netherlands now into the pits. I think they will repair a lot of the damage. So they will lose a lot of time that they've gained, I think, during the last stint. Crips Racing currently the leader in the GTE AM class. Now into the pit lane as well. A lot of drivers into the pit lane now as the pit stops are cycling through. Here racing into the pit stop as well, or into the pit lane. .X Esports Red, the only one to continue, I think. One of the only ones to be able to continue for a lap longer. If you have any questions, if you're in the stream and you're watching, feel free to ask them. If you're a driver and you want to get interviewed, of course, get into the waiting room. I don't always look at it, but if I look at it and you're in there, I'll try and get you into, of course, the commentary booth. The T3 Motorsports BMW there then. Here it is, already made its pit stop. So that's going to cycle through to the front, I think. Orion Race Team Pack GTE has that made it pit stop already. We can see that. That looks like it has made its pit stop already. So that will get closer then to the .X Esports red car. We look with Joshua Meyer now into the pit lane. Goes the .X Esports red car. The Orion Race Team Pack GTE on the back straight already. Here it is, Frosty Sinclair kept in that car for Dobson. There it is, the .X Esports red car exiting the pit lane. There it is, and it looks like Frosty Sinclair got out ahead of him. Orion Race Team Pack GTE take the lead after the pit stop cycle. We have our leader in the GT3 in as well now. Where can we find them then? Orion Race Team Pack. Very interesting to see that they cycled through. How long was their pit stop? Yeah, it looked like 7 seconds lost there, or 8 for .X Esports Red in the pit stop. Very strange. Their pit stop was 10 seconds longer than the one from Orion Race Team Pack. Maybe some damage that they repaired. They're still on second anyways. Whereas Team iRacing Netherlands then, they still have some damage to the front of that car. They're currently in 7th and trying to get up the order. They cycled through to the front there after that pit stop cycle. Well then, first hour has passed. And that means that you are gonna get the hourly update that you will normally get as well. Well then, your leader in the GT3 class at the moment are the Sim Sports. Then we have, that is also our leader of the GT3 Pro class. Then we have in second, Tempest Sim Sports Pack. They are second in the Pro class and second overall. GT3 Pro podium is rounded off by the Austin Sim Races orange car by Marcus Rima. Of course, He knows that team very, very well. Has been there for a long time. Then the leader of our GT3 AM class will be TCE Virtual Motorsports 2. Martin Hobson still in that car after the pit stops. So he will get an hour to try and eke out a little bit of a lead for his AM drivers. Then we have in second in the GT3 AM class, we have SR Technic. They are in 8th overall at the moment in that class. 5 seconds behind the next car, Team IRL. Here we have them, the 444. Right behind them, 15 seconds behind them, is the Bikes Online DS Racing car. The 405 BMW, they are in 3rd in the GT3 AM class. Then we move on to the GTE class that is led by the Orion Race Team Pack GTE. We saw them cycle through to the front of the field after that pit stop cycle. 3.1 seconds is the gap they have to P2 overall. And in GTE Pro, Marius Bro.X Esports Red, they had for some reason a pit stop that was 10 seconds longer than their rivals. And we have, of course, the T3 Motorsports BMW. The only BMW in the field, the only other car than a Porsche in the field there in P3 at the moment. 13 seconds behind that, we have our leader in the GTE AM class, Grips Racing. They have won the previous 2 races out at Spa and Interlagos. Looking to do the same again if they don't get issues, of course, in the 8 hours. If they stay out of trouble, they are looking really, really strong. Then B2 in the GTE AM class and 7th overall is Akil Racing. They are looking to do what they did last time out. And then we have PM Motorsports of PM Esports in 9th position overall and in 3rd in the GTE AM class. About a gap of around 20 seconds to P2 in the GTE AM class. So they still got a gap to make up there. Then we have, of course, our leader in the LMP2 field. No Pro or AM class in the LMP2s, only Pro teams. It's Tempest Sim Sports Pack. They are first at the moment in this race. 26 seconds is the gap to P2. Delta Motorsports, that gap is really, really eking out. It is Rui Queiroz in that car who is the fastest out of everyone, I think, in this LMP2 field. Then we have the Delta Motorsports 40 car. They are in 2nd overall and in 2nd in the LMP2 field. Then the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car, 4.4 seconds behind the Delta Motorsport 40 car. And just 2 seconds ahead of P4 in that standings. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. Winston Eckel still in that car. He is the fastest, I think, out of all of them in that car. And those are also our championship leaders. Well, then having had our hourly update, this is at the moment the closest battle in the field. It is Orion Race Team Pack GT3 against the Austrian Sim Racers orange car. This is a position in class. Getting close to 2 seconds is the gap. The Austrian Sim Racers car has dropped a lot of pace, it seems like. Down the inside. Is this one going to be able to make... Is he going to be able to make some mistake? The left-hander is for the inside. Now we get another left-hander coming up. A long left-hander, and that is usually where the place gets given to the driver on the inside, and that is the same case now. A GTE lap car getting through there, and an LMP2 getting through. Very, very close between all of them. Looking if a driver maybe wants an interview. No one in the waiting room. So no interviews to be held yet. Have we had any news on penalties? It looks like yes. Akil Racing Cyan is under, or Cedar and Max Speed is under investigation for a unsafe pit entrance. That happened on lap 29. The stewards are investigating that at the moment. So we will get an answer to that shortly, I think. So we look down at this battle. We'll hop back to the leader of our GT3 class. Tampa Sim Sports Pack is the one leading there. As what happened to the T3 Manatee car, they are in the pits again. Changing drivers this time round. Let's look if I can find anything that happened to them. Joshua Meyer in that car. This is maybe what happened to the BMW. Oh, that is a crash. That is not what you want to see. Is that the IRNL car on the exit there? Gonna look at it again. And yes, that does look to be the Team iRacing Netherlands car. Very unfortunate that they were third in their class, the T3 Motorsports car, but they are now in the pit lane. Very, very unfortunate, as is Team iRacing Netherlands again. Chris Lauwers in that car. Here we can see it from his perspective. You can see in the background there the BMW car. Chris Lauwers in that car. Oh, he had gone forward there as well to try and avoid it. He was on a really annoying place there. Hopefully not too much damage sustained for both drivers. Still in the pits there, the T3 Motorsports car. They have fallen back to P11 in class. That's last position in class. And they have fallen back to P33 overall from 38 drivers, so not looking good for them. think we will get an answer on the Cedar Run max speed unsafe pit entrance shortly. And there is no further action on that unsafe pit entrance. Normally when you get reported for those things, you do get a penalty, but definitely the stewards think that there was nothing wrong with how they entered the pit. That is why they said no further action. No reports for a crash yet. Still a very clean race. Knock on wood. One and a quarter hour done in this race. Any driver in the waiting room? No one yet. The Hardy Sim Sports car is in first here. As I think the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car has just cycled to the front of the GTE field. Here we have Tempest Sim Sports Pack. They are in 21st overall and second in class. They look very, very quick, getting overtaken there by the .X Esports red car, or the .X Esports red car. They are right behind now the Orion Race Team Pack GTE car. I don't know why it says that that is 1.1 seconds, because this is not 1.1 seconds. This is way, way closer. Let's look at that battle. .X Esports red. This is for first position in that class and overall in that class. Half a second is the gap currently, looking to pounce when he can. That .X Esports red car has had the consistency over a whole lap, of course. That flat six sounds amazing from the Porsche. Into the slipstream he goes then. Can he overtake down the inside maybe of Sunset Bend? No, he's not going to overtake there. Keeping the very tight line is the Orion Race Team. Closest battle we have on track at the moment is this one. Marcus Rima down the inside maybe. No, he's gonna field save. That was a late decision, I think. So we have pit stops coming in again from the LMP2s. That means that Tempest Sim Sports and Platinum Race Team 2 cycle to the front again. Cedar and Max Speed are also right in the back of Akil Racing Cyan. Looking to bounce this for 31st place overall. 13th and 12th in that class. This is also for P4 in the GT3 AM standings. Almost pushing him through there. Very, very close. This is the closest battle we have on track at the moment. This Crips Racing car now, as I think under attack from the JD Sim Racing car. They're very, very close together. The next corner is a harder braking zone, so he can try it up the inside, but he's gonna choose to save fuel behind the Crips Racing car. Crips Racing car is the leading GTE AM class car. So he will not be bothered, I think, by getting overtaken by a GTE Pro class car. Although this is for the overall GTE podium. Stuck behind now a GT3 car, I think the GT3 car of the SR Technic. Oh, down the inside comes the LMP2, decides to bail out of it last moment. That is not gonna help the JD Sim Racing car. So I think he won't have the run on the GT3 on his inside as well. So that is gonna be another massive challenge for him to get around that. If he does not manage to do so before T1, he's going to have big trouble. But I think he is going to manage to do so. GT3 keeping to the inside. And now he's right on the back of the Crips Racing car. Down the inside, maybe off turn 1. Is he going to be able to do so? Yes, he is. Down the inside. Is he going to be able to make it stick, though? Yes, he is. That is position done. Crips Racing car gave that position very easily to the JD Sim Racing car. Of course, they have another fight to fight. Gap to P2 in the GTE AM class at the moment, just over 16 seconds. From the field, the Orion race team has been overtaken by the .x Esports red car. The gap from P2 to P3 is 47.5 seconds. So a very, very big gap. Now the pit stops have cycled through again, I think. You can see that Platinum Racing Team Blue is on the back foot here to the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. Barry Osterveer now in that car. Winston Eckel has given the steering wheel to him. Maybe we can have a chat with Winston Eckel. Austin Sim Races Blue, they are working their way up the field. "31 of you still here, everyone. Thank you for watching, of course. Platinum Racing League is very thankful for your attendance in the stream. Get this stream out there, so if you have some friends who love sim racing, maybe try and get the stream out there. Maybe we can have a chat with Winston Eckel in a bit. He of course needs first to acclimatize to being out of the car. Oh, very close there with one of the GT3s. Not a battle for position, this one. The Tempest Sim Sports car ahead of that has now lapped the Austin Sim Races Blue car. Well then, and here he is for us, Winston Eckel, driver of number 17, Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue car. Winston, welcome.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
Winston, you of course just got out of the car. Yeah, tell us about how your two stints went.
Difficult. The car is very heavy, and also the track temperature is very high, so it's very tricky to pass the very fast GTE cars as well. But we had a good stint. We're now solid driving in P3 at the moment, as I see now. So Perry is doing a good job.
P3?
Yeah, P3. So Perry is doing a good job. But that's what my race laps tells me.
Okay,
oh, no, we're P4 now.
I think you're in P4.
But still, we're in the race, so that's the most important.
Definitely.
So. And we are in the mix. We had a good strategy, so we're going to see that the guys are triple stinting in front. So, well, we'll see how that's going to end out at the end of the stint. So that's very tricky and nice to watch. So we'll see what happens.
So if I'm right, you guys are not triple stinting then?
No, at the moment, not the first one. But after this, we're going to try the triple stint because the track temperature is that high that it's not. You end up on 25% tires, and that's really tricky at the back, especially with the lower car and when the car has less fuel in the car. So that's very tricky. So we didn't want to risk it. So we do now a double stint, and after this, we're trying to triple it.
Okay, and what will be the plan then? Is it a driver that will triple stint one tire set, and then he will get out for another driver, or will one driver take over with
no,
a double
every
stint
driver
set?
has his own stint. That's his own tire set. So
okay.
that's the best also for the direct, because you're going into the sim and trying to adapt on all tires. That's very difficult. So we're going to do it on the new one.
Yeah, well, of course we have no safety cars in this championship. But of course, staying in the lead lap is going to be a big part of your job, of course, to be able to be in with a shot at, I think, at the end. How are you trying to manage that? Because it seems like on pace, it's going to be difficult to do so.
Yeah, on pace of course it's difficult to do so, but still in long race it's 6.5 hours still to go, so it's a long race and we're trying to get into it and trying to keep the gap as close as we can, because a mistake is very easily made, and we're trying to get as close as possible.
Well, Winston, you did 2 very good stints. Thank you for your time, and I'm now going to let you head back to your team.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
Good luck for the
Cheers.
next of the race.
Yeah, have fun.
Very, very nice to hear from Winston there. Very Oosterveer now in that car. Winston, of course, said that they are going to try the triple stint, of course, after this double stint from Perry. So it is clear that Perry is now going to do 1 hour and 20 minutes in the car, somewhere around that. That will bring them to at least, I think, 2 hours and 40 minutes. And then I think Vincent will take over. Vincent is their 3rd driver. They will cycle through from there on triple stints. So they will gain time in their 3rd pit stop, of course, because everyone is going to change tires after a double one. Oh, that is all out of shape there for Perry. Very difficult trying to overtake the BMW here on the inside. Not really able to do so on the exit. Squirmy. Really doing his tires. A lot of judges, he said that the track temperature was really high. Track temperature at the moment is dropping. It was 49, it's now 46. Oh, so we have a big crash there in the background. And that is the LMP2 car. That is Perry Oosterveer, I think, touching that GTE. We will take a look at that again. Here we go. There you can see in the background, you can see the LMP2 coming through. Oh, then off track, spinning off and collecting Vince. Oh, that is unfortunate for Perry Oosterveer. And again, the Platinum Racing Team blue car has an unfortunate incident happen to them. We're going to try and see how their car will look. They're going to have to pit. I am very sure that they're going to have to pit with that amount of damage. Very unfortunate there, of course, for Winston Eckel. It seems like the moment he got back, that car got hit by a spinning GT3. Very, very unfortunate. No further penalties at the moment. Very, very unfortunate for this car, but look, we're gonna look if they are gonna pit. It looks like they are gonna have to, because you can see that right front is absolutely done. Using a lot of lap time as well with this. Let's see where they are gonna come out. But this is, I think, gonna come with the Austin Sim Races Blue Horizon and Writer Engineering Esports red car up a couple of positions. To the back straight now. See if he's gonna get in. The straight line speed of that car is down by a lot. No, he's gonna continue. Perry Oosterveer is gonna continue in that car. He's gonna lose a lot of time, I think, with continuing. But they think it is worth continuing instead of coming in. The Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car now is released because, of course, that car was pressurizing them for the whole event. Now they aren't there anymore. Now it's the cardboard blue car right behind them. Here it is. Daniel Weber now in that car. Coming up to some lapped GT3 traffic in the form of, I think, the SR Technic car. Yes, it is. That car in 7th currently and 2nd in the overall, or 2nd in the GT3 AM class. Leader in that class is this car, the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car. Behind them they have the Rapid the Writer Engineering Esports red car. That is done now. But it's very, very good from Martin Hobson that he is up there in P3. Gap to, I think, P2 in that class is over 35 seconds. So Martin has been steadily chipping away on that time. Now it's the Rapid E-Racing team orange car coming through. A lot of LP2 traffic here. Yeah, so information about the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. Lap times, last lap time 1:53.08. Leader last time round did 1:49.01. So they are in big trouble with that with that car. See what they can do this time around then. Looks like they haven't had a lot of traffic. Stay with them till the end of the lap. Steering wheel does seem to be straight for Perry Oosterveer. I keep saying Vincent, but Vincent is not in the car. Oh, he is really struggling on it, and I think he's gonna have to come in sooner or later. That car has torrential understeer, it seems like. There you can see the right hand side damaged as hell. And I think they are going to come in now. Yes, here he is. Barry Oosterveer into the pit lane. Again, unlucky for this team. I'm going to keep you updated on how they will get on. Is then Nico Schiesweitz. I don't know how to pronounce that second name. I'm gonna call him Nico. Nico for Writer Engineering Esports red here. They're in 8th currently. They're looking to gain a couple of positions. Of course, after the incident with Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. They can now gain, of course, that position once they get past there. They have to undo themselves for a lap, but they're now, I think, in the same lap if they get past now. There is the LMP2, the Platinum Race Team LMP2 blue car. Out on track again. And let's look at that right front. And that looks to be completely fixed. It looks to be a very quick fix there for Perry Oosterveer. He has been. That was a pit stop of 42 minutes or 42 seconds. So that is not a lot longer than you would normally. So they just lost a pit stop P6 still for them, but again a big knockback, and they are now out of the lead lap. So they're now going to have to work really, really hard to get back into that. Well then, looking at the gaps, it looks like the Tempest Simsports pack car has almost lapped more than half of the field. Cardboard Blues, now the next one they are going to try and lap. Pedro de Sosa, very, very fast driver in that car as well. Rui Queiroz, of course, gave that car to him, but Pedro de Sousa, of course, seems to be a driver that is very, very, very fast as well. Meanwhile, closest battle on track for now seems to be this one. TCE Virtual Motorsports car pressurized by the Fields Academy Motorsports car. Martin Hobson still in that one. They are looking to pounce as early as they can. Around the outside, then maybe over or out braking themselves. Not really. They could just brake a lot later than Martin Hobson could. Martin Hobson maybe fuel saving. It's not smart, I think, from him to battle for a podium spot. Now he is not going to do so. He's going to slot in behind. You see the brake discs glowing on the Porsche there. But he's now going to try and stay behind into the slipstream of this Fields Academy Motorsports Porsche. And try and save fuel. Orion Race Team Pack GT3 behind that as well. And the gap is almost at 40 seconds to the next GT3 car. So he's going to give, at the moment, his teammates a gap of over 40 seconds to run with. I think for over 4 hours, so they can lose 10 seconds an hour. That is, I think, doable in an endurance race. Closest battle, this one on track. Let's look if there's a driver in the waiting room. No one at the moment. Well, of course, racing today at Sebring Raceway. This is a track that has been built in, well, 1950 was the first race here. That is just after it has been built. First, of course, it served from 1941 till 1947. In the war, it served as a training ground for B-17 fighter pilots. So they would get trained here to go into the army. The first, of course, we know this track from, of course, the beautiful 12 hours of Sebring. Last week was the 12 hours of Sebring on iRacing. We, of course, know it from that one, but the first 12-hour race was on the 5th of March, the 15th of March, 1952. A race that was, of course, yeah, it brought immediately a lot of media attention, and yeah, since then on it's really been a race with reputation. First race here held at this track was at 1950, when there was a 6-hour race. 30 cars took part in that one. So this circuit has really been known for its endurance racing. That is where we all know this one from. Visual Spirit DS car here then, right up behind the Bikes Online DS racing car. F1 also came around here in 1959 on this track. They raced here only 1 year because the finances weren't there for the circuit to host another one. Of course, until 1983, the track really only knew one configuration, which was 8.66 kilometers long. Now we, of course, know to the club circuit, which is 2.74 kilometers long, and the GP circuit that we are using, which is 6.02 kilometers long. That is the two circuits that we, of course, know now. But it had only one configuration back in the day, which was considerably longer than the one we know now. And of course, looking back at these days, this track wasn't as bumpy. This track hasn't been resurfaced since the first race here in 1950. So everything here, the bumps here, everything is original. And I think that makes the track so yeah, how do we call it? It makes the track so immersive for a driver in the car. I think if you take the bumps away, the real challenge of the track would be taken away. But we have here Vitor Miranda down the inside of the Bikes Online DS Racing. Of course, that position got given to him. Both DS racing cars not really being in each other's way. How is it going then with the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car? Barry Oosterveer in that car, last lap time a 150.66. That was slowest of all the LMP2s. Barry Oosterveer not really up to speed in that car. Kruma Motorsports are now trying to get through the field as well. They are 18th overall and 10th in class. Oh, as we have a spinner there, who was that? That was the 47, I think. As we have the Team iRacing Netherlands car spinning off again in the background. Which car was that? It could be this one. Yeah, I think it was the Horizon Sim Racing car, who spun off the number 78. This car now seems to be up to speed again. All out of shape, and behind that I think was the Delta or the cardboard blue car. Looking to lap that car, and he did so. Cardboard blue car has been gaining on the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car, which in itself has been gaining on the Delta Motorsports 40 car. There it is, right ahead of us. The Delta Motorsports 40 car. See if any drivers are able to take an interview. No one yet into the waiting room. Of course, going up to 2 hours done, only 6 hours to go. Longest race we've had yet in the pack in pack history. He is then gaining on the driver ahead of him. In the background we can see the cardboard blue car. Was that the Orion team having issues there? Coming out of the pit lane, I think it was. They have just made their pit stop and they had issues coming out of the pit lane there onto the grass. Then on board with the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. Down the inside of the traffic there. 1.6 seconds is the gap to the Delta Motorsports 40 car. He's been chipping away on that lead for a while now. Through Sunset Bend, the long right-hander. It lost, it lost. And now you're out of it. Lost lap time. The Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car, 1/10 faster than Delta Motorsports 40. I'll try and keep you updated like this. Background is the cardboard blue car within 3 seconds now, so that is gaining very fast. focus on some penalties. Does not look like we have any penalties again. It's been a really, really clean race up until now. Let's hope the drivers keep this up. There we can see the cover blue car trying to chase down the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple and Delta Motorsports 40 car, of course. This lap time, what does it say? The cover blue car into the pits. It's about time, yes, to do so for them. They can continue for another lap. Down the inside of some traffic. Last lap time. Rapid E-Racing, the Team Purple, 3/10 faster than Delta Motorsports 40. So really, really gaining on them now. Of course, traffic does play a big part in that, but we did not see the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car getting a lot of traffic in that lap. So that is on pure pace. You know what? The Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car was fastest of all the LMP2s last time around. Cabo Blue now exiting the pit lane. Let's see where they are gonna come out compared to this Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. I think that is a bit early, that stop from the cardboard blue car. You want to look at around the 2-hour mark that you're going to pit with your LMP2 car. Almost within a second now, this Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. On the exit, some GT3 traffic, holding him up there, compromising his exit, but this lap time again 3/10 faster. Within a second now, of course, traffic there for Delta Motorsports 40 car, but if they have bad traffic, Rapid Esports or Rapid E-Racing Team Purple is now going to get that as well. They do now behind the Orion GTE car. Coming up to 2 hours completed. Or the Astro racing car. Excuse me. Almost within a second. When are they going to pit is my question. Of course, Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue will be looking. Oh, that is very close with the GTE there. We'll be looking, of course, to cycle through to the front of the field again with the pit stops. If they're able to do so, I don't really know. I think they will gain 1 or 2 positions. But not more than that. And now it's Rapid E-Racing Team Purple into the pit lane. Delta Motorsports 40 does continue for another lap. So they're looking around the 2-hour mark then. And there they have traffic into the first corner again. Cardboard Blue, where are they going to come out? Are they going to be ahead of the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car? It was very close. It was around the 3-second mark, around 2.5 seconds. When the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple, or when the Cower Blue car came in. So let's look what that is going to be at the end of the pit stop cycle. You will get the hourly update after the pit stop cycle has run through, of course, from me again. Here is Cardboard Blue then. They are now on the pit exit. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. There we see them. And here is the gap. There is the gap again. It's come down to under a sec or under 2 seconds. They have gained a bit there in the pit stops. But yeah, of course, the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple pit stop time and pit lane time was half a second slower. Now stuck behind traffic. This is really the chance for Cardboard Blue to catch up. Where is the Delta Motorsports 40 car gonna slot in? Is it gonna pit now? Yes, it is. The Tempest Sim Sports pack car can really go long on its stint. I think if they would stop now, they would come out still in the lead. Where is the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car? There it is. Lapped after the pit stops. So they at least are in the pit stop window from the Tempest Sim Sports pack car. Still into the pit, still in the pit lane is the Delta Motorsports 40 car. I think that will gain a little bit on the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car, but you never know. You never really know. Into Sunset Bend then, he comes. At a rapid speed. Now where is Delta Motorsports 40 going to come out? They're still in the pit lane, they're still in their pit box. Delta Motorsports 40 car. There it is, up on the jacks. And they have lost a lot of time in that pit stop there. But from what I can see, they have triple stinted their tires from the beginning. So Delta Motorsports 40 now only now changed their tires. So they're going to gain next pit stop again, I think, on the Tempest Sim Sport pack car and the Rapid E-Racing and Cardboard Blue car. That is, I think, the reason that they have lost that time, because 55 seconds in the pit box is usually tires as well as fuel. Cardboard Blue then almost within a second of the Rapid E-Racing Purple car. This is the battle for second now, remember. Very close. Let's look at the GT3 field then. TR powered by Greeks. There, here it is, right behind the Team iRacing Netherlands car. Floris Hagevoort in that car. Getting closer now is that car. Not for position in class though. Well then. Let's catch up with the star driver of the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car, Martin. Welcome.
Hey buddy.
Martin, you must be very, very tired after that double stint.
Oh yeah, the tyres weren't really cracking at the end of it. 19% tyres left.
Wow.
It was really hard to drive. Really hard to drive. But to get from P8 up into just behind P3 at end of stint, I think were rather good.
Yeah, definitely. You are currently in P5 with the team after the pit stop cycles have gone through. Is that because you changed tires and someone ahead of you now didn't?
Yeah. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, from what I can see, the Fields Academy motorsport car hasn't
it
changed
could
tires.
end up coming back to us too.
Okay.
So it's like it all depends on what other people are doing strategy-wise. You see, we've got a strategy set, right? We're not going for no big positions. Yeah, nice top 5 will do, you know, because all we need is decent points. Because the past 2 races we've been took out.
Yeah.
And so it's like the aim today is just get some nice points and then let's see how it goes.
Yeah, well, taking good points is at the moment what you're doing, leading the GT3 AM class. Of course, we saw that you now did the first 2 stints. Are you looking to maintain that position, or do you know you're going to drop back a bit?
No, we aiming to go more forward, like P5, P4.
Okay.
So yeah, the aim is P3.
P3 overall.
If we can get into the rhythm of in this race, aim for P3, because we've got another decent driver in now, and then we've got another one that's coming in, that's doing another stint, and hopefully they can double the tyres as well.
Yeah. So if I'm correct then, from that I understand that the plan for you guys now is to just double stint every time?
Yeah, we're going to try. Obviously, it's getting hotter. So with mine being at 19%, I reckon if it's 43 degrees, 45, I reckon it's going to be even worse than that. So it might not be worth double stinting, you know, because you might lose the time what you've just gained from the pit stop halfway through the stint. So.
Yeah, well, the temperature is dropping though. It was 49 when we looked first, then it was 46, and now it is 41. So double stinting the tires is, I think, going to be more and more easy towards the latter stages of the race, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
So I just hope we end up getting to the finish line with a decent result.
yeah, of course.
That's all I want. No incidents. Just get there, get it finished, and yeah, see how it plans out, and then prepare for next race.
Yeah, you had a lot of fans in the chat wanting to see, of course, the TCE car. So yeah, you have a big fan base.
Wow. Well, that's nice to hear. That's really nice to hear. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Well, Martin, it's been amazing to speak to you. Well done on your double stint.
Thank you. Time to go do some stewarding there. See what's what.
Yeah. Well, Martin, thank you for your time, and I'll let you go back to your boys.
Bye
bye.
See you later. Bye bye.
Well, very nice to hear from Martin after that double stint he did in the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car. They are now currently in 5th in the overall GT3 standings, 1st in the GT3 AM standings, and they are 25th in the overall standings. So yeah, very well driven by Martin. Of of course, giving their second driver a bit of a gap to P2 in GT3. Gap now is coming down though. When I last checked, the gap was 42 seconds. Now it is just underneath 40 seconds, so it is slowly coming down, but not at a rapid rate at least. A little bit further up through the field. This car has now been overtaken. The Team Ironel car has been overtaken by TR powered by Greek's Energy car. Angelo Lauwers in that car now. Then of course we have JD Sim Racing there as well in third position in the GTE class. Looking to defend here from Astro Racing Majorla. And big changes in the GTE AM class as well. Crips Racing has dropped back now after the pit stop cycle. Louis Grake in that car now. He has dropped back from the Akil Racing car. 5 seconds is that gap now. But well then, let's run you through the order and we'll give you the hourly update. Well then, last time we started from the slowest class to the fastest. Now we are going to do that the other way around. At the moment it is still the Tempest Sim Sports Pack LMP2 car, the number 92, in the lead, like it has been since the beginning of the race. It hasn't been out of the lead since then. Showed a real pace in qualifying, and it seems like they've now kept that pace up since the beginning of the race, really. Last pit stop, they did change tires, so it looks like they triple stinted their first stint. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple, they are in second with a big gap to P2. 37 seconds is that gap. Copper Blue though, they have been behind, chasing down this man. Daniel Weber has been chasing down the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. They are third overall and third in the LMP2 class. And fourth there is the Delta Motorsports 40 car. They as well did change tires, just like the Tempest Sim Sports Pack car. So they lost a little bit of time there in the pit lane, but they are definitely looking to gain that back on track now and gain that advantage over the next pit stop cycles. Frank Schmidt's now in that car, looking to, I think, do a double or triple stint. Going then further back down the field, Orion Race Team Pack is still leading the way in GTE. They have cycled to the front again now after everything has cycled through with pit stops. Their pace is really superior. Right behind that, as you can see, is the .X Esports red car, looking to pounce again. These two have been at it for the whole race. Really looking to do the same like they did last time out. Within half a second now. Astro Racing Majorla though is the third placed car in the GTE Pro class. Then we have, of course, Akil Racing. They are first in the GTE AM class. And Chris Racing is second in that class, of course. Our championships leader, our GTE championship leaders, this Crips Racing car. And overtaken there by the Rapid E-Racing Team Orange car. PM Esports is third in the GTE AM standings right now. and last of the GTE AMs. D3 Motorsports, they are looking to get back through the field. They have had that unfortunate incident with the Team iRacing Netherlands car. Nothing they could do about it. It was stranded on the exit of turn 5, I think. They got through there and they saw the car, tried to bail out to the right and then hit it with its rear left tire. That gave them some damage and their pit stop was very, very long. Their last pit stop was 16, almost 17 minutes long. So they are really out of the race for a good result. Looking then at the GT3 field, it is Audi Sim Sports still in the lead, like we saw last hour. The Fields Academy Motorsports though, they are now in second, but they did not change tires in the last pit stop. The Tempest Sim Sports GT3 car here, like they are in the LMP2, very good and very consistent. They are on a podium in both classes. Of course, the LMP2 a bit better than it was, of course, with in the GT3 for now. Orion Racing Pack GT3 is just behind that. Then we have the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car leading the way in the GT3 AM class. Martin Hobson has been in that car for the first 2 hours. He has given his teammates a gap of almost 40 seconds. That has come down to 35 now. To hold up for the next 4 hours. SR Technic Pack is in 7th. They've been there for a long while now. 2nd in the GT3 AM class. Then 3rd in the GT3 AM class, and they have been there for a long while as well. Since the beginning of the race almost, is a TR powered by Greeks energy car. A team that has slowly been creeping up the order is the Team Kerstens car, really staying out of trouble and just moving up when other teams did make mistakes. So they are now looking to do the same for the next few hours. They are at the moment, let me look, in 7th position in the GT3 AM class, but going strong of course with Rune Barbars in that 499 BMW. Well, and that was your hourly update sponsored by MS Drops again. 2 hours 17 minutes done. A little bit over, or a little bit less than 6 hours to go yet. We are a long way off from being done, and I am looking forward to seeing how the next few hours play out. I am at the moment going to take a little break of 5 minutes. And after that break, I'll be back to you again because I have to be here for the whole 8 hours. So that is why I am sometimes taking a break to rest my voice. But I'm going to give you a look on board with the leader, Pedro de Sousa. Stay all here with me and I'll be back with you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Well, here we are again. Welcome back, everyone. 2 hours, 23 minutes done of this 8 hours of Sebring, the pack 8 hours of Sebring. Still the same leader as we had at the beginning of the race. Well then, Daniel asks if I can show the hashtag 79 writer LMP2. Yes I can. Where is it? First have to find it. There it is, I think. Yes, in 8th position it is in at the moment. Car has been juggling around the back far too often. The Rapid E-Racing Team orange car now in the pit lane. They have just entered the pit lane. I think that is for a normal stop. I'll keep you updated about that. Right, engineering in a big bunch of traffic. But we have a fight on our hands. The Rapid E-Racing Team purple car overtaken actually now by the cardboard blue car. I think in the time that I was away. Does that have problems now? Because it also gets overtaken by the Ryder Engineering number 79 car. Ryder Engineering car allows that car back through. Two people still here watching the drivers go around this Sebring circuit. See how some of our cars are getting on. This battle seems to be fought now. There is our T3 Motorsports BMW getting unlucky there with the Team iRacing Netherlands car. Nothing they could do and nothing the Team iRacing Netherlands car could do there. Team iRacing Netherlands car, talking about that, still carrying some damage on the front of that Lamborghini. They are right behind the TR powered by Greek's energy car, looking to overtake. They've been in a battle with them for I don't know how long now. And Angelo Lauwers around the outside then maybe of that car. Not really, he's parking it on the apex. It's oh so close between those two, and the leader wants to lap them as well. I was the leader here, I would be very, very scared. But now Angelo Lauwers is going to allow the leader through. Maybe is going to follow the leader through on the TR powered by Greeks Energy car. Maybe some ambulance driving here. But he's way too far off of that now. There he is down the inside. Can Angelo Lauwers take advantage of that? Not really at the moment, but getting a better exit maybe, and then maybe on the long straight he can attack that car. And he's very, very close, within 2 or 3 tenths. He is saving though, Angelo. So not really going for max attack. Angelo Lauwers is really, really all over the TR Power by Greeks Energy car. And where can it go to? No one in the waiting room. Down the inside maybe. Was definitely looking to do so. But he is getting held up by this TR Powered by Greeks Energy car. This is not a battle in class. This is the AM class, where the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car still leads. This is really, really close now. See it from the inside of Angelo. The Team Kersten's car ahead of this. Oh, that is very, very close. Had to go for a late dive, otherwise he would have collided with the back of him. And that Team Kersten's car in P34 now, staying out of trouble. Trying to stay out of everyone's way. That has lost him a little bit of time. Which he now needs to find somewhere. Up again down the inside then maybe of Sunset Bend. So close, all over the back of that BMW there, within almost 2 tenths now. Isn't able to gain anything on the straights with that damage he has on the front of his car. teams battling is losing them a lot of time. GTS our Technic car ahead of this as well. This is for the lead now in GTE and Ryan race team pack car has to go down the inside. He does manage to do so.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Dan.
Hi there.
We have-
There's mornings again.
Alright, we have amazing news. We had a new achievement. Achieved.
Tell us.
In the past 2.5 hours, we only had 2 reports.
That is amazing to hear. Like I said a few times in the stream as well, it's been really clean today, the racing. So I can see now there are two incidents that have been noted now, that have been looked on by race control. Those are all small incidents.
Yeah, 2 with no further action, and we only had 1 warning for Team Kerstens. So yeah, it's been really clean so far, which we really appreciated. Seeing the last few races, in the first race we had 69 reports, and at Interlagos we had 54 reports in only 4 hours time. So I'm really glad to see this, but let's not just call it. It's only the first 2.5 hours, and let's hope it stays this way, of course.
Exactly. Still a lot of racing to go, but definitely the 2 or 3 things that we have seen happening. Yeah, I mean, not really things to report. But yeah, we have everywhere in the field great battling going on. Not really time for me to rest anytime soon, but yeah, we have great battles going on up and down the field.
Which is amazing to see after just 2.5 hours.
Yeah, of course, still a lot of racing time to go, like we said, but it's amazing to see the drivers so close to each other after 2.5 hours, indeed. But this battle has been going on for, I think, since the beginning of the race. This Orion race team has been on the heels of the .x Esports red car and the other way around as well. So interesting to see how this is going to go. This is going to play out after the next pit stop cycle. It seems like the Orion race team pack always has the fastest pit stop for some reason.
Or maybe look at the battle between the GT3s with Team IRNL and Angelo Lowers looking down the inside just before going into the final corner sunset with TR powered by Geeks Energy. Taking another look down, going down to turn 1.
Not really able to do anything like we've seen for like the past 10 minutes. He's been behind that car for a very long time now, still carrying a little bit of damage on the front of that Lamborghini. It's been a very unlucky race for them again, of course, having that incident with the BMW, the T3 Motorsports by Manatee car, where they were stranded on the outside of turn 5, I think. The BMW did not see them, came around the corner and then suddenly had to make out of the way and did not do so in time, so they had a little touch. Seems like the T3 Motorsports car had the biggest damage because they seem to be fine to continue. But the T3 Motorsports car is now down in 35th place.
All
overall.
around the outside. Oh.
Not really able to do anything, I think. No, that corner is a little bit too tight on exit to make it around the outside.
Oh, that's close.
It's been this for the past. It's been like this for the past quarter of an hour, I think. So
That's just amazing, right? I mean, the damage, of course, will
now
not benefit
around
them
the
at all,
outside,
but I
up
mean,
the
oh.
inside for the next one. Is he going to be able to make this one stick?
On LMP2.
Not really. Can he follow that one through on the inside then? Be able to do so as well.
Both missing the apex. I mean, the track is also glowing with 38 degrees. I mean, it's decreasing since the start, where it was 47 at the start of the race. So I think the track conditions will get better.
They have to when we go further into
Oh,
the evening.
inside. Oh,
Yes, this is going to be the move.
sticking his nose into it. Close. It's so close.
Oh.
And now, of course, he's on the outside going into turn 1.
Will he now get pushed wide or really yield? Yes, I think that he is going to do the last thing.
Yeah,
We're
I
looking
think
for a
of course
switch
the
back.
straight line speed is nowhere to be seen on that damaged car,
Oh,
and he
there they
spins.
go. Again, can he keep it out of the wall? Yes, he can. Can he keep it out of the way of oncoming traffic? He can do so as well. That is lucky for Team IRNL there. But another spin, another incident, small little incident. They have had a lot of them this race. Of course, I think due to
Also, in the beginning of the race, they had a small incident getting on the grass and spinning the car. I mean, their pace is there, but they can't seem to find to put it all together.
yeah. Well, we saw that incident. That is, I think, where it is carrying that damage from. I think that explains why the drivers are having difficulties with the car at the moment. It is carrying that damage. So you all of a sudden, if you have practiced over 20 or maybe 30 hours, you all of a sudden are driving a different car, and that can get a little tricky. Looking at the front of this field, then the Tempest Simsports pack car on the back of the field's Academy Motorsports car. Of course, that car did not change tires, and it is paying the price for that now. But it is holding up on pace really well at the moment. Last lap time 200 slower, the car behind it now, the Tempest. So it looks like it is the preferred strategy for the field's Academy Motorsports car. If they can triple stint their tires and make their tires last, that will make their race a lot more interesting.
And also, of course, with a new livery, new team name, fully rebranded to Tempest Sim Sport, where they have two cars, of course. The number 1 currently in the LMP2, sorry, the 92 car, chasing down P2 here.
Down to T1, you're going to see how bumpy it is now.
But it really seems that the Lamborghini is really quick around here. You can see the RD Sim Sport in the Lamborghini in first place, and on the third place we have the another Lamborghini, such as in P4, P5 with the Austrian Sim Racer, Oren.
A lot of Lamborghinis.
Yeah, it really seems to be suiting this track for the Lambo.
The Porsche and the BMW aren't too bad around this track, it seems like. One of the only Porsches, 2 Porsches in the GT3 field, and one of them is up in P2, so I think it's the BOP is working quite well. Of course,
Alright, I think we have something in the waiting room.
righty, let's check in on that then.
Daniel Dan Weber from Cabo Blue.
They seem to be looking to do great in GT3 as well. Let's see where they are. Oh, never mind. They are in 4th in the LMP2 field. We have him in here now in the commentary booth. Daniel, welcome.
Yeah, hello.
Daniel, you, I think, just finished your stint in the Cardboard Blue LMP2 car. How was it chasing down the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car?
Well, it was quite clean racing on the track, and I guess I took over the car from P5, and Yeah, because of all the different strategies. At the end of the stint, I was P2, but some teams seem to be able to get one more lap out of the fuel tank, and so they probably will have to do one stint at the end of this race less. So yeah, we have to see where we will end up.
Yeah, of course, Joost now in that car. What are you looking to do with strategy to maybe make up that last stint that you are gonna have to do extra?
Yeah, you know, we don't want to tell you too much about our strategy because obviously other teams will listen to what I do say now. But yeah, it's kind of obvious that we just have to drive as fast as we can as in the current situation and
But
as
is
far
there
as the
any
race
fuel
already.
saving within in your strategy? If you can maybe, because I mean, we can look at if your guys are fuel saving, but is that any option in here in general?
Yeah, it definitely is. If you can get 22 laps in per stint from the first stint, you can make it with one stop less.
All right.
Okay, and is that
And
gonna be in your strategy as well then? Because you said you're gonna go flat out, but
it's not in our strategy anymore
All right.
because we don't think that it is worth to save that much because it costs time, obviously.
well, of course, you've been, I think, behind the Rapid E-Racing team car for a long while in your stint. All was it by 5 seconds sometimes, and at the end of it, of course, overtaking it. Well, of course, it seems like the Team Purple car is now a little bit further ahead. Is that due to a tire change at the end of the
Yeah.
stop?
I can't see it currently. Good pick up. Yeah, we did change tires, so I guess they are going for a triple stint already.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what happened there.
Yeah, track is very, very hot, of course, so triple stint may not be the best thing to do now, but yeah, we'll see that, I think, play out in the next 30 to 40 minutes.
Yep, but the track temperature already has gone down
Yeah,
quite a lot.
Once
So
we're,
I do think it will decrease even more. And looking at the strategy, from now on, it's for us only triple stints, and for them, it's one double stint at the end of the race. So yeah, we don't know. Maybe it will be faster. Maybe we will have a better strategy. Yep.
well, any questions you have to ask Marnix?
No, I don't have any.
Okay, well, Daniel, it's been amazing to speak to you. Thank you for your time, and if you maybe want to pop in here again in a few hours, feel free to do so. Yeah, I'm gonna now.
Yeah, let's see if I will find time. And thank you for the opportunity to speak here.
Yeah, no worries. I'm
Goodbye.
gonna now let you head back to the boys and talk about things. Yeah, thank you, Daniel.
Bye.
Amazing to hear from Daniel there, of course. Not wanting to say a lot about their strategy, which is of course fully in his right. But yeah, I think their strategy won't be too much off of what everyone else is trying. What do you think, Marnix?
Sorry.
Their strategy won't be off too much from what everyone else is trying. I think, of course, you want to do as much stints as possible on one tire. But I think some teams have gone to that triple stint a bit earlier than others.
I think it really depends on also your car setup. How is your camber? Is it maybe too much on the tires? Will it degrade more than the others? So I think at the end there will be teams with a different strategy compared to the others.
Yeah, as we have now the Tempest car into the pits. This is really, really early. Let's look at how their strategy has been
I'll
going.
be right back.
No worries. Looks like they are now only making their fourth stop. Of course, the Delta Motorsports 40 car has to still make their. Although I think they have their stop as well there. It just didn't register on SDK. Because 44 laps on one stint is a bit much. But it seems like they have been able to do 22 or 23 laps on their fuel mileage. So we'll be looking to do that every time again. So that is why they are pitting now. They at the moment have saved over 7 laps on the car in P2. So they will have a shorter stop in the last pit stop cycle as well, it looks like now, because with 1 lap every stint more, you will be able to put in a little bit less fuel at the end of the race. 45 seconds, a little bit over that, or a little bit less than 46 is the gap now to P2. Remaining that gap as best as they can. Pedro de Sosa still in that car for, I think, what will be his second stint. Very interesting to see. We see, of course, Vincent Awesams in the Platinum Racing Team blue car just there. They are still out of the lead lap after that pit stop, but they are looking to gain that lap back. Vincent Awesams not really having the speed I think we all expected. 1:47.75 last lap. Let's look what it's going to be this time round. See if he can improve on that lap time. Really able to do so. 1:48.70. That is faster than everyone ahead of him, but he has a big gap to close up there. For 55 seconds is the gap to Cardboard Blue. But of course, you have to keep in mind that there was a minute and 20 seconds maybe of repairs in there, so they would have been P3 now, 40 seconds behind the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. Which is still a lot of time. It seems like that crash that was all out of their control with the GT has really hampered them in their result so far. But still, a lot of things can happen. Other teams can get unlucky as well. And for them, it's just a case of getting in the lap times and trying to stay as clean as possible. Here we have Rapid E-Racing Team Purple trying to gain a little bit of time on the Tempest Sim Sports pack car. As we look at the stint lengths of the RD Sim Sports car, then looks like everyone has been able to do the same there. The car in P5, the Austin Sim Racers car, they are looking really strong on fuel mileage. Managing to do 30 laps 2 times in a row now. Not anyone getting close to those amount of laps done in a stint. Of course, they are dropping back a lot now with that fuel saving, but if you save 1 lap at the end, that is at the moment I think over 2 or 3 seconds more in the pit stop. So they are gaining at a quite massive rate. It's just in pit stops and not in time on track. Fields Academy Motorsports car then, trying to attack the Tempest Sim Sports pack car. Both Tempest cars are doing really well in this race. Of course, the LMP2 car from Tempest in first position with a big gap to Rapid E-Racing. Fields Academy Motorsports just been overtaken by them. Let's look at the GTE's pit stop strategies, because it seems like at the front it is the .X esports car that has been able to go quite a lot longer than the Orion race team pack every stint again. Seems like Orion is not saving at all. They are pushing and they are trying to make up, of course, for the time they lose when they feel safe. But that is, I think, going to cost them a stop at the end of the race. Losing at the moment. They have lost 5 laps to the .X car on strategy, with only 2 stints done. That is 2.5 laps that they lose per stint. Well then, let's look at some penalties then. Not a lot of things happening. At the moment there has been an incident reported. So it seems like there has been an incident reported by Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. Unpredictable racing line after the first turn from the Verve Racing Team Black. It just caught them out, so that is what is going to happen there. No further action on a lot of things. Team IRL reporting the Astro Racing Marola car. With an incident with the Astro Racing roller car. No further action on that one. And it seems like they are working on it, and we're going to get a decision in no time. I'll keep you updated about that. It's Astro Racing Mayorla though. Right behind DRD Sim Sports car, that is the wrong one. Coming up to almost another hour complete. Almost 3 hours into the race, 5 to go. They have almost flown by those 3 hours. Astro Racing Mirola can continue for another lap. That gives them, or they inherit P3 by doing so. JD Sim Racing had to go into the pit lane, I think, for a normal, for a regular stop. The Delta Motorsports 40 car now looking to cycle to the front of the field again. It'll be around 20 more minutes until we see another round of LMP2 pit stops. And there's been a warning to the Verve Racing Team Black car. That is this car. That car at the moment is 5th in the GTE class, 5th in GTE Pro as well. They got a warning for creating a dangerous situation, but a warning is nothing more than a tap on their hands like, hey, watch out, don't do this another time or you will be penalized. So nothing happened for them there. Just to note that they have to take that into account. They are now into the pit lane. I assume that's not for a drive-through. No, that is just for a regular stop. Well, and here's Cardboard Blue. Like Webber said, they did take tires and others around them didn't. That is now playing in their favor because they are gaining a lot in the Delta Motorsports 40 car. Gap to that car at the moment, 6.2 seconds. Cardboard Blue car now. As we look a little bit further down to the Team iRacing Netherlands car. Angelo Lauwers in that car now. Looks like they have made their pit stop on lap 86. Yes, they have made their pit stop last lap. So this has been their out lap. Now they are on their first racing lap again. Still carrying that damage. Looks like he's going to be in there for another hour. Ooh, little slide on exit there. Looking on board now with the Team iRacing Netherlands car. There you can hear it, the fuel saving. A lot of it has to be done, but that car seems to be oversteery as hell for the drivers. Take some positions after the pit stops cycled through. 10 seconds ahead of them now is the TR powered by Greek's Energy BMW. Just 4 seconds ahead of this is the TCE Virtual Motorsports car. They have now dropped back behind the Lamborghini from the SR Technic Pack car. So they are now second in the GT3 class. Looking to attack this car. Miles Owens is in that car now. What kind of lap times is he putting in? A 2:01.03. Only a second off their fastest lap time. So that is not too bad at all. And are right behind the P6 car. This is for the lead in the GT3 AM. Eight tenths is the gap now. Last lap. Looks like TCE Virtual Motorsports was 0.02 of a second slower. So they are really, really, really stuck to each other. As an LP2 comes through there. Has to go down the inside of the SR Technic car. The ASR Orange car is in the pits. That is 5th position, already on the exit of pit lane. And they're out of pit lane now. Also is doing a cracking job in this one. No driver in the waiting room yet. They have now inherited that lead again. Let's look at that pass again. On board here with Miles Owens. Oh, and a spin there. That is a big crash for the SR car. That is how he inherited that lead. They are now back in the lead of that class again. And there we see in the background the BMW of TR powered by Greeks Energy. Losing time now. I think they have sustained a little bit of damage on that car. crashes. Where are they? They are currently 34th overall still. They're just driving around and they're just trying to stay out of trouble. 14th in the GT3 class. Currently P6 in, no, P7 in the GT3 AM class. Still staying where they are, not dropping back at all. Brune staying out of the way of every traffic that is coming by, of course. Great sportsmanship there by the team. And actually, we'll get Pepe in here into the commentary booth. Pepe, welcome.
Hey, welcome.
Pepe, your car is currently in 34th overall, 7th in the GT3 AM class. Seems like you are just driving around and staying out of trouble.
Well, yes, that's correct. We were a bit fortunate that we had a black flag in the beginning, so we were starting a little bit from the back at the start from this race, and at this point we're just trying to hang on. And I guess we just miscalculated on the setup too. We had a setup for which we raced the 12 hours race last weekend, but as you noticed on the hot track, it isn't as fast as other setups. So that, I guess that costed a little bit of time. But the next 4 hours, hopefully, it will be a little bit faster. But at this point, also looking at the iRacing points of everybody, we're just glad to be on the track and get our laps done. We don't expect to win.
No, of course you had that that crazy good result at Interlagos. Coming from that absolute high, of course. You guys, I know, being realistic as you guys are, you're not going for the same result again. But
at this point, no. We trained hard, and for Sebring, logically, because we also did the 12 hours, so we had our laps in, but we just don't have the speed yet as the top drivers here.
Yeah,
simple as that.
Well, talking about temperature, of course, it came down a bit to 36 degrees.
Yeah.
It seems it has gone up again to 41 now, so the track getting away from you a bit there, of course, like you said, with your setup not being as fast on a hot track. How are you looking to compromise a bit for that and try and make the car as fast as possible?
At this point, we just don't want to take risks. We just one thing we learned from Interlagos is staying on a track is more chance of winning than trying to drive as fast as you can. That's what happened on Interlagos. We just got had a little bit of luck. Some others didn't. They had a little bit of bad luck, and that was our game. Before you win, you have to finish before you win.
Of course. Yeah, well.
So we're trying to stay on this track. Don't do anything strange or stupid or crazy, and don't try to overdrive the car. Just get our rounds in, and maybe we'll have some fast laps in the end when the track gets cooler. But we'll see. Hopefully, but we'll see.
Yeah, so nothing compromising on strategy to make the car a little bit faster.
No. Because any repair beyond a few minutes at this point is taking you back laps, so there's no point in it.
Yeah. And about strategy, what kind of strategy are you guys starting? Are you guys double stinting the tires or?
At this point, no. We tested this a lot, and the way we drive, we'll have 50% left after each stint of tire wear. So we did try double stinting with the tires, but well, about 15 to 20 laps in, the car gets too slippery. At least for me, the car gets too slippery. But I know from my teammates that they also have the same opinion. It's just not worth it. Take a few seconds extra and get the stability and the security of a predictive car. And just do your rounds and just accept those few seconds extra. It's better than getting those few seconds off and just get somewhere in the crash or whatever. It's just not worth it.
Of course, Rune now in the car. Is he gonna do a double and then, of course, change tires at every stop? But drivers are doing a double, or?
Yeah, we're all doubling right now. So 4 drivers, double stints. Freek has started. Rune next. Then Nick, then me. We're all changing tires. We're not doing nothing special or nothing tricky to gain some seconds or points, and also no pushing beyond what we're capable of.
Yeah. So, if I'm correct, then you are in after this stint from Rune.
No, Nick will.
Nick will be in, and you will finish off the race then.
I will finish off the race. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Pepe, it's been amazing to speak to you. Good luck to the team and to you in your last double stint. And
yes.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Well, amazing to hear there from Pepe. Of course, his team had an amazing result at Interlagos. They knew from the high they had there that they were unlikely gonna do that again here at Sebring, but still over 4.5 hours to go, so still a lot can happen in their favor. If they stay on track, I think they will gain at least a couple of positions in the GT3 class overall. But speaking about that, the third hour has passed, so it's time for your hourly update, sponsored by MS Drops, and we'll get that to you in a second. Answering a question from Martin in the chat, yes, TCE at the moment is still leading the GT3 AM standings. So as you can see by the white numbers on the purple background, or yeah, on the pink background. You can see that it's an AM car, and they are the first car with white numbers on a pink background, so that means that they are leading the AM class. But talking about the GT3s then, here we have Tom Muller from RD Simsport still in the lead. 18 seconds or 38 seconds is the gap at the moment to P2 in that class. Then we have in second place Tempest Simsports. They are gaining on the RD Simsports car. We have the Fields Academy Motorsports car in third position there. Of course, that car is has or did not take tires at the stop before this, so they double stinted, or they triple stinted even. I think they doubled, but yeah, they at least doubled their tires, so they gained a little bit of time. They lost that time this time round in the pit stops because others did not change tires and they did. So at this point, it looks like this car is going very, very strong, but on a different strategy than everyone else. Looking then to the GT3 AM Championship, it is TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 leading the way there by 3 seconds at the moment over the TR powered by Greek's Energy car. Then it's SR Technic pack. Of course, here we have the TR powered by Greek's Energy BMW, the number 435. Just behind that, 8.3 seconds behind that, we have the SR Technic. It's been so close in the top 3 of the GT3 AM Championship, or the GT3 AM standings, that there's been fighting for those positions a lot this race. And I think that a lot of drivers will look to do exactly the same. The TR powered Greek's car is now at the moment a little bit faster than the TCE car, so they are gaining little by little, chipping away some time. So I think we will see a fight in the next couple of minutes for the lead in the GT3 AM category. Let's move on then a little bit further on into the field, a little bit further up into the field then. Onion. Okay, that is the new name for them. Orion Race Team Pack GTE, excuse me. Still in the lead there over the .X Esports red car. 6.7 seconds is the gap between those two. Here we have the .X Esports red car, of course, with that black and little red contours in that livery. Very noticeable when they are on screen. Very recognizable. 7 seconds. The gap is growing a little bit with Albrecht Liebenau now in that car. Astro Racing Majorla though are in third in that class. They are now looking to do the exact same like they did out of Interlagos, of course. Trying to gain as much positions as possible. We have, of course, the Akil Racing Cyan car still in the lead of the GTE AM category. But where is the Crips car? The Crips car has fallen down a lot down the order. Here they are, the Crips car still second in that class. They are a long way off of the Verve of the Akil Racing car. So they have a lot of time to make up there. Don't know exactly what happened to them. Would be nice to speak someone from them, but at the moment no one, I think, waiting in the waiting room. Then we have, of course, in 10th position in that class, but of course third in the GTE AM class, Alfonso Ruiz for the PM Esports car. 13 seconds is the gap to the Crips Racing car. Look to improve on that again, over and over again, and try and chip away some time to gain that position in that class. Then we have still the Tempest car leading now. They have a lap over everyone else, but I think that is due to change because they have made their pit stop. Here it is. Here it is, the pit strategies. They haven't made their pit stop yet. Over a struggling side at Delta Motorsports 40. They haven't made their pit stop as well. So they have a lap now over everyone else in this race. That is very interesting to know. Very good to know as well. Then we have the Delta Motorsports 40 car. They are currently in second position. Right behind that though, we have the cardboard blue car. As you can see, they're just behind that. And they will look to pounce back when they make their pit stop. They have of course already stopped. Joost Bouwmeester has already stopped, like you can see in the strategy here. And I think once De Sousa stops, that this car will cycle back through into the lead lap, as will the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car, which is fourth just behind this. Here we have them. It is amazing to see that everyone is so competitive. Here, the cardboard blue car now right up behind the Delta Motorsports 40 car. But that was your hourly update, sponsored by MS Drops. Get another one from me in an hour's time. Coming up now then to the pit stop cycle again from the LMP2s. Almost halfway through the race, 3.5 hours done. 4.5 to go. And I have massively enjoyed the time with them. Of course, all of you that are here now, thank you for watching, thank you for staying with us through these hours of the race. And yeah, we definitely appreciate it. Well, looking on then with the cardboard blue car, looks like they are chasing down rapidly the Delta Motorsports 40 car. Delta Motorsports 40 car has pitted. They have all made their 5th pit stop. And it is still the Tempest SimSport pack car that has to make their pit stop. At this moment in time, as we speak, the Reiter Engineering car into the pit lane. The Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. Vincent Ossem's in that for his 2nd stint now. He's gaining time on everyone around him. But not at the rate which I say at the end of his stint he is going to be up a position. Although his stint is a bit out of sync. We have the cardboard blue car now really up the back of the Delta Motorsports 40 car. And that is up the inside, position done by Joost Bouwmeester. Very nice move there up the inside. Now down the long straight, he has to watch out that he doesn't get slipstreamed here by the Delta Motorsports 40 car. That is definitely a possibility. I think Delta Motorsports 40 car will stay behind. That is position done there. Now Copper Blue can chase down the Tempest 6 Sports car. Really wide exit there from the Motorsports 40. And last lap time, the fastest lap time of the race has been posted by the Tempest SimSports pack car. So they are really, really, really on it now. 146.49. Here we have every fastest lap in the race for every category. See both Tempest cars having that fastest lap. And that fastest lap time is over 4/10 or over 3/10 faster than the ASR Blue fastest lap time. And that is with fuel saving, I think. What he's going to do this time round? He is going to come into the pit lane. And I think that will allow the cardboard blue car, yes, to unlap itself. Let's see when the Tempest Save Sport is going to come out and how many seconds the gap will be between those two. Of course, that gap coming down massively. Can't see it here in lifetime. But I can, and I can tell you that they are gaining quite a lot now. They are out of their pit box, only a fuel stop for a fuel fill up for Tempest, and they are out of the pits now. So still quite a big gap there for Tempest car. We have someone now in the commentary booth with us from Crips Racing. Christian, welcome.
Thank you.
Christian, you were leading the GTE and class for quite a while, actually. Yeah, tell us what happened that you are now not leading it anymore.
We tried a risky strategy by double stinting. At least I tried to double stint my first set of tires. Didn't quite work out in the end. We had my final couple of laps with those tires. I spun a couple of times, which cost us a lot of time. Also, Aquila is now double stinting, so they're on a different strategy than us, since we decided to not double stint this time.
Yeah, well, so it sounds like that really strategy games haven't played out the way you wanted them to, of course, and that has made you drop back a little bit. Of course, it seems like you guys have the pace over the rest of the field, because winning the last two rounds, of course, in Interlagos and in Spa, that must have given you a lot of confidence coming into this one.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have our gold driver with us today, since he's doing, I think, Creventic instead. So.
Oh, spinner ahead of you! Wow, that is a touch. That is not going to help you as well.
I don't think we have damage, so it's fine for us.
I think that was for position though. That was the
Yeah.
PM Esports car.
Okay, that's the guys we're focusing towards in this race, as they're the ones that are closest to us in the championship.
Yeah. Well, I think we can take a look at that again. Here we have it. Spinner there, yeah. They spin on themselves, and then it's quite a hard hit, I think. Not on racing speed, but it's definitely not something you want to have happen. Anything you want to directly comment on that incident?
Yeah, I think they just spun and Louis tried to avoid the incident. I think it's good enough. It doesn't look like we have damage from my camera, so
Okay.
should be good.
And what is the strategy now going to be for you then until the end of the race? Are you all going to double from now on, or since that happened to you, you're not going to double anymore?
We'll see. I'll have a look at the tires when I box for my stint.
I have a question to you about the game now. What time is it in game? Because I haven't got that on screen, and I haven't got the option to show it on screen.
4:50 p.m.
Okay, thank you. So we know that then.
Yeah.
33 degrees the track temperature. That is gonna come down from now on. So it looks like you guys are in a position to, I think, double stint after this one.
Yeah, that was my plan, to have a look at that strategy.
Okay. Well, it's been amazing to speak to you, Christian. Thank you for your time. Anything you want to comment on?
Not really. Louis been doing amazing in the car. Low instant points, of course, now with a small touch, but other than that, he's been doing great.
Well, Christian, thank you for your time, and I'm gonna let you head back to the boys.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Well, a little unfortunate there for Christian popping into the commentary booth, and then of course the team having that incident. Not really what you want to see. It looks like they got away with it. Lewis not really dropping pace now. Looks like they are still going around at quite a reasonable speed. Gap now to the PM esports car is 8 seconds. As behind them now is the LMP2, the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. Well, and that is why they, of course, fell out of the lead of that class. Like Field Racing Cyan, they are at the moment leading that class. 24 seconds to 7th place overall in GTE. That gap looks to be increasing every lap a little bit. We have Cardboard Blue, 45 seconds is the gap to the Tempest SimSport pack car. Has there been a change of the helm there? Pedro de Sousa still in that car. I think they're all looking to triple. So that is why, because I think this is his 6th stint. I have to look at that. Here we have the pitch strategies. Yes, this is going to be De Sousa his 3rd stint. So we had 2 stints done for him. Now 1 to go, and then we will see, I think, another driver in that car. Just behind this though is the Delta Motorsport 40 car after the pit stop. Frank Schmitz in that car still. And a little bit further back from this, clawing their way back up the order is the Rapid E-Racing Team purple car. Justin van der Linde in that car. And we have the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. Vincent Ossems now in that one. That car looks to be without damage. Of course, they had that right front damage after a little unfortunate incident with with the back marker. They have lost 1 minute 20 at that point. So looking back at that, they could have been in P2 with 50 seconds behind actually the lead. So they are gaining, they are definitely gaining on the guys ahead of them overall. It's just not really showing on the timetables at the moment. Of course, this car is leading, was leading the championship coming into this race. And we have the Orion Race Team Pack GTE just ahead of them. The gap to the .X car is at the moment 3 seconds. Opting for a wide line here, Justin. Are they now going to come into the pit lane? Yes, they are. Here they are then. Justin into the pit lane. That is quite early for a fourth stop. There might be something wrong with that car. No one in the waiting room now. So it's kind of running the same with the real time for me as well. 4:50 in game. Which means we're going to finish at around 9 PM Central European time in game. So we're gonna run it into the darkness then. Into the pit lane there. A tire stop and a fuel stop. We'll see if they drop down and get away immediately, or if they stay where they are and then maybe have to fix some damage, and that is the reason they got into the pit lane. The answer to that is no. That is not the reason they have to go into the pit lane. This is a very, very early stop for that team. Here we have the pit strategies. Frosty Sinclair. Here we have them. Yeah, that was a very, very early stop after 26 laps. They can't seem to get the fuel mileage out of that one. That is a very, very early stop. That then promotes Astro Racing Rolla up into second position. Let's look at some penalties then. Do we have some? Looks like T3 Motorsport by Manatee. They got a warning. A drive-through for Rapid E-Racing. The number 7 car, so that is the Rapid E-Racing team orange car. So that is the only penalty that has been given, I think, yet for a race incident. Looking at Frosty Sinclair, not really getting past the GT3, I think. He's now finally got past that GT3. Looking now a little bit further on into the field, Pedro de Sousa. Last lap a 1:49.45. They have made their pit stop already. And they are still gaining on P2. Two very short stints there from Joost Bouwmeester in that cowboy blue LMP2 car. Two very short stints, 18 laps only done in those two. That is a very short stint, because you really want to be looking at doing 20 stints every stint. Or 20 laps every stint. Rapidly racing Team Orange in the pit lane now, I think, to serve their drive-through. No, that was a normal pit lane time with tires and everything. Kuruma Motorsports, remember them? They had a very bad start. Here they are. They are looking to get back into this fight. 2 laps down on the Ryder Engineering Esports red car. With 4 hours to go, they could still get that 2 laps back. Motors was now behind the Platinum Racing Team blue car. They have to clear this car as fast as possible, in order, of course, to get on with their charge up through the field as fast as possible. Rapid E-Racing Team Orange are now behind them after their pit stop. Surad has promoted them up finally out of 10th position in the LMP2 cars. So they finally gained a position. But it has been pushing for them. Not really getting a second to to breathe. They have to push the whole time. Well then, coming up to the halfway point in this race. I think they won't win this race anymore. I do not think they will race this win. But they will race for the win. This car. But they will try and gain some positions. Maybe the Horizon Sim Racing car, the Ryder Engineering Esports red car. Try and maybe get up into P7, maybe P6 if someone ahead of them has some bad luck. They are gaining on that Rapid E-Racing Team Orange car at a rapid rate. See what I hit there? That was a good one, wasn't it? Now into the pit lane he goes. Here is Rapid E-Racing Team Orange then. Let's see how many seconds they have still before the Kuruma Motorsports car overtakes them with the pit stop in hand. Still there will still be a lot of time in between those cars, over a minute. But they are 2 laps behind the Ryder Engineering Esports red car. .38 seconds, 39 seconds is the gap to P10. That is still, I think, that is still going to take them at least 2 or 3 stints to try and catch that gap back up. Kuruma Motorsports fastest second sector last time out. This car, the Tempest Sim Sports pack, is not really building on its lead anymore to the Delta Motorsports 40 car. Still no one in the waiting room. Almost halfway there. It's been a reliable stream as well for now. Knock on wood. Nothing has really happened to us. So we're not going to make a second part of it. I hope you all enjoyed it. Everyone who's still here, I hope you all enjoyed it. And yeah, we have still... Oh, that is a big snap there from the Tempest Sim Sport car. We have still a lot of driving to go. Looking then onto the field, not really anyone close to each other. Oh, is there a big snap? A mistake here from Pedro de Sousa. And is that because he is on all tires? Rejoining there in front of the Crips Racing car. That might be an unsafe rejoin as well. Well, not what you want to see there from the Tempest Sim Sport car. That might be because they are on triple stinted tires. Looking at the track temp then, 32 degrees. Yeah, and that is going to come down quite a lot over the next few hours. Well, 7 seconds, I think, somewhere around that with his spin or his off. And we caught that at the exact right time. That will hurt his confidence a bit, I think. Rapidly Racing Team purple car. Justin van der Linden now in that car, looking to pounce on. 16 seconds is the gap to P2 ahead of them. Of course, the 3 lights on the side of that LMP2 glowing to let you know that this car is in P3. Down the inside of the BMW. Has that move done way before the corner. And we're getting close to another round of pit stops for these cars. Also going deep there is the Rapid Racing Team purple car. Seems like that is becoming a tricky corner once the track cools down. Smallest gap at the moment is just under 3 seconds on track. That is between this Orion race team PEG GTE and the Astro Racing Mayorla car ahead of this. Here we see it going through shot. Here we can see the gap, and it's coming down quite considerably. Nick Harrison's now in this car. see just how fast that that sequence of corners is there. They're a lap behind the next car in class. That is the YS Motorsport red car. Just so you can see the gap. That is quite a big one. Almost 2 laps behind then. 1.5 we'll call it. So Nick has a lot of work to do for this car. And he is throwing it into the corners. They said they were not going to take risks, but it looks like Nick is absolutely on it. Using every little inch of the track. Of course, they said they did the 12 hours of Sebring, so they have had their practice. But it looks like Nick is really on it here. As of course Nana P2 coming up. That is going to get passed before the corner. That last lap time was on par with a lot of drivers ahead of them. A 1:59.83 is their fastest lap. They still have to pit, because they haven't pit yet. Looks like the rest around them didn't as well. The Digital Spirit DS racing BMW just behind the Austrian Sim Races orange car. We'll wait until the pit stop cycle is done. And then we'll get back to you with an hourly update. Sponsored by MS Drops, of course. Leader of the GTE field in as well. .x is in. Here is the Orion race team car. Where is Orion going to come out? Currently second in that class. Their pit stop is still not done. They're still serving their pit stop. And there goes Orion race team ahead of them. .x has lost a lot to this car now. Frosty Sinclair really going at it. Well, that is interesting to see again. The Orion race team cycles to the front after a pit stop cycle. This car now not having to pit at the moment. But they are not a lap ahead of the Cardboard Blue team anymore. The Cardboard Blue team seem to be gaining on this car. And at the moment, quite a rapid rate. But like they said, fuel saving is not going to be in their strategy. But this is where the Cardboard Blue team is. That this is the only one still in the lead lap. There it is. And I think that is Joost coming to the end of his stint in a minute. "18 laps were his previous stint lengths, so he's looking to pit in around 5 more laps. This is the team in P3 for now. Of course, when Cardboard pits, they will inherit P2. Pedro de Susano, four laps he has to do, and then he will pit. Let's look at the waiting room again, and it seems like we have someone from iRacing Netherlands in here. Welcome, Angelo.
Hey Dan, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Good, thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, I think you've just come out of the car. How were your stints?
Not the best, not the best, to put it mildly, but oh well, we survived.
Yeah, well, again, we could see not the best of luck for you and the team. Tell us about how the race went. Of course, we saw that crash in the early stages of the race, but after that, tell us how it went.
Yeah, the first crash was for Chris was actually really unfortunate because his steering mount came loose, so
Okay.
his steering wheel tilted down a little bit, and that's why he lost the control. I also had a minor crash. Well, it was my own fault. I was pushing the car in front, and all of a sudden lost the rear.
Yeah.
Couldn't keep it on track anymore. Yeah, so it costed a lot of time, but other than that, we're trying to change up the strategy a little bit. So I can't tell you a lot about it, but hopefully it pays out for us.
Yeah, well, are you constantly changing the setup, or did you have it, or the setup, the strategy? Did you have a strategy in mind before this, and did you just change or tweak that a little bit?
Well, we changed it up quite a lot. At the beginning, we were always saving a bit, but I focused on it quite a lot. So let's hope it's in a positive way.
Okay. Yeah. Well, now you seem to be 2 seconds, a little bit less behind. I think the GT3 AM second placed car. So
Yeah, the TR powered by Geeks.
yeah.
I'm correct. Yeah, true.
So it looks like you are, as a team, trying to get up the order. You've been in or around 9th or 8th position for I think 3 hours now. So
Yeah, I think if yeah, it's always difficult to tell. I think if we hadn't had the little spins and accidents, we had the pace to drive top 3, maybe top 4. But well, we had it, so it's now down to us to make the best of it. And I think hopefully we can get back to like B5, B6 to at least score some points this race.
yeah, well, it seems like you guys can't get lucky, of course. Interlagos, DNF.
True. Spa also.
Yes, at the chicane.
Yeah, true.
And now this race again, a steering mount that came loose, which I think started all of this. Because I think driving a damaged car, if you have practiced, I think over 10 hours, you all of a sudden are driving a very different car. So that makes you, it makes it quite awkward, I think.
Yeah, we drove the 12 hours last weekend, but we tweaked the setup also a little bit from that. And I'm not sure we went in the right direction with it. It feels a bit faster, but it's also a bit twitchier.
Yeah, it seems
Mostly
like
on the back.
Oversteery.
Yeah, true. It
on
is.
entry.
Can be quite fast, but you need to be quite gentle with it. And we're lacking a bit of top speed, I think, because of the crash. I also had quite a lot of trouble passing some guys, and well, then you need to pass them in places you actually don't want to pass, and it's quite risky. And yeah, I don't want to force it. I don't want to tap anyone off track or something like that, because it happened to us twice, and I don't want it to happen by us to anyone else. So, and if you're too careful, yeah, it's difficult to pass. But oh well, let's see. Let's see. Still almost 4 hours to go, so.
Yeah, you guys have been carrying, of course, the damage from that crash since the early stages. Are you looking to fix it at any point, or is it unfixable?
It's not really that big. I think the optionals were like 4 minutes, so we're fixing it every time we change tires. So it gets less bit by bit, but yeah, I don't want to stay in the pits for another 3 minutes, because then you lose 1.5 laps, and I don't think we can regain that with just the pace. So
yeah, well, it's been amazing to speak to you, Angelo. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thanks for commentating again.
Yeah.
How is the race for you?
The race for me, well, I mean, I've sat here now for 4 hours, and the action just doesn't stop. We've now finally, I think, come to a point where the race is settling down a bit. So everyone is, the smallest gap I think on track is 1.2 seconds. So still very, very close, but not within half a second or something like that. So we have gotten to a point now where that is rarely to be seen.
So you might have time to grab a drink and maybe a bite to eat.
Yeah, well, eating is a difficult option. We don't eat on air.
Okay.
But yeah, drinking I definitely do a lot of. It's very important to keep hydrated, especially when you are talking as much as I do for 9 hours straight.
Yeah, true. Well, take care. Keep it up. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
And enjoy it.
I will.
Talk to you later.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Well, amazing to speak to Angelo there. I asked him for an interview, not realizing that he was still in the car. I thought they had switched already after the pit stop, but he was still in the car. But yeah, he delayed that interview for a little bit. Now we finally came through, and yeah, we had a nice chat, as you guys could hear. They're in 9th now, dropping back actually a little bit now from the TR powered by Greek's entry. The BMW, the 435 car. But yeah, this team can't seem to get any luck in this pack season. Of course, first couple of races they had, I think at Spa, the incident at the chicane at the end of the Camel Straight. Then we had at Interlagos, they had a crash and they had to DNF there, because the car was, I think, undrivable. Don't know that for sure. Hey Marius, man, yeah, if you want, you can come in here and we can talk about it. if you have the time to do so. But yeah, and now this race again, a steering wreck that that came loose, and because of that, losing the car into the wall and carrying the damage from that, of course, for the whole race now. Really, really, really unfortunate incident to happen. But hey, they kept on it. They kept fighting. They had a couple of small incidents after that, spinning or things like that. But they still are in the race. They're still in with the shot, I think, at something good to happen for them. They are out of the lead lap, but just by a bit. And they are still within reach of, I think, a good finish in class. Well, then looking here at Cardboard Blue, there they are. 27 seconds is the gap to the Tempest car. Gaining a lot of time this stint. Around half a minute, I think. So Joost is really, really, really on it. They of course have to make their pit stop in a couple of laps, I think. Actually, I think they are gonna go into the pits this time round, or at least next time. We'll see. The Tempest car has just made its pit stop. That is why the gap is so small all of a sudden. So don't be scared if you're a fan of the Tempest car. There's nothing happening, but they just made their pit stop, and this car, the Cardboard Blue car, still has to make its pit stop. Going at least a little bit longer now, Joost Bouwmeester. Platinum Racing Team, LMP2 Blue, Vincent Awesome still in that car. There you can see them just behind the leader. They're trying to unlap themselves. They've steadily been gaining on everyone around them. It just isn't showing on the timing screen because everyone ahead of them is gaining as well on the drivers ahead of them. So I think in an hour or two time we will see these guys up into P4 or P3. They have been very, very consistent. Of course, they have to cycle their slowest driver, Perry Oosterveer, still through. They did that moments ago, but I think after Vincent here, Winston is going to jump in. Getting a little bit compromised there on the exit. But they are trying to unlap themselves. And if they manage to do so, they're again in with a shot. Of course, they lost that lead lap because of that incident that that Perry had. And Cardboard Blue is now into the pit lane. They're quite far down the pit lane, I think, that team. As we look with the Platinum Racing Team. still saving fuel as well is Vincent Assems. They are now on the pit exit, and they are out of the pits there. We can see them just ahead of them. They are cardboard blue. They are already just ahead of them, just not lapped by the leader. I think they have now had a change of helm. Yes, Daniel Weber now in that car. Before for that car. Where is the Karuma Motorsports car? They are currently 16 seconds behind the Rapid E-Racing Team Orange car. But it's about time for you guys to get your hourly update again. Well then, your hourly update is here again, sponsored by MS Drops. Tempest Sim Sports Pack is still in the lead, of course, but being chased down by all the cars behind it. Rui Queiroz and Felipe Silveira were one of the fastest drivers in that car. But looking now down the rest of the field, it looks like when the track is getting cooler, the track at the moment is 32 degrees. When the track is getting cooler, the drivers around them are really getting into their own. So that means that Rapid E-Racing Team Purple has steadily been gaining on the Tempest Sim Sports Pack car. Of course, they are doing a lot of laps on their fuel stints, so they will need to stop one time less than everyone else around them. Delta Motorsports 40 is just behind the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. They are only 50 seconds behind the Tempest Sim Sports Pack car. Last time that was 58. So they have gained 8 seconds in about an hour time. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it definitely is. Cardboard Blue, here they are in 4th position, just cycling through there. As we see here, a little bit of a fight here. The ASR blue car right up behind the LMP2, the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. They have made their pit stop already. They are now up into 5th position. Then we move on to the GTE class. Orion Race Team Pack GTE still in the lead there. And .X Esports Red are still in 2nd. Here we have them. They're just behind Team Kerstens now. Up the inside. And then we have JD Sim Racing. Thomas Mocek in that car for JD. Looks to be losing a little bit of time, slowly but surely, to the drivers ahead of him. 1 minute is the gap now after everything has cycled through. That is almost half a lap to that car. Then we have the Astro Racing Majorla car in P4. They are just outside of the podium. There they are, 12 seconds back on the JD Sim Racing car. Then first in the GTE AM class is the Akil Racing team. Currently in 6th overall in that class. 2nd in the GTE AB class is Crips Racing. Christian Glamseta in that car. I'm just going to call him Christian because that is a very difficult last name to pronounce. Christian is in that car for Crips Racing. We're looking to gain a little bit of time. The cars ahead of them and on the leader in that class, Akil Racing. Then we have just behind that the PM Esports car. And then out of the race it looks like we have the T3 Motorsports car. So that BMW is out of the race. That is a little bit of an update on that car. Then we have our RD Sim Sports in first position. That is the Lamborghini that has been there for or since the beginning of the race in that position there. 44 seconds just building out that lead to the Tempest Sim Sports pack car, which is in second position there. Then in third in the GT3 class, the GT3 Pro class is Christian Streitenberger. He is third for Fields Academy Motorsports. We are looking very, very strong indeed. 3.5 seconds is the gap to P2. Then the leader in the GT3 Pro or in the GT3 AB class is TCE Virtual Motorsports. They've been in the lead of that class for quite a while now. Martin Hobson started that car. 15 seconds, a little bit more, is the lead now over the TR powered by Greeks Energy car. They are in 8th overall in that class, 28th overall. They are going strong as well. They have a gap of also 15 seconds to the SR Technic Lamborghini. Naga is overtaken by the Rapidly Racing Team purple car. Now then, after all of that, looks like Team Kerstens is staying where they are. But it looks like they are gaining on everyone ahead of that. And that was the fastest lap time Nick Kersten just set for that car. A 2-minute flat, 0.78. Nick has been very, very, very fast and consistent in that car. That is the reason that they've been gaining on drivers ahead of them. In class, that is. But they are still 1 lap down on the YS Motorsport red car. But they are looking to improve in the next 4 hours with Pepe and Nick now into that car. Well, I'm going to take a little bit of time off. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to leave you with the beautiful onboard time or the beautiful onboard cameras of this Team Kerstens car. Well, 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 here we are again, over halfway already. These past 4 hours have flown by for me. We're over halfway, which means that now I have I can at least count down, because I can tell you, commentating for 8 hours is not easy. It wasn't easy for 6, and definitely won't be easy for 8. We have a 10-hour race coming up as well in this season, so yeah, I can tell you, looking forward to that one. Well, let's catch up with what happened while I was away, of course. Looking at this car, Nick set the fastest lap of that car last time round. So when I wanted to go and when I'm coming back, he seems to be setting his fastest lap every time. Looking then at the Tempest SimSport pack car. This car has been up there for quite a while. The Karuma Motorsports car now has overtaken the Rapid E-Racing Team orange car, albeit with a pit stop in hand, I think. They both have made the 7 pit stops, so I think they do not have to pit anymore. We can look at it actually in the pit strategy screen. Here we are. It is Odger crossing that car in P9, and they just pitted actually, so they now do not have that time in hand, of course, over that car with a pit stop to spare, but they have to make a pit stop. The Vitra engineering car now within a lap of the Horizon sim racing car. Steadily gaining here. Looking to do exactly what they did a few or at Interlagos, to try and get the most amount of laps in they can. See where they finish. Platinum Racing Team Blue. They at the moment have a gap of 12 seconds to the ASR Blue ahead of them. They have also just made their pit stop. They look to be the team at the moment on par with the winning strategy at the moment, the leading strategy. They have done 23 laps every time they could. They have only 2 times done 22, and that is Winston Eckel who has done that. Barry Oosterveer has done 23. And I think now Vincent Ossems has done 23 a couple of times. Winston Eckel not really able, it looks like, to do 23 laps. Still 22 is not bad. That's what we see there. That looked like Joao Pinto off track. can see it again. I'm gonna look at it again here. Coming into this corner right ahead of the LMP2 car. Maybe a little bit nervous of their presence. Just a little bit deep, nothing big. Sim Sports still leading in the GT3 field. And the Kiel Racing still leading the field with the GTE AM class. Rips Racing now looking to pounce back. They are within shot. They are looking to get closer every time. They still have more than 3 hours to do so, to continue their winning streak, to continue their pretty much flawless season. But they have a big gap to bridge, but they also have a long amount of time still to work on it. Only 4 cars still in the lead lap in the GTE field. Well then, looking at John Sylvester here in the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car. He's looking to build that lead. And that is exactly what he is doing now. If he isn't building, he is at least containing that lead that he had. Almost a lap behind the Orion race team now. So you can see that the pace difference is really, really big there. They're trying to get as close as they can. Cowboy Blue now as close as they have ever been to the back of that Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. Miguel Weber. Now in some traffic behind the Orion race team car, or the Astro Racing team car. I don't know if it's the Majorla or the Astro Racing car. Astro Racing Team Majorla or Astro Racing Team. Because their liveries are so goddamn similar. At Kuruma Motorsports. They're consistently faster than the Ryder engineering car ahead of them. But they're still 3 laps down on that car. Looks like they have consolidated their position in P9. P10 is almost 1 minute and 10 seconds behind, which is outside their pit stop window. Here it is, the Ryder engineering car just ahead of them, looking to unlap themselves to make 2 laps off it. It's so close between those two. Was that little touch on the inside wall? So close, breaking here with the traffic. Gonna try and have a look maybe down the inside here. Back here at the Kuruma Motorsports car. Not willing to let them by. They've just set their fastest lap of 47.54. Into the pit lane. That will now make it 2 laps for the Kuruma Motorsports car. Looking at this Kuruma Motorsports car, you can see how fast it is. Odger Gross in that car, really going at it. They put themselves in a really difficult position, but you can see by just going round and round and round, you will gain positions automatically if you, of course, don't make any mistakes yourself. We are now closing and closing and closing to within the lap of the Reiter Engineering. It was red car. Fallen behind the Horizon Sim Racing car now. With that pit stop. Cardboard Blue here, 1 minute and 44 seconds is the gap to them. They've overtaken the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car. The car that I see cycle to the front at the end of all of this. It's really this car. They are just not on the lead lap, but they are very fast and consistent. They are very consistent actually. They have been there for the whole time. They've been going around at the same pace for the whole time. They have the fastest lap time after the Tempest SimSport car with their driver that is now in. Last lap time is 74.07. That is not quickest of all because that was this car, Cardboard Blue. But remember, this car is saving fuel. And the Cardboard Blue car is not. So saving fuel only 4 tenths behind the fastest lap. And that was the fastest lap of that car, don't get me wrong here. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue. Here they are again. Vincent Assem still in that car. Right, the engineering car is right ahead of them. To put a lap on that car. The right side does seem to be a little bit damaged. Oh, and there goes the car off. Is that the Reiter Engineering car? It looks to be, yes. Does it have any damage? We will see. It's Daniel Kekun in that car. Here we gonna see the crash or the spin. Oh, just touching the grass on the outside there. Backwards into the grass, not into the wall. But the tires will not have liked that. We have the race info. Track temperature is at the moment 28 degrees. It's a little over past 6 in game, so we are getting into the late hours now. Only Interlagos distance to go, even an hour less than that. It is a little over 6 p.m. so that will drop a little bit further, I think, once the ambient temperature drops as well. But that was the incident from Nitro Engineering LMP2 car. Has brought my car even closer than it was before, of course. Looking to put it on only one lap. And it will now, I think, get ahead once we cycle through the pit stops. But this car seems to be carrying a little bit of damage on the left rear as well. A lot of cars carrying at least a little bit of damage at some point. The Tempest Sim Sports car is in. What is the cardboard blue car going to do then? That is going to go around, I think. 38 seconds was the gap last time round when they came out of the pit lane. That is now not the case anymore, I think. They will have closed up a little bit. This car seems to be very, very clean, not carrying some bit of damage at all. They're now, at the moment, exiting the pits. I'll tell you when they're out of it. Out of it now. So this will be the gap then. Somewhere in the region of 30 seconds still, I think. But they are getting closer with every lap they turn. Rapid US Purple is left behind by this team. But they will now enter the pit lane. This is the exact same lap that they enter the pit lane. Oh, this is going to be so interesting. Motorsports 40 car overtaking as well. The Platinum Racing League LMP2 blue car. Vincent Awesome still at the wheel. Tempest Simsport in from the lead of the GT3 as well. The RD Simsports car is just behind them. They have made their pit stop already. So they are now just going to cycle through to the front of the field, I think. But it is good to see that they are still within the pit stop window with 2 cars. So get ahead of that team. Here it will be the RD Simsports car. And behind the Team Kersten's car, the Team Kersten's BMW. At the moment, boxed in by the GTE and the GT3. There they go, RD Simsport to the front. It seems like the gap has come down quite a lot. Yes, there it is. Tempest Simsports pack. Only 4 seconds. But as you can see, that Lamborghini carrying a lot of damage there on the front. The front isn't even there anymore. So I am thinking, how does this car even go around correctly? This has been our leader in the GT3 for a long time. And our leader is now in big trouble. Puma Motorsports LMP2 going through. Looking at this, it looks like the Tempest SimSports car is gaining at a rapid rate. And that means that they are going to lead 2 classes in Tempest cars. That is also the only classes they are competing in. And that car is smashed to pieces. Steve Romero in that car, can we see what happened to him? I think this is exactly what happened. Here we are going to see it. Yeah, here the hood is still on. Is there an LMP2 involved? Wow, that was close. Oh, and then they cut off that car. And that is where the damage has come from. Oh, and then another hit. That is very, very, very... You can't get more unlucky than that. It's unbelievable that that car is still okay to drive. Into the pit lane immediately. That is when they pitted. So that explains why they are down that much. Still in the lead though, for now, but they're going to draw back a lot of time. Last lap time of that car was a 2-minute 2.24. That is lap times that they are running. Not even in 34th place, the Team Cash's car, which has now gone up a place to P33. The SR Technic car is behind that. Here you have it. Oh, there it is with some big damage again in the wall. And that is a car in class for Team Kerstens. And here they have the leader right ahead of them, coming through. So Nick doing a stellar job in that car, keeping it clean like they want it. And as you can see, keeping it clean is actually a big, big thing here. Spirit DS BMW coming through now. But how is Austin Service's orange car doing? Because that was a hard hit there. Looks like that is all fixed in P4. This is going to lose them a lot of time. The Tempest SimSports car has to try and get past this as fast as possible. I'm asking questions, why isn't this car like 20 or 30k down in a straight line? Because without a hood you're having so much drag, of course. Things are getting smashed to bits if you drive that fast through the air. As now Chris Racing is getting closer to, I think, the Akil racing car. Yes, definitely. They are getting closer and closer and closer. Not by a whole lot, but they are creeping up little by little. And this is a gap that with strategy can still be overhauled, so as Karuma Motorsports now posted the fastest lap last time round, 146.35. They are really on it now. Well then, another hour gone, only 3 to go. It's absolutely flown by. 6:15. It is for me now, and I think 6:30 in game or in iRacing. So we will be driving into the night. We will get sunset in just a little bit of time, but it's absolutely cloudy now. So as you can see on race info, it's very cloudy. So when will we see those? Yeah, when will we see the sun go down? I don't think we will see it happen. Maybe a little bit behind the clouds, but track temperature is still at 28 degrees. So that is good temperature for the drivers. Kuma Motorsports now in the pit lane. Platinum Racing Team and LMP2 Blue. Vincent Awesome still in that car. They're losing a little bit of time to the cardboard blue car, but that is not more than normal. Very, very close still, I think, at the front of the LMP2 field. From P2 to P6, it's only a minute, which is not a lot after 5 hours and 9 minutes. And of course, at the end of the race, all of this closes up normally because you have all the different strategies then coming into play. They have lapped everyone behind them. As you can see, Horizon Sim Racing is on a lap behind. Not by a lot, but by 1/5 of a lap almost behind. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. 55 seconds is the gap to P1. It's even so cloudy that if iRacing had rain, I think we would be saying now, is it gonna rain? You can see a little bit of blue sky in the middle of it. definitely not a lot. The inside there of the BMW. The Audi SimSports car though seems to be keeping up with Tempest SimSport pack car. Thing is, when they lose a toe, that is going to be deadly for that car. But how that car is still in the race, I don't know how that is even possible. Well then, let's look further on to, or further to the back of the field then. iRacing Netherlands, where do they start in? 7th at the moment. Seems like they have been faultless since Angelo has been in here. Let's see if there's a driver ready in the waiting room. No, there is not. But wow, what a race we are having at the moment. It's so close between everyone. And after 5 hours, I expected the field, to be honest, to be way further apart than it is right now. 15.1 seconds behind the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car, the leader in the GT3 and Plus. We'll go to them, and it's John Sylvester still in that car, still going very strong. Currently getting passed by the Crips Racing car. TR powered by Greek's energy has dropped back a little bit. Two of you still here. Tom Alle, 7 minutes optionals. Wow. Maybe if someone from the Audi SimSports team could get into the waiting room, that we can have a chat about that. Motorsports just going past there. Horizon Sim Racing into the pits of the LMP2s. Any news on penalties? Maybe 3 have been added to it. 2 in the last 20 minutes, and all no further action. Yeah, Audi SimSport has been reported for the incident by Austin Sim Races Orange. There is nothing Audi SimSport could do there. We're in a position of the track where they couldn't really do anything at that point in time. So that was only a warning, not more than that. Only a warning. The ASR blue car into the pits now. And I think they are taking tires, otherwise there is a bigger problem. Because they're in the pit lane for quite a long time. Should be getting out at any moment. There you go. They are out of their pit box. Now ready to get back on track again. Then they are back out on track. Racing now in 9th. Seems like P1 Motorsports are out and T3 Motorsports are out. So it's only second to I think P1 now still in this race. They are gaining little by little. Just under a minute now is the gap to Akil Racing. It was once 1 minute and 10 seconds. But it isn't that big anymore. Akil Racing is right on the back of Ibox Racing Team 2. Nope, that is the wrong one. It's the one I wanted to find. Akil Racing itself, though, under attack from the Verve Racing Team Black. It's not in class, so I think it is better off letting that one go. Focusing on the racing car behind and trying to make the best of it in that manner. But an hour has passed again, and it's time for your hourly update sponsored by MS Jobs. Tempest Racing is in the lead in the GT3 class. We've had the car in second place leading for a lot of hours, over 5 hours I think. But they had a very unfortunate crash at the end of the 5th hour. Got into pit lane, have I think 7 minutes of optional repairs, but how that car is still driving, I don't really know. So it's Tempest Simsport Pack in first place, then it's RD Simsport. Like you can see, the hood is missing on the front of that car, so that is why I'm asking myself, how is that car still driving without having massive amounts of top speed issues or downforce issues. But for some reason the hood on the car is not important, so maybe for next race they can get rid of it and save some weight like that, and then do it on all Lamborghinis. Fields Academy Motorsports is in third. They are now gaining on P2, the RD Sim Sports car. So that is something to look out for in the next few hours. Of course, still 3.5 hours to go, or 2.5 hours to go, so still a lot of racing to be done. But we are getting closer and closer to the end, and once we go into darkness, really difficult for the cars to follow each other very, very closely. Then we have in first place in the GT3 AM class the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car. They lead by quite a big margin over the Akil Racing side car, which is in 10th now. Cameron White in that car. Third place there we have Bikes Online DS Racing in the BMW. So it seems to be an all BMW party there at the front of the AM field. Seems like the AM drivers, so the newer drivers like the BMW more. It's very, very stable, I think. But every circuit you go to, So that is, I think, why the AM drivers like it that much. But that is your top 3 in GT3 Pro and GT3 AM. Moving a little bit further up to the field, Orion Race Team Pack GTE is still leading in the GTE field. .X Esports Red has been behind them for the whole race now. Closing and closing and closing again. Here we can see them, the .X Esports Red car. They've been in this battle. They've been within 20 seconds of each other for the whole race now. Then we have a big gap back to Astro Racing Majorla. So that is a little bit out of reach for them, I think. Then we have the leader in our GTE AM class, Akil Racing. We've consistently been losing time to the Crips Racing car. Akil Racing though trying to attack the Astro Racing car, but they can't get past. Then in second place there we have the Crips Racing car. And we can't go further than that because P3 in the GTE AM class has retired from the race, so they will not receive any points as it stands right now, because they will not have completed 75% of the leader's pace. So then, looking to the LMP2 field then, where the pit stops are going on, Tempest Sim Sports Pack is there still in the lead of the LMP2 field, like they've been for the whole race. They have been there since the start, since qualifying. They've shown their superior pace. They're now coming up to lap. The Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car ahead of them for the second time. Carbon Blue though, they are now right behind them, 1 minute and 33 seconds. They are getting closer with every stop they make. They stopped at the same time, so it seems like this car is going to have to stop earlier than all the other cars around it. Catching up to the Team Kerstin's car. And then we have the Delta Motorsports 40 car at the moment in third position. So pit stops are cycling through. So before the pit stop, the Rapid E-Racing Team purple car was in second. Now down to fourth with that pit stop right behind the Delta Motorsports 40 car. Well then, that was your hourly update again, sponsored by MS Drops. 2 hourly updates, or 1 hourly update to go. 2 actually to go. And after that, there isn't an hourly update anymore, but there is an official result. So, well then, looking at the front of this field, the Tempest Sim Sports Pack car has lapped everyone around it except the Cardboard Blue car, which I don't think they will be able to lap. But they will lap it once the Cardboard Blue car goes into the pits. We'll see that in just a minute. Looking on a little bit further then. Here is the Team iRacing Netherlands car. Steadily been gaining on the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car. So we can see up to P3 in the GT3 AM class. And of course all the LMP2s. have the Colombia Sports car. Every lap they turn to that lead lap, they are very, very quick and consistent. Last lap time from the Tempest Simpson Pack car and this Global Motorsports car was exactly the same. Now caught up behind the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car. Will they notice that it's a threat in maybe a couple of hours time? Or do they let it go to focus on their own race? There he goes up the inside of the Platinum Racing LMP2 blue car. Gains the lap back on that one. The Writer Engineering car, where is that one? That has just started a new lap. This car is still quite far behind that, behind on lapping themselves again to get within one lap, or within 2 laps of taking 8th position. No big incidents have happened to LMP2 cars yet. So a lot of LMP2 cars still ahead of everyone else. Actually, every class is in their own spot right now. Not a lot of incidents have happened this race, knock on wood, because we have still 2.5 hours to go. The 2.5 hours feels like nothing compared to what we've had for the past couple of hours. Also with traffic a lot slower, or only 1 second slower than their fastest lap, while they had that Platinum Racing League LMP2 or Platinum Racing Team LMP2 car in the way. You can see how much quicker it is. Who's in that Platinum Racing Team car? Winston Eckel is in it, so not the slowest driver by any means. They are all getting closer to the cardboard blue car, to the Delta Motorsports 40 car, I have to say. All getting closer and closer and closer. So I think at the end of the race, this car will be right back up there to take 3rd position again. Here is the car that they were all chasing. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple is the first one to get close to it. 3.8 seconds is the gap. Yeah, the Rapid E-Racing Team Purple car now caught up behind Team Karsten's car. very good spot compared to the .X car. But that white livery on the front is almost not white, it's almost black because of the amount of bugs they've hit. Look at that, how dirty is that car? That is a Endurance Racing for you. That is absolutely beautiful. Left side now, you can see the gaps to every car, not the intervals but the gaps, which is very, very big in LMP2, like you can see. But it is stayed at 6 laps for the Kuma Motorsports car. It's not really able to gain any time on the Tempest SimSport pack car yet. It's still gain a lot of time. Gets at least, I think, 2 laps back on everyone else. So they'll get within 4 laps of the lead, which looks all of a sudden a lot more doable than 6 laps. Still 6 and 4 is really, really difficult to catch up here. Have the Horizon Sim Racing LMP2 number 78. Again, it seems like this car, the penalties into the car, can't get lucky. They have done absolutely nothing wrong until this stage of the race, but they got hit by a spinning BMW GT3 car, which is of course not the GT3 car's fault. He held his brakes and he just spun. But it is unfortunate that it had to happen to this car again. But although they've had that much bad luck, they are still in the championship, which shows, I think, how fast these guys really, really are. Barry Ostervee, Winston Eckel, and Vincent Ossem's in that car. Gaining on the drivers ahead of them. It's just not by a massive rate at all at the moment. But they are trying and trying and trying, like everyone else is. Ryan Race Team Pack GTE into the pit lane, the leader of the GTE class. Information maybe on penalties while this car is in the pit lane. So nothing further on penalties, which I can see. That is good to know. This car is out of the pit lane again. There it is. All of a sudden, that front nose is as clean as it has been all race. What a clean car. It was so dirty at the end of the stint. The World X car has now cycled to the front. Here is the Astro Racing Mirola car. Rapid E-Racing Team Purple within 57 seconds, 2.5 minutes of that car. Car ahead of them, the Tempest Sim Sports LMP2 car. It has not been lapped yet, that car. But it is a little bit off the pace. Gruma Motorsport sets a new fastest lap, 146.25. Wow. All green across the board now. Looks like the track is really coming into its own. So then let's see what the time is. 1 minute and 31 seconds is the gap to the Tempest SimSport pack car. Motorsports then now within a lap of Writer Engineering Esports Red. Time they've been within a lap since the beginning of the race. Of course, setting that fastest lap the last time round. the leader in the GTE AM category. 2 seconds behind the Astral Racing car. Astral Racing Porsche. That gap has opened up a bit. That was once within a second. Gap to the Crips Racing car, the second placed car in the GTE AM class, is coming down. That car has won all its previous races. Is trying to keep that winning streak going. A bit too much over curb there from Christian. Team iRacing Netherlands, they are in the 7th position. 6 seconds is the gap now only to the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 BMW. Of course, that is not a position in class. But that is an overall position. Digital Spirit DS Racing car overtaking the TR powered by Greece Energy car. 3/10 that gap is. To maybe get that position back. This is a position in class. Really able to do so. TR powered by Greeks Energy has been dropping back a little bit since the start of the 5th hour. Gap now for the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 BMW to the second placed car in that class is way over 40 seconds now. Fields Academy Motorsports now 3rd overall in the GT3 class. 1 minute back to the RD Sim Sports car. Tempest now leading in the GT3 class and in the LMP2. Very successful day for them so far. And this Fields Academy Motorsports is looking to close up to the back of that RD Sim Sport. Sim Race's orange car, 16.5 seconds back from that. Very consistently looking to get up to the podium spots. As Kuruma keeps lapping within the 146s. Car being able to manage that together with them is ASR Blue, and that is a car that is in with a shot. A very good position, still a top 3 position possible for that car. 30 seconds off the podium. Esport Red now still leading the GTE class. I think that is due to a pit stop of the Orion race team. 2.25 hours still to go in this 8 hours of Sebring. As the sun is coming down now. See the glow on track. Marty Simsport's car without that hood on the car still being able to run very competitive lap times. 1:59.21 in the hands of Steve Melo. The SR Technic car just behind that. Team Racing Netherlands, they have overtaken now the TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car. Has something happened to that car? That I can't see. Not that I can see. They have dropped back now into second position in that class. As I thought they had more than 40 seconds, but that could also just be a pit stop. Looking at it like that, yes, it is going to be a pit stop ahead, but Team IRL, if they can go longer than the TCE car, they will gain that position. Still trying to save some fuel. Now their next target is almost over 2 minutes, had almost a lap ahead. Now behind them is the Austrian Sim Racers orange car, trying to lap them as well. Some news about the last place running car. Team Kerstens, they are now 3 minutes and 41 seconds behind the YS Motorsport red car, but they have already made a pit stop. So that will go down by I think 2 or 1.5 minutes. The IRNL car here, Google Motorsports again outside of a lap to the Ryder Engineering Esports car. And to let that one past as well now. The Austin Sim Racers launch car ahead, 1 lap ahead of this car now. So the only target they have is the Ryan Race Team Pack GT3 car, which is only 15 seconds behind this Austin Sim Racers orange car. Marty Simsport is now into the pit lane. They are going to be using significantly more fuel, I think. A lot of people now into the pit lane, including YS Motorsport Red. That will be a change of drive there from Edmonds into that car. And are they gonna do the repairs that they need to do? Looking at the RD Sim Sports car. Their pit time. If it's around 1 minute 8, 1 minute 9, then they have taken tires. If not, then they are going to draw back a lot of time. Looks like they have dropped down now. They are taking a bit of that time. The RD Sim Sports car. The same lap as the Team iRacing Netherlands car now. Team iRacing Netherlands haven't made their pit stop yet. The RD Sim Sport car has. That is a dirty looking car. The Sim Sports car, does it have a hood on? No, they decided to leave it off at the pit stop. They decided it is losing them weight, so that makes the car go faster. The Writer Engineering Esports red car now. 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind the Horizon Sim Racing car. Very close here. 1 minute 12 is the gap to the Horizon Sim Racing car. They haven't pitted yet though, so if they pit, we'll see where this car is going to come out. They have just started a new lap, I think. They're just going to finish one off. this car. They have been very, 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 very good on fuel. Still haven't pitted yet. Still looking to do as good as they can. So we have another interview coming up for you in just a moment time. Purple car there. Going off track. And I'm not saying the purple car because it is purple, but I'm saying the purple car because saying the whole name, the Rapid E-Racing Team purple car, is a bit long to say when you want to say something fast. That car looks like it is getting fixed with every stop they make. It's getting a bit less bent with every stop. So, as we can see, Grips Racing now have back the lead in the GTE class, in the GTE AM class. That is going to be big. News on some penalties maybe? There is. The Karuma Motorsports car also has been given a warning for dive bombing. And the Astro Racing car is being looked at for spinning the Orion Race Team pack around. Gripscardo now in the pit lane, losing those positions again. When is it going to come out? As in the back there, we see the iRacing Team Netherlands car. Coming into the pit lane. Are they going to do tires now? I think they are. And then they're going to double stint them again to the end. Yes, they are going to do tires. I'm going to stay with them and see where they come out, because of course the TCE car, that is the car they wanted to pass. That's the car they were chasing down. And where is that car now? That is going on to the back straight in just a bit. Still in the lead though of the GT3 AM class. Martin Hobson back in that car, I think, finishing it off until the end of the race. They are up on the jacks now. They're down, and there they move away. In the background there we can see the TCE car coming onto the straight. Is it going to be ahead? Is it going to be behind? I think it's going to be ahead. Yes, there it is, just about. And it's Chris Lowers who is going to have to chase that TCE car down. Rapid Racing Team Purple car also into the pits. That promotes Cowboy Blue up into the second position. 1 minute 31. Last time this happened, it was 1 minute 33. We have the driver of car 17, the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue car with us. Vincent, welcome.
Good evening, Dan.
Vincent, you have done, if I'm correct, before Winston got in, a triple stint?
I did a quad stint.
You did a quad. Okay.
Yeah.
That
Tire
is,
wear was surprisingly good. So yeah, we tried it. We're not sure if we're gonna do it again because it probably cost us some time. But yeah, it's going okay. After the accident we had in what was it, lap 51 or so?
Yeah. Second hour.
Yeah, in the second hour we're managing. It's not the best race so far, but it will do.
Well, of course, leading the championship, people expect you, of course, automatically to do well. This is definitely, like you said, not a race that you will remember for a long time. But yeah, trying to work your way to the front, how did you manage to gain some time back?
Yeah, we'll try some things with the strategy, but we are losing so much time. I also scraped the wall into T1 on the entry, halfway my stint, so that didn't help either. So we have over a minute of optionals, but the car feels fine. So yeah, we just ignored the optionals and just driving through it. But yeah, overall it's okay to drive. Oh, there's a crash in front of us. Oh.
Yeah, that's the Grumman Motorsports car with the Rapid Racing Team orange car.
Oh, that was scary.
Well, we can take another look at that. This is the crash we were looking at. No, this is a GT. Anyways, another crash here. Is it a spin and then collecting
Right on the
the
exit?
Team Kersten's car?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Oh.
Into the wall hard. That is not what you want to see.
Luckily, Kerstin's Pepe avoided it.
I think Nick is still in that car.
Oh, niggas. Oh, I thought
Yeah.
Pepe was driving.
That is not the incident we were looking for.
It's the exact way how we got our damage the first stint.
Yeah.
It's weird because now we have 1.5 minutes of optionals, and when we hit the GT3 car, which spun in front of us, we only had like I think 30 seconds of optionals, but the car was so slow. We were losing like 5 seconds a lap because we didn't have any top speed. It was understeering like mad. And yeah, now we have more damage of more optional repairs, but the car seems fine, so it's really strange.
Yeah. Well, of course, we saw the incident happen with this, the RD Simpson car. This car is currently driving around without a hood on the car.
Probably
And
not so good for aerodynamics.
it seems to be fine. The car is running pretty competitive lap times. Lap times at the front of the field down to 1 minute 59, and it's running the exact same time.
Oh, nice. Like doing a good job then.
Yeah, this car has been leading for 5 or 6 hours. Yeah, I think 5. But yeah, for some reason getting hit 3 times doesn't make your car slow.
Yeah, it's really strange in iRacing sometimes.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Vincent, of course, you did that quad stint. In that quad stint, you hit the wall halfway through. You said a minute of optional repairs. Are you taking that when you're doing tires?
yeah, we only take it when we take the tires because the car feels okay to drive and we are not. We don't think we are losing much time because of the damage. So it's not worth to take the optionals. We only take it, yeah, automatically with tires. So.
It is Pepe Kerstens in this car, though. You were right.
No.
So they're in 12th
Yeah.
now. They gained another. The YS Motorsports red car. They've just overtaken them, so they are now up into, if I'm correct, P5 in the GT3 standings.
Nice. Yeah, my timing screen is completely out of sync. So I'm not sure where we are driving compared to the other guys in the LMP2 classes. So.
P4 even. P4 in GT3 and.
Oh, nice. Doing great then.
Yeah, they were quite far down, but they've just kept out of trouble the last few hours. And you can see, just keeping it on track gives you a lot of positions. It seems like.
It's interesting now with the update for the GT3s. The pace compared to the GTE cars is quite similar. So the slowest GT3 car is the slowest GTE cars almost as fast as the fastest GT3 car.
Yeah.
And sometimes we noticed when overtaking the traffic, sometimes it's really awkward for GTEs to overtake the GT3s because of the small pace difference. And because they have similar pace through the corners, but on the straights the GTEs are quite a bit faster, especially in the slipstream. So it amazes me that there haven't been much incidents with those cars overtaking each other.
Yeah, there haven't been much incidents at all through traffic as well. Everyone seems to be managing it.
Yeah,
very,
the
very well.
driving standards are really good this race. We noticed that the LMPs are behaving, but also the GTEs, who are sometimes blocking the LMPs from overtaking. It's way less than before, so that's a positive thing.
Yeah, well, of course, like you said, with the pace difference being so small between those two, the GTE and the GT3 car. Looking back at the incident that happened to Perry, he was on the inside, I think, trying to overtake another slower car.
Yeah, it was.
Of course, when you have a GT3 then spinning in front of you, it is going to go to the right most of the
Yeah,
times there.
He couldn't really see the spinning car.
Yeah.
He went wide, but he couldn't see him really spinning, and because of the car he was overtaking. So he had nowhere to go. He didn't have enough time to react, and even if he reacted, he probably some other way he hit him probably. So yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, it's racing. It happens. Practice, I've lost it many times there, so I can understand why you would lose it there. So it is what it is.
Well, luckily he hit him in the right way, so you did not have a lot of repair.
No, the damage of the time we needed for the optionals was quite manageable, but it's messed up our whole strategy, and so we're losing time now because we only could do like a stint of 8 laps or so.
Yeah, you're saving now to make it to the end of the race without having to stop for like 2 laps.
Yeah, we can't push the whole race now. We have to take an account so we don't need to refuel at the last for like a lap or so. So we're managing the fuel, but yeah, it's not that fun to drive when you have to manage the fuel for so long. But it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, Vincent, it's been amazing to speak to you. Good luck for the next 2 hours in the race for the team and for you. It's been amazing to speak to you. Like I said, thank you for your time, and I'm gonna let you head back to the boys.
Yes, thank you. Good luck as well. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Well, amazing to hear from Vincent. Their team is really on it at the moment. But we have had another hour, so another hourly update is going to come your way in just a little bit time. Well then, the second to last hourly update is upon us. And like I said, Tempest Simsports Pack still in the lead of the LMP2 class. They have been there for the whole race, and it's been amazing to see them able to keep it there. They have to keep it there for 1 3/4 of an hour, and then they will come across the line having been first for the whole race. Then, of course, we have in second place Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. They've been in the top 3 for the whole race as well, together with behind them Cardboard Blue. It's a very fast team. And of course, we have the Austrian Sim Racers Blue right behind it. They are very fast and consistent. They can keep that pace up very consistently. Last lap round was the fastest lap for this car, and in the race it won 45.94. Felipe Silveira setting that lap time for the Tempest Simsports Pack. Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Blue are in 6th position behind the Delta Motorsport 40 car. Like Vincent said, they are managing and they are trying to get to the end of the race on the strategy that they prefer, which is probably going to give them maybe a position, maybe not, but they are not going to fall back a lot further than 6th, I think. Looking then a little bit further down the field, Orion Race Team Pack GTE is still in 1st position here. .X Esports Red, that gap has increased a lot over the last 2 hours. Before that, it was constantly within 20 seconds for 5 hours long. But over the last hour, that gap has really extended. 50 seconds is the gap now back to the .X Esports Red car, with of course that very recognizable livery. Then behind them we have the JD Sim Racing Porsche. Martin Karasek driving that one. That is damaged at the back a little bit. A lot of cars carrying some damage right now. Then of course we have our leaders in the GTE and class, which at the moment seems to be the Akil Racing car. They are leading that class by at the moment 50 seconds. The Griff Racing car has been gaining slightly, but it is not enough for them to, of course, be able to get ahead of them at the end of the race with only with only 1.5 hours left. They need to gain a lot of time all of a sudden, because gaining 10 seconds over 1 hour is not a lot. so they need to ramp it up a bit here. Speaking about the Krebs racing car, here it is. Of course, they have won all 2 races before this, Interlagos and Spa. They're looking to do what they did then again this time, but before they can do so, they of course have to overtake the Verve Racing Team black car and the Astro Racing Team car. P3 in GTE and is out of the race, so they will not receive points. The PM Esports car. Then we move on to the GT3 battle. It's Tempus SimSports Pack at the front of the field now, ahead of the Fields Academy Motorsports car. The RD SimSports car is looking to fall back now. They're not looking too fast anymore. Behind that is the Fields Academy Motorsports Porsche. 52 seconds is that gap, quite big. So I don't think they will overcome that on pace to the Tempus SimSport Pack. So if it stays like this, Tempus have a very, very good day at the office, winning the GT3 class and winning the LMP2 class, but still 1.5 hours, a little bit more of racing to go. So a lot of things can still happen. Austrian Sim Racers Orange, they are very, very fast as well. Maybe they can snatch that second position away from the Fields Academy Motorsports Porsche. They've been very consistent and very consistently fast over the last few hours. They will be looking to do exactly the same for the remainder of this race. TCE Virtual Motorsports is in first position of the GT3 AM class. Martin Hobson now in that car. That is the fastest driver in that car. We will be looking to maybe gain a position overall, but mainly looking to not crash and give away the positions behind him. The Team iRacing Netherlands car now in 7th. They have been in 9th for the past hours. But Chris Lauwers now in that car up into P7. A little bit behind that is the Digital Spirit DS Racing car in 8th. So they will be looking to do what they did as well. Then the second place car in the never mind. The second place car in GT3 AM is Samuel Oliveira in the Bikes Online DS Racing BMW. He looks very, very fast. He maybe can try and get ahead of the TCE car, but I think Martin Hobson is a very capable driver and will not lose this much time. Then a little bit behind that, actually right behind it now, is the Akil Racing Cyan car, which is in 3rd in the GT3 AM standings, and in 4th, and just outside of the podium there is Team Kerstens, a team that has been consistently driving around on track and really stayed out of trouble. Oh, very, very close there between the car and blue car. Almost got the commentator's curse there. I'm sorry about that. Wow, that was close. But no, they've been consistently driving around there. They're now 1 lap behind the Akil Racing Cyan car and 1 lap ahead of the YS Motorsport Red behind them. So they are really in nowhere, in the middle of nowhere, in no man's land. Maybe that something ahead of them can happen and that a crash occurs and then they pick up a podium spot. Well then, that was your second to last hourly update. 24 of you are at the moment here. I hope you all enjoy this as we go into darkness here at Sebring Raceway. maybe some information on some penalties. I'll take a look right now. So another warning for Karumo Motorsports, and the drive-through for the Astro racing car. So that maybe explains when was that given? Half an hour ago. So that means then that he well, then here he is. The one and only Jake Smith.
Hello Dan, thank you for having me.
Welcome Jake. Jake, for the people that are watching this, Jake is not a driver. Jake is here with me for I don't know how long, but as long as he wants. Maybe the last 1.5 hours. It really depends on how long he can stay. But yeah, Jake, welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I saw you were commentating. I thought, why not give you a hand?
Yeah, of course. Well, thank you for that, man. It's been amazing commentating on this race. 6.5 hours already done, going into darkness now. And, yeah, I think we can expect a lot of things to happen still in the remaining 1.5 hour.
Yeah, well, Sebring always gets a bit complicated at night.
Definitely.
Due to the lack of, track light, and during the daytime it's a lot easier, but when it gets to night, you just sometimes corners look like the same.
Indeed. Yeah, well, of course you have the hairpin at the end of the first straight. I think it's called even hairpin, that corner. And then you have I think what's it called at the end of the first straight. Never mind. Those two corners look.
I'm useless with corner names too.
Me too. These two corners look exactly similar, and if you're driving at night and you're just out of that rhythm, that can catch you out very easily.
Yeah, once you get out of the rhythm with Sebring, you're gone pretty much. Like, you're losing loads of lap time trying to figure out where you are on track.
Yeah, well, of course we have fire in our hands here. The Fuel Racing Cyan car trying to get past the Bikes Online DS Racing BMW. This is for second place in the GT3 AM class. Don't know if you know how it works on the timing tower, but the black numbers are the Pro cars and the white numbers are the AM cars.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
This could be a battle that we see go out from even the remaining 1.5 hours. It could be.
They're very similar on lap time. I'll quickly help you and give you some information, so you have that to take a look at yourself. There you go. That might be useful.
Thank you.
Well, this 412 Akil Racing BMW it has been ahead of the Bikes Online DS Racing car for many laps, but I think got a drive-through half an hour ago, and after serving that, it's now dropped out of second place. That shows you how close it has been for those 6.5 hours. The JD Sim Racing Porsche now ahead, just ahead of the Astro Racing Marola. Is that now going to try and force a move?
He's definitely looking down the inside. He gets that done. That's good. That's good racing there.
It's a brilliant move by Rowe. Of course, never really fought that, I think. The JD Sim Racing car. Using that Martin. He never really fought that. It's better to let the Astro Racing roller car past, maybe on different strategies, just knowing that you are going to finish ahead of it.
Yeah, strategy is a key part in endurance racing.
Of course. We've seen a lot of different strategies, some going early to go a bit off cycle. And of course we see drivers being forced to go off strategy because of the damage that is causing them to lose lap time. Yeah, we've seen a lot of different strategies play out, and I'm very interested to see how it's going to play out over the last hour, at least.
It's definitely going to be an interesting one. Was that a crash there that I just heard?
No, it sounds like that every time we go past the pit lane.
Oh, okay.
Behind this now is a lap car. This is the Crips Racing Porsche. That's in second place in the GTE AM class. That gap has come down slowly but surely. Started at 1 minute and 10 seconds 2 hours ago. It's now 50 seconds, somewhere around that region.
So they're definitely gaining on them then.
Yeah, but at the rate they are gaining, they are going to finish behind. This is the car that is leading the championship and won the previous 2 rounds. To continue that, but a second place in class will definitely not stop their momentum, I think. The fact that they're down now in second place is all on themselves, trying a strategy that didn't work at all. Triple stinting the tires, while double stinting is difficult already with track temperatures of 37, 38 degrees. You're paying the price for that now.
Yeah, sometimes you make a move, you make a call in strategy, and then like an hour or so later it comes back to bite you.
Yeah, of course, it's easy talking afterwards, but you learn from it. You get on. The next time they race at Sebring, they won't do a triple stint at 37 degrees.
Yeah.
Looking at the track temperature now, that has come down a further 2 degrees. 26 degrees now, with the ambient temperature being at 24. It has stayed like that for the whole race right now. If that is something in SDK that isn't working right. That's not really to get past.
Oh, he's definitely looking to try get past. I don't know who that is just in front of him there.
The Astro Racing roller car.
Yeah, just definitely trying to get past him, but just can't quite find the pace at the moment.
Looks like the JD Sim Racing to stay within the slipstream of the Astro Racing roller car. That is also the problem for the Crips Racing. Porsche behind that, trying some different lines, but not really working. We have a fight on our hands in the LMP2 as well. Sim Races Blue trying to fend off the Delta Motorsports 40 car. They have been very consistent. Never mind. Yeah, thank you for looking back, lads.
Welcome to the pits.
But it definitely looks like to me this car, the Tempest SimSport pack car, has just a little bit of pace. Pedro da Sousa in that car again. I think they have had a little accident because that gap was over a lap to the Team Purple car and way over a lap, almost 2. So something has been going on there. We'll try and figure out what exactly happened.
The hardest part about endurance racing is either dealing with lap cars or dealing with faster cars.
It is.
Trying to find a gap to get past.
Yeah, it is really a skill that you learn over the years when you are driving multi-class car races. If you're the faster car overtaking the slower car, that is a really different ball game compared to being overtaken by a faster car and losing as less time as possible.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I've done it myself a couple of times, and I've been in the GT cars 2 or 3 times, getting overtaken by LMP2 cars, but it's really difficult to judge what they're going to do, especially in the dark, because the only thing you see behind you is a set of headlights, and you can't really judge how far he is behind. So until you turn into the corner, then you see is he going to go for it or not. And I think a lot of people in the LMP2s do think about that, but sometimes you have someone who is in a real hot battle and is just trying to lose as less time as possible, makes a dive, and you don't really expect it, and it ends up in you being in the wall.
Yeah, when the problem is you don't want to lose like massive amount of time, but you also don't want to ruin someone's race, which is another key factor that's playing on your mind when you see an LMP2 behind you.
Definitely. Being able to as time as possible is a skill that I think a lot of top drivers in top cars here have. Definitely this car, the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car, they have done a lot of endurance races. They've been in it for, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 years now, so they definitely know how to overtake. But I think get them in a GT car being overtaken by those LMP2s, and they won't know what to do. They will have a clue of what the LMP maybe is going to do, but only so many times you're right on what he's going to do.
Yeah, you gotta always keep them factors in your head as well.
Of course, we've seen a lot of drivers in real life as well, racing in GTs and in LMPs, and doing both of that, being overtaken and overtaking, I think does help you with realizing maybe what the GT is thinking if you are going to overtake him, and what the LMP2 is thinking when you want to be or when he is going to overtake you. That definitely does help.
Yeah, definitely. It's a in-car driver mind alike. You got to think and see where everyone else is going to go, and if you've got cars around you as well, then you want to make sure that you're not ruining your race. Same for the LMP2. He'll be trying not to ruin other people's races, which is another factor that plays into endurance racing.
Well, this is a battle that has been going on for quite some time now, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
These two have not lost each other out of sight since the start of this race, which I think is bloody amazing.
Yeah, we love to see close and good racing.
For six and over half an hour, they have been within 10 seconds of each other the whole race, apart from the one stopping earlier than the one before that. But
yeah, they'll be trying to. When that happens, they'll probably be trying to get the pit stop advantage because you want to maybe undercut or overcut them. And that's a close move there from the Porsche behind them.
I think that's the Astro Racing Marola car. That's the sister team, never mind, it's the Astro Racing car.
Yeah, just getting a bit ambitious there as he looks to go for a move now.
Yeah, this is where the GTE is really faster than the GT3 on the straights. Since the GT3s have been updated by iRacing, the gaps from a GT3 to GTE they've really come down. Through the corners, it's not really where the GTE shines as well now. It's really the straights. It's the only opportunity for a GTE to make a comfortable pass. Maybe using this traffic now down the inside. There he is.
Nice clean move there to get him past lapped cars.
Indeed it was. But he doesn't make it. Shane McNeely has to settle in behind again. I think that was his best opportunity so far.
Yeah, he could have maybe tried to take advantage of bikes only to get past him, because the team in front would have been thinking about they see a GTE behind them and they would have been thinking, I don't want to hold at this guy, but there's also a guy behind me trying to push. So it's one of them things where you're just trying to like keep in one mindset.
Well, of course, Jake, you've been in a race like this much more often than me. Of course, I did this on other games, on ACC, but you've really been hammering down those laps on iRacing lately. So how is it from a driver perspective then, if you are getting overtaken by a car that is maybe over a lap, 2 or 2.5 seconds faster only, and you're in your own battle?
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. You want to be focusing on the guy ahead, but you also, like I said earlier, you don't want to be ruining other people's races, because at the end of the day you could get like really angry drivers towards you, but that's something you definitely don't want to do. So you just want to keep focusing on your line and see where he goes.
That is a bit wide.
It's a wide exit there. That's going to definitely cost him time.
As you can see, that opens the gap up from 3 seconds now to 7. And these mistakes are really going to cost them at the end of the race. When he is pushing, you can see that he is not saving his tires by any means.
Yeah, tires are one of the main things you want to save, because you could use that to your advantage towards the end of the race, but that is clearly something that Shea is not doing at the moment.
Not really being able to think about that. Gap now over a second. He's lost the slipstream, so now maybe the time for the bikes online. Never mind, you got traffic, and that lost the time again. But that was maybe the time for the bikes online, the S Racing car, to break away a little, but now the gap is down to half a second again.
Yeah, traffic is a key factor to losing lap time as an LMP2. They're just getting into the mix. It's definitely one of the things, traffic, that's the most annoying as a driver, because it obviously there costs you lap time, so it's one of the most annoying things that can happen in an endurance race.
Of course, you have to stay at least, how do I say that? Let's wait a minute, because it's very, very close down the inside now. Then maybe he is there. He's got to give him room, but at the moment the bikes online, the S Racing car is making himself very, very wide. We know that BMW is very wide, but
both flashing there, trying to distract the driver, maybe, because it's one of the things that you can do. You can maybe try to distract them, because you could trick them into thinking that it's a lapped car behind, or a car coming to lap you. Sorry, not a lapped car.
Well, if this battle gets feisty, maybe the car that's now in the pit lane, the Team Preston's car, can maybe pick up the lead. TCE Virtual Motorsports, the leader in the GTE and the GT3 AM class, into the pit lane. Miles Owens takes over the steering wheel there. They're gonna have to pit again, I think, before the end of the race.
If they haven't got for tyres and fuel, then potentially, yeah.
I'm almost sure they're gonna have to, because you can't make a fuel tank last more than 1 hour and maybe 10 minutes if you stretch it really, really far.
Well, if you do a lot of listing and coasting, which I'm sure these guys will not want to do, then yeah, you can save it. But it's going to be a push. I definitely think they probably will have to pit again towards the end of the race, maybe in the last half hour.
Well, as you can see, they do have the gap to the Bison 9DS racing car, because that has just started a new lap. So they do really have a gap to be able to make that pit stop.
Just looking, the gap to Aquila Racing Cyan has gone up now to just nearly a second. So I wonder if he lost time to that traffic.
I think that is the Astro racing car, or the Verve Racing Team Black, getting through.
There's an LMP2 there in the mix as well, so that'll be costing him a bit of lap time.
Gap now up above a second, and now a GT3 car behind him. I think that is the Austin Sim Racers orange car, which is in third, trying to get past. It's going to do so at a very, very good time into sunset. Now the inside may want to yield here to lose as last time as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to be getting involved in higher cars ahead.
That gap has now gone up quite a lot. So maybe time for the Bikes DS Online to
Get a cheap pit stop. Or maybe to pull away.
yeah. A little bit further on the field, another DS racing car, the Digital Spirit DS racing car, right behind the Team iRacing Netherlands car. Of course, that car carrying damage for most of the race. They had a wheel stand coming loose and made them spin into the wall. And, the beginning or the end of the first hour, beginning second hour. And since then, they've been carrying 4 minutes of optional repairs, doing them when they change tires. But of course, I think you do that 2 or 3 times more after 2 hours.
Yeah, one of the main things of endurance racing is trying to keep it out of the wall, because you have to then carry that damage and you've got repairs. It's just a nightmare.
It looks like the repairs, they were, I think, better off taking the optionals when they took tires, trying to lose as less time as possible, because their pace is not too bad. They are on par with the leaders at the moment. And it seems like they're getting faster after every stop, but now it's really getting dark, and now you can see their pace, because they had a setup that was not suited really to the hotter conditions. So now when it's getting colder, I think we'll see that that car getting into the mix a little bit more.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It's nice to see all cars close together and close, good, clean racing.
Well, Jake, now I have the opportunity. If you take over for 5 minutes, I'll do the camera work for you, and I'll give my voice a little bit of a break.
Right, no worries, I'll take over them. So, as we said, these guys could be getting into the mix. There's the Lamborghini there. Do you know who their Lamborghini is just in front of them? Okay, cheers. So LMP2 getting into the mix there, that is something that's going to cost him a bit of lap time. Traffic is always one of those things that you want to just keep out of the way. Especially since it's an LMP2, that's one of the top races. That is the fastest car that is on track at the moment. And since it's getting dark, you want to be looking out for the headlights, because all you see literally is just the headlights. So you want to be keeping the driver's mind, and you want to be thinking, where is this guy going to go? Because I do not want to ruin his race. So he'll probably be stressing about that bit, but he's got through him fine. So luckily, they have come out cleanly. As we look on, if we can go back to the Aquila Racing Cyan, just to see how that battle's getting on, because the gap has increased, I believe. Let me just have a quick check of that. The gap has now increased to 1.9 seconds, so traffic could be getting a big factor, but they could also be losing time with tyres, so that's another thing that you want to take into account. So we'll see here, definitely a lot of traffic. That is not going to be ideal for him as he gets taken there by the LMP2. So gap now 2.1 seconds to Bikes Online DS Racing. He's going to be probably trying to get up them positions. He has lost a lot of time from when we were last covering that battle there. As you see at this point now, you just want to be keeping it nice and clean. As the TR powered by Geeks Energy is gaining a bit of time there for a split second, but now the gap has gone back up to 2.2 seconds. As we look on then to our leader over at all, Tempest Sim Sport PEC. Let's see how they're getting on. 1 minute 30 gap to P2 there. So he's having a really comfortable race at the moment, which is ideal in endurance racing, because there is a lot of stress because you have to overtake traffic, especially for these LMP2s here. They'll be stressing about having to overtake GTE and 3, because some of the times, like, you'll see your join come up on them as we ride on board now with Tempest Sim Sport, that you'll see them here as they are all close together having a little battle, but you want to be focusing on how can I get past these guys as cleanly as possible, because I've still got another hour to race as well. So flashing headlights there, that's a symbol to the drivers saying I am here, please let me pass, basically. As P2 then, Cambert Blue, has pitted for, I believe, what would be tyres and fuel. He is a lap down now at the moment, so that'll be a nice comfortable mind booster for Tempest. Yeah, just keeping it a nice comfortable lead. Let's look on then to the leader of GTE, see how theirs getting on. 5.4 second gap to P2 there. Gone up more, so there's an LMP2 there trying to get past him. Oh, that was a bit close there, leaving each other room as they always do. 6.8 second gap, so he could be using, the thing about endurance racing as well is you can use a slipstream of cars that are lapping you or you are lapping to try get past them, as Rapid E Racing there gets past the Cavert Blue in LMP2 class. Now 1 lap still to the leader, which is a nice comfortable lead for him. EOT EXE Esports Red probably trying to find some more pace there in that car. There we are then. The Porsche as well. It always helps when you're racing multi-class races if you're in the similar car to the opponent that you're trying to catch to, because it'll be all down to setup there and the drivers braking late as possible as we go into the night now. You'll want to be memorizing where you are on track, because it gets a lot harder at night due to the lack of night lights that are around the track. Let's have a look then onto how the GT3 leaders are going. 1 minute and 5 seconds to Fields Academy Motorsport. He is also getting involved in traffic there. Traffic is going to be a big issue in Sebring as the LMP2 there going past him nice and clearly, no issues at all. As P4 then in GT3 pits for probably standard pit stop of fuel and tyres. Could be a potential driver change, but probably not this late in the race. You would have changed.
I think
Sorry.
that pit stop can bring them to the end. So that might be their last pit stop.
Yeah, we'll now be wrapping up the pit stops here in the last hour of the race. Apart from the people, I can't remember who it was, Dan, who pitted a few laps ago, that could be a potential. They'll have to pit again towards the end of the race as they save fuel. Yeah, as Orion race team there gets past the RD Sim Sport, who is in the pits. Here's a close battle, Digital Spirit and who is that?
Team Irish Netherlands.
Yes, quite a close gap there, 0.9 seconds to Team Ireland Sports Netherlands. iRacing. I can't pronounce that name, sorry.
iRacing Netherlands.
iRacing Netherlands. Apologies there for the mispronunciation.
That happens. You don't want to know how many times I mispronounced a name, so.
The gap now 1.1 seconds, so they'll be trying to close up that gap, and now we're back under the second. It's all about finding the best in the corners and trying to obviously focus on traffic, which is a major factor in this race.
Well, of course, both drivers are in different cars. Francisco Santos Pereira in the BMW, and of course it's
a Lamborghini there for iRacing Netherlands.
Yeah, for Chris Lowers. So different cars, so they will be faster in different parts of the track. So you want to take that into account when you're fighting other cars. It's now 2 LMPs are going to come through. Both can get past as they are. The Green Motorsports car trying to overtake the LMP2 from Racing Team, from Platinum Racing Team.
As the gap in GTE has come down to 7.4 seconds there. That could be a close battle between DOT, EXE, Esports Red and Orion race team.
I think there is still a pit stop in it for those two, so I think .x has to still pit. That is why that gap is at the moment come down from over a minute to 7 seconds.
Yeah, pit stops are a big factor in this race. You want to be sometimes going for the overtake, not overtake, sorry, an overcut, but you could be going for the undercut as well.
Of course, overcuts and undercuts are not as big of a factor here as it is, of course, in Formula 1, because you are really driving your own race with in endurance. You have 8 hours to go, and it brings you absolutely nothing if you are first going into the last hour, but you have to pit again just 2 laps before the end, and that gives you then 3rd place. So you have to think about always, how do I get to the end as efficiently as possible, and not really how do I react on the car that I'm fighting with, because you're always fighting another car in endurance racing. It's not always that you're fighting one car. It's now going to try and go around the outside. Is going to be able to make this one stick. I think the Lamborghini is going to go into the pit lane.
No, he's not. He's staying out.
That is a really, really weird thing to...
LMP2 there getting into the mix as well.
It's a really weird place to lose so much time. They lost so much time on the braking there, the Lamborghini. Was it a factor of just letting him through? Because it was an overtake for position in the class.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because he might come back in at the next few corners as he's getting quite close now. Gap now half a second to Digital Spirit Racing.
It's more than with the Lamborghini.
They're definitely trying to find some time to the BMW.
Gonna have to if he wants to take it.
He'll be probably analysing where the BMW is braking and seeing how can I take advantage of it on this corner.
But it looks that the braking, the BMW is considerably stronger, but on the straights it's really the Lamborghini that is a little faster and on acceleration. So maybe out of a slow corner on the acceleration where you can make the pass, but on the brakes it seems like the BMW has the action.
Yeah, the BMW is overall quite strong on the brakes, especially Sebring. The slipstream of the streamlined Lamborghini will be quick on the straights and on the outer bits, the faster corners, and there's the LMP2 there lapping traffic once again.
Oh, is it going to try?
That's going to be really close there. That could have made contact,
and
but
that is
luckily,
a lot of time.
yeah, luckily they didn't collide there because that was really close.
A really late move there from the LMP2. Now the Chris racing car is going to try and get past the IRL racing car.
That's what you want to see, a lot of space there.
Let's look at that battle again. Chris Racing now ahead of Akil Racing. So that is going to be a close battle to look at. Just
Gap is
3
currently,
seconds.
yeah, 3 seconds.
But there is a pit stop in it. And I think that in the pit stop that Cripps is going to make, they will have a shorter pit stop, which is definitely going to gain them some time. But at the moment it looks like that Akil Racing has the best cards for the end of this race.
Yeah, as the leader pits there overall, Tempest Simsport Racing have pitted for probably what will be their last time.
I do not think so. Stint times in the LMP2s are considerably shorter than in the GTEs. 40 minutes, 38. Maybe 40 if you get a lot of fuel, if you can save a lot of fuel. I think they're gonna have to at least one more time.
Yeah.
So every GT car that I think pits now won't have to stop anymore, but every LMP that stops before the 7 hour and 20 minutes mark will have to stop again.
Yeah, definitely, because LMP2s use a lot more fuel than the GTEs and 3s, because you can lose, you can gain a lot of fuel, well not fuel, but like you can save it throughout the lap a lot more in GT3 and GT3s than you can in the LMP2. That's an outside move there. He gets it done though, which is good, and there's more cars pitting there.
Yeah, the Writer Engineering Esports red. Even slowly climbing up the table.
The leader of the GT3 as well has pitted.
And that is going to be their last pit stop, I think. Let's see where it's going to come out compared to the Fields Academy Motorsports car. They still have to pit though, so it might be the case that they pit this lap. Of
LMP2 getting very close there.
Of course, that is more frustrating for the LMP than it is for the Fields Academy Porsche.
Yeah, LMP2 there will be a bit angry that you can get past him quicker, but it happens during endurance racing, so they'll just be looking on to the next hour.
Of course, that ebb and flows a lot in the fastest class. Usually the time that is between two cars is going to go up and down a lot during the hour, because you can get traffic at very bad places where you lose a lot of time if you catch them, and I think the Porsche is going to go into the pit lane. Yes, he is. And you can.
That's going to be their last pit stop now.
Yes, and you can get traffic at places where I think you can get past them very easily. So it all depends where you get them on, if you lose or gain time, car ahead. But I think.
So isn't? Yes, sorry, go.
I think that the Orion race team Pack GTE has to pit again. They pitted, and we can look at this. They pitted just a few moments ago. Just reload that real quick. There we are. They have pitted just a few minutes ago, just before the hour mark. So this is pretty big now for the GTEs. 1 minute and 1 second. This is going to be very, very close coming out of pit lane in a few moments time. Average pit time lost without stopping at your pit box is around 30 seconds. And this car is definitely going to have to pit again.
Yeah, it's due to you being limited to that. I can't remember the exact speed limit round at Sebring, but you're limited to a speed, whereas everyone else is flying around the track and trying to gain that time advantage.
Look it up real quick if we want to know it. Pit speed is 72 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, so you're limited that while everyone's doing just a bit under 150, maybe 200 kilometers an hour around the track.
So I think that car is going to have to pit again then. So if that stays above the minute, I think they will be pretty safe with about 10 seconds ahead of the .X Esports red car. But if that goes down under 50 seconds, I will be very interested to see how close it is going to be.
It could be quite close going into the final, maybe half an hour. If they have to pit again, then and they lose that 10-second advantage that they could have with a pit stop, then it could go very close to the line.
As you see at the lap time here, really, really consistent, of course, with the traffic maybe ruining lap 207, but from lap 208 on, it's been really, really consistent for Justin.
That's what you want in this endurance racing. Consistent, you know, you don't have to be the quickest guy out there. It's just consistency, and you want to be not putting it in ridiculous places, but you want to be really consistent, which is key in endurance racing.
Well, another hour has passed, so you know what it is time for?
Hourly update.
An hourly update sponsored by MS Drops, of course. We'll run the intro. Talking about the hourly update, we've started from the bottom, we started from the top. Now, I think it's time to start bang in the middle. Orion Race Team Pack GTE currently leading after the pit stop cycle in GTE Pro. .X Esports Red is right behind that. 1 minute and 9 seconds. That gap has gone up considerably. It was 1 minute and 1 second just a few seconds ago. But seems like they are having trouble, maybe double stinting their tires to get within that pit stop window, because we know that the Orion Race Team Pack GTE car has to stop again before the end of the race, and the .X Esports red car is good on fuel. A little bit further back from that is the Astro Racing Majorla car, the brother team from, of course, the Astro Racing team. They've been the better of the two cars consistently over those few rounds. Then, of course, we get on to our leader in the GTE and class, Racing. And what a drive it has been for them at the moment. The gap has now gone up again, I think, to around a minute to Chris Racing. So I think they have that in their pocket if they don't make any mistake anymore. Second place, and also the last driving GTE AM class car is, of course, then the Chris Racing Porsche. Louis in that car right now. He's been in that car, I think, for the last couple of stints. So he's maybe done a triple there. Don't know, but a triple is definitely very demanding in these GT cars, because a triple also takes you to about 3 hours driving non-stop. Looking down then to the GT3s. Tempest SimSport Pack, of course, the same team as the team that is leading the LMP2. Not the same team with the same drivers, but the same, of course, team that runs these cars. They're in first place, number 333. Then we have the Fields Academy Motorsports car with over 1 minute back, 1.5 minutes almost to Tempest SimSport Porsche. Or Porsche, I think it was a Lamborghini. Don't add me on that. Then we have the Austin Sim Racers orange car. Of course, they have been added for the whole race. Very consistent. That gap now is down to 1.8 seconds. They've slowly been climbing up the time tower, constantly getting higher. It seems like they could get as high as second here. Then the leader of the GT3 and Plus, they have been that for quite some time now. The TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car. Miles Owens now in that one. I think their race is as good as settled, because Akil Racing Cyan, which is in second position, is now into the pit lane. There we have our second placed GT3 AM car. And then third, but will inherit second place, I think, at the end of this lap, is Samuel de Oliveira in the Bikes Online DS car. Having said that, now we move on to our fastest class, and yeah, well, what do I have to say? If you go back and look at the first hour, first place will be exactly the same. This car has been in the lead from start to finish, from qualifying to 7 hours and 10 minutes into the race. This car has had tremendous pace, almost putting the whole competition a lap behind, which it may do so, but I think we have, me and Jake think we have, this car has to pit again before the end of the race, and others don't, so that will maybe lose them some time. And we have Rapid E-Racing Team Purple in second place, 1 minute and 44 seconds behind the Tempest SimSport LMP2 car. Justin van der Linden in that one. Justin is a very, very fast driver, like we saw a couple of stints ago. And third, we have the Delta Motorsports 40. That was, everyone, your last hourly update. Well, how do you think that has gone? Am I flawless? No. Is there room for improvement? Yes. Was it a good race up until now? Yes. Yeah, I've enjoyed my hourly updates. Sadly, this was the last one. So now me and Jake will talk away for the last 50 minutes of this race. And yeah, I think I'm gonna sleep very, very well after this race.
Oh yeah, definitely. Me too.
9 hours, just straight commentating is it's a job, man. Wow. And I have to say, the time that I've been with you it has flown by. Absolutely unbelievable how fast the last half an hour, 40 minutes have gone.
Jeez, it's really been half an hour.
Yeah, yeah, that is what I'm saying. If you're just talking, because commentating with two people on an endurance race is not more than just talking with your mate about how or what you think about the racing.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll give the viewers some onboard shots here from our leader of the race, Pedro de Sousa, on his second to last stint. Do we have anyone in the waiting room?
I think we might.
Yes, we do. Daniel, where is he from? Let me quickly look up which team he is from. Because I don't know that out of my head. We have 190 drivers registered. Who is it? Daniel. Where is he? Daniel, you prick, where are you?
Hey, what's he ever done to you?
He has a difficult name.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, he's driving for the Ryder Engineering Eastwood red car. Yes, there he is. We'll get him in here. Daniel, welcome.
Hi.
Well, Daniel, your team hasn't gone up or down a place since we've last talked, I think.
Yeah, it's a difficult race, to be honest. And I made a mistake in the second lap with the Horizon sim racing team. I had a bit of understeer and it was a ghost contact, but instead, and then we didn't gain any position and we tried to catch the guys. I think they have to do a splash and dash about 5 laps. We don't have to do that because we will pit in about 11 laps, so we don't have to do the splash and dash. So maybe there's a chance that we get P7, but maybe there's not. It will be tight, I think.
Well, first of all, my apologies for making you wait that long. We were very concentrated and we were busy with the hourly update, talking about the traffic and everything, so yeah.
No problem. Tim is driving stint. He's in the car for now his 3rd stint, and he will drive to the finish. So he's really concentrated and make his thing. So and the lap times are also pretty good for the car, and yeah.
Yeah. Well, you were the first one that I'm talking to when it's really dark. Have you driven Sebring in the dark yet?
Yeah, we driven last week the official 12 hours of Sebring, so this was a good practice for the PEC Sebring 8 hours. So yeah, we driven in the dark, and I think it's one of the best things in sim racing or motorsport, that you can drive in the dark with such a nice flavor, not flavor, but such a nice feeling of the track. You have different lights. Sometimes on the tracks you have like a carousel, something like that. So it's really cool to drive in the night.
GT there, I think, not really happy with Tim.
Yeah.
Throwing it up the
really.
outside.
Daniel, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
This being Sebring and not the easiest track on planet Earth to overtake, how are you guys dealing there with the traffic of GTEs and 3s?
It's not too bad. It's better than in Interlagos because Sebring is much wider and much longer. So sometimes it's not good when we have GTE or GT3 in the turn Le Mans, but instead of Le Mans, it's okay. Sometimes you have to wait to not risk it, but it's very clean to overtake at the most of time.
Better to lose a bit of time than to end up in the pits.
Yeah, of course. And I think that both sides are agree with that. But we have an 8-hour race, and that's bullshit if we lose it because of an overtake. And so you wait, and then everything is good. Sometimes it's a bit like Tim now in the last corner, but yeah, it doesn't get both parties doesn't get any damage, so it was good for me, for my side.
Yeah, of course you come back to the legendary words then. You rather lose a second behind the lap car than losing 5 minutes in the pits.
Yeah, that's the point. And damage is not good. In the first, in my accident in the second lap, the other team didn't had any damage. I think 5 seconds optional damage. But we had over a minute and lost 10 km/h of top speed. So that was really not good because I wasn't competitive, and so I lost a lot of time. And then the drive-through, because we made a mistake with our starting driver. That was my mistake because Tim had to go and I had to drive to start, so we had no other option. to let me drive the start. So it was a bit dumb from our side, but yeah, that's what the reglement is, and we had to deal with the drive-through penalty.
Yeah. Well, I think was that a case of you doing qualifying instead of Tim?
Tim is the faster one in the qualifying, and he was supposed to start the race, but he had an emergency, which he had to go. So I must start. So yeah, Tim is alright. That was it's all good. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Jake, do you have any questions for him?
Well, obviously I've driven this track a few times, but just tell us, Daniel, how do you deal with the porpoising on the last corner? It must be a bit difficult, especially when you've got traffic around you.
Yeah, it depends on the line where you brake. So sometimes you get a much understeer, but in the most of time it's not that bad. With the force feedback, yeah, it's sometimes a bit stronger, but it's fine in the LMP.
Well, Daniel, it's been amazing to speak to you. It looks like Tim is gaining time on the Horizon Sim Racing car, so I'm going to let you head back to Tim. It's been amazing to speak to you. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel.
And thanks for your...
Oh, and there's a spin there. Sorry to just interrupt you there.
No problem.
Perfect.
So guys, have a nice evening.
You too, man.
You too.
Good luck for the remainder of the race.
Thanks.
Well, Jake, yeah, like you said, the last corner is a talking point, definitely. You have so much porpoising going on there. I don't know if you can call it porpoising, but just bouncing on...
bouncing in general, yeah, just... It could sometimes, like, it catches you out sometimes.
But having said that, Daniel said that, of course, this car, the Writer Engineering Esports Red car, doesn't have to pit anymore, and the Horizon Sim Racing does have to pit. That gap is down to 52 seconds now, so that is getting close to its pit stop window.
Yeah, definitely that could be one to look out for in the last maybe 10-20 minutes, because pit stops are a big thing, so once they start to pit, then they've lost their pit advantage, and it's going to be very close.
Well, to the viewers, and to myself as well, not to forget, any car that pits from now on will make it to the end of the race. So every car that goes into, and there you have it, the Platinum Racing Team Blue car, goes into the pits, they will make it to the end of the race.
That's going to be their last pit stop now. Around now, we're going to see the last LMP2 pit stops of the race.
A team that has fallen down the order quite a lot is this color blue car. And I think that is due to a lot of pit stops. They have had 12 pit stops now. Everyone around them is making their 11th one. But this car was at one point challenging for the lead. It was gaining time like it was nothing, so really interesting thing. Yeah, I'm interested to know what happened to that car.
Yeah, maybe we can get one of the drivers to talk, maybe that could be a possibility, but if they want to come up to the interview room, feel free.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you about how it went wrong. And there's a GTE, I believe, that is going wide after the LMP2 traffic. And we was discussing this earlier, Dan. It is a bit of a difficult track to pass. So traffic is going to be one of the key things in this last 40 minutes of the race.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this car has to pit yet. So I think the Platinum Racing Team LMP2 blue car will gain that position. Let's look who's in that car right now. Winston Eckel, of course, is in that car. One of their fastest drivers. I think Vincent was the fastest around this track. But it changes from track to track. These two really onto each other. Every track they go to, they try and improve each other instead of trying to compromise setup. They try to improve each other, to drive with one setup, and of course that setup is then made for the slowest driver. There's not anything against Perry, but Perry has been the considerably slower driver in that team. So they are trying to make him as comfortable as possible and then try to get as best of a lap time out of the car with the setup that Perry is most comfortable with.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about finding where the team is strong as a whole, and you want to be. It's a team effort, endurance racing. Whereas things like Formula One, you're in your own race, but it is partly team. Whereas this relies on mainly team, so you want to all be working together. If you're out of line, then you're not going to be quickest there out on track.
Definitely. Well, it's exactly what they say. You're only as strong as your weakest link. So it's yeah. Adjusting that to racing, you're only as fast as your slowest driver.
Yeah, and down there, just so you see the BMW trying to get a bit of a slipstream out of the LMP2. I was talking about that earlier with traffic. You're going to want to try to get a bit of slipstream out of the guys that are lapping you, just to maybe gain that 10th or so advantage over the people you're racing in your class.
Exactly, but you then don't need to throw it away next corner by braking a little bit too late. Not keeping in mind that
you don't want to throw it away.
Faster. Because you have the slipstream, you of course going to have to brake a little bit earlier.
Yeah, which sometimes drivers forget, and we see it, and it happens, and they make a mistake, and that costs them a bit more time than they would have if they wouldn't have slipstream. But it happens during endurance racing, and you still have the long time, which is the advantage.
Indeed. Oh well, this is getting close now. Miles Owens in this TCE Virtual Motorsports 2 car. That gap was up to around the minute, down to 18 seconds now.
This could be one race that this could be one close battle there going into the last 40 minutes or so of this race. There could be the bikes online could definitely be trying to gain a bit more on the TCE, so we'll have to keep a lookout for that during the closing stages.
Yeah, of course, you're going to see a lot of more on boards now, because in the dark, if I show you this, try and make up which car that is. So
a car, it's a running car.
Yeah, exactly. It's a car that is not out of the race, and that is somehow leading. No, that is leading the GT3 AM class.
As the bikes online there, if you look on the timing tower, it is gaining a bit of time there for a second. So maybe some corners, like I said, you're going to be quicker than your opponent, and some corners you're not. So it's all about finding the balance there between corners and trying to gain that also important lap time.
Yeah, they're both in the BMW, the bikes online, the S Racing also a BMW.
That's going to help them out then.
So they are in a similar car, so it's really on driver's pace now.
Drivers and setup, unless this is a fixed setup, I believe. So so it'll be down to the setup and driver.
And how good are your tires is the question.
Yeah, tires are a big factor as well, as we see more people coming into the pits. That's going to be their last pit stop of the evening.
The Carbon Blue now entered the pit lane and exited in front of the Platinum Racing Team car. Yes, they did. We have a battle on our hands here. 1.2 seconds is the gap. Winston Eckel chasing that car down. But we know one thing from Winston Eckel: if it comes to the latter stages of this race, of races, and chasing down someone, there sometimes is a little mistake in Winston Eckel. We saw it at Spa, releasing the clutch a little bit too early, which cost them the win there. Now the clutch has been removed from the LMP2, so we can't do that. And
it's all down to focus now and trying to get. There's traffic there as well, so that's not going to help him either. So he's probably going to be trying to gain as much as he can over Carbort's blue team, but we'll have to see how it comes. It's now 1.9 seconds to the blue team there, so we'll have to see.
yeah, well, from what I can see, I think that this car is not going to gain any more time on the Carbon Blue team, because Carbon have changed tires. I think. Did Platinum Racing Team LMP2 Shortville?
I'm not too sure.
Something has gone wrong here with SDK. That is what I'm sure to say, because their pit time is 42 seconds and their pit lane time is 30 seconds. So something ain't right. But I was gonna say that that car did not take tires, but it looks like it didn't. Winston Eckel sliding around. Winston his last lap time, 2 minutes 50. Of course, he had that pit stop there. And the outlap from Winston is not seeing a good deal. 2:05, which is not really a very, very fast outlap. We're going to see that now on the Cabo Blue car.
There we go. Sorry about that. My Discord stopped responding,
No worries. It
which is
happens.
always useful.
That happens.
As we are coming in now to the last half an hour of this race.
Well, it is absolutely flew by. I can't even believe that it's 8:30 for me.
It's 7:30 for me.
Yeah, you're GMT.
Yeah, because I'm really cool. Looking back onto the racing then.
Of course, one of the great things from being a sim racing commentator, you can do that absolutely from home. You don't have to go to the track. You don't have to pay those fucking expensive flying companies. So, well, bugger off with that. I'm staying at home, and I can do what I want here. One of the great things about being a sim racing commentator.
Yeah, definitely.
But let me tell
Yes.
you, it is not easy.
No, definitely not. This is actually my first time commentating on a race, so I'd like to thank you for letting me have the opportunity to do this with you.
That is absolutely no worries. I think I'm better off with you now than sitting here on my own, because you can see now the race has really, the last hour, gone to a stage where no one is actually close on track. So being together with someone then keeps, of course, the enjoyment and the entertainment, indeed, of the viewers up. So,
Well, whilst there's no real close battles on track, do you want to take a look at waiting room, see if we've got any drivers waiting to interview?
there are no drivers waiting.
Oh, that was great.
It's a bit sad. Oh, I'm gonna have to duck down. Sven is gonna throw a rock at me at some point.
Should
Yes,
we
sir.
look back onto that battle then between the Platinum Racing team and the OB, is that how you say it? Blue team?
Cabert
See how
Blue.
they're getting on. 8.6 seconds.
Not really a battle anymore, this one.
No. It'll be Cabot did pit just before them as the leader comes into the pits now. So
That is the
Cabot
pit stop that they had to
probably,
make.
yeah, probably has the tyre advantage over Winston Eckel.
Looking then at the last pit stop of our leader, where is he going to come out is the question.
He's just entered his pit box.
Is there going to be a driver change? Never mind. Where
I
is
don't
he?
think they would
But he is
be-
directly
yeah.
behind the safety car, so I can't see him.
I don't think there would be a driver change this late into the race. I mean, for the last half an hour, I don't think there would be a driver swap at this point in time. But it's something to consider all the time. So, as I said, there isn't a driver swap. Probably just a mandatory stop for fuel and tyres, because you don't want to be running out on the last lap.
They will have absolutely gone for security instead of time, but a battle that is looking to now is the Delta Motorsports 40 car just behind now, 3.5 seconds. Rapidly Racing Team Purple car.
Yeah, definitely.
And remember,
We'll have
this
to
is for
keep an
second
eye on
position.
them. I'm sure Delta Motorsport will be looking at their interview and saying, oh, 3.2 seconds, let's try get P2.
Definitely.
I don't know how they performed out all season, but there'll be probably a team that's looking for P2.
definitely. They are a team that want to get up as high as possible.
As the leader of GTE probably makes his last pit stop of this race. Leaving it quite late though to do their last pit stop.
To be a very, very late pit stop indeed.
As there's only a minute 30 gap between P2 there, so could that be really close, a close exit there?
I don't think so. They can short fill, and I don't think they will take tires, because with a short fill they will only lose around 50 seconds or maybe 55, and that will give them a gap of over 35 seconds, which is definitely manageable over a period of 28 minutes, maybe 30 with the last lap.
Well, while there's no action on track, should we take a look at the track temperature? What is it now?
Well, we got that on screen for you. The track temperature, 24 degrees. And
so a bit colder than the start then.
The ambient temperature has gone down. How is it possible? 23 degrees. I did not know it was possible.
So the drivers now are going to be trying to keep the tyres as warm as possible, which you tend to be like, but the people that are leaving the pit lane, and they're going to have to try warm up the tyres a bit more, because you start to lose grip as the temperature of the track and air comes down. So that's probably going to be one of the main focus in the last half an hour of this race.
Well, being iRacing, you actually get more grip when the tire or when the track temperature comes down. So
didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Well,
I mean, I know that. I knew that. What do you want about?
Okay. Well, a good experiment for you then. Try and put in a lap time on a track that is 47 degrees. Then go to a track that is 17 or 18 degrees, and try and put in the same lap time there. You will see you will not have to work for it as hard as you did on a 47 degree track.
Well, the problem with, now thinking about it, the problem with warmer weather is the tyres will become ridiculously hot, and that's when you start to lose a bit of traction.
Yes, but when
the
track is 17
lock up there, or there?
Yeah, but when the track is 17 degrees, you will not have the grip you have in iRacing. That is a bit weird from iRacing's side.
Yeah.
Yeah, the optimal temperature is kind of where the track is at right now. 24 degrees is optimal.
Yeah, that's a good temperature, to be honest. And like we said, now that we're into the night version of this race, we're going to be seeing a lot more issues with traffic, I reckon, with it's just being headlights that you see behind you. Fields Academy there, trying to get past the TCE car.
Just losing them time to the Austrian Sim Race's orange car. And that was
LMP2 there in the mix as well, that's flashing his lights, trying to get past.
Oh, that is close.
Was that on the grass?
That was on the grass, yes.
That's going to cost him many seconds of time.
But he does now finally get past the TCE car. Now we can try and chase down, make up that lost time again.
Yeah, it's never fun getting stuck behind traffic, because it just costs you loads of lap time when you're trying to fight, especially he's trying to fight for P2 here, but we'll have to see. The gap is still 3.2 seconds. So.
Coming down already. Ooh, but still saving fuel. 2.6 seconds. Getting traffic as well.
There's a close battle, I've just noticed. 0.4 of a second for the TR powered by Geeks Energy. This is a close battle. We saw these guys battling earlier, I think.
Yes.
Or was that with another person?
Yeah, that was with another person. That was with Ninja Spirit DS Racing. This battle has now come
now ahead of iRacing Netherlands.
Yeah. Ahead of this is, I think, Team Kerstens, which is still in 31st overall and 12th in the overall GT3 standings. I think still 4th in the GT3 AM standings.
Yeah, we're coming into the last 20 minutes now. It's going to be about surviving the race and making them late moves if you can, but it's going to be mainly about survival.
Yeah, they are a lap down on the Akil Racing Cyan ahead of them, so I don't think they will be getting anywhere near the podium. Go around them, very nice there from Pepe. Knowing Pepe is always very nice. Down the inside now for the TR powered by Greek's Energy car.
And this trucky corner we were talking about with the bouncing, he keeps it together though, which is good, and he stays ahead.
That is not a position lost for Team iRacing Netherlands car. Not really what they were hoping for.
Could they maybe be having some tyre wear, maybe?
That could be the case there.
There's a gap already up to 0.6 of a second.
Where is the gap at the LMP2 Platinum Racing? Oh, that is up to 23 seconds already. Wow, that has gone up very, very quickly.
Gap for P2 still in LMP2 class is still about 2.8 seconds. So they'll probably
actually.
0.2 now. So they'll definitely, this will be a close battle to watch.
Not saying that, we are going to stay with it.
Running on board now. It is very good, I like it.
All over the place there, over the curb.
I was about to say, is that a bit too much curb there for Frank there?
You know why they've done this this purple/blue light in the LMP2?
No, actually, I don't.
Because the blue light is at the top of the kind of windshield thing.
Yeah, I've seen that
before.
before.
And it is so that the drivers can see on their steering wheel, but blue doesn't interfere, or is the least interfering color with, literally the outside. So it gives them enough light to see what they're doing on their steering wheel, and it also doesn't interfere with what they're seeing outside of the car.
That's actually good. That's actually a good idea.
It's been there for quite some years now, but yeah, really something that changed the LMP2 night driving. Now within the slipstream, you can see him following the lines of the rapidly racing 2 purple car. And this always seems to be the case. At the end of the race, you don't know where to look, how many battles there are. After 4 hours in or something, you want to look somewhere, but there isn't any battles going on.
And then down to the last 20 minutes, there's always battles going on.
But that is, of course, strategies playing out and people getting closer to each other. Has this driver made his last pit stop? That's my question. And I think he did. He did it a little bit earlier than, I think almost at the same time as Van der Linde ahead of him.
Oh, that's quite close there. Going into, I don't know what call this is, but the S-bend. So that's going to get him a good run out of it, at least. Gap is now down to 400 per second.
Speed.
Traffic there, is that going to cost him a bit of time?
I think it is. He's going to catch that at a really awkward place.
Yeah, that is, oh, that's a terrible place to catch traffic.
He's going to have to go around the outside of it as well. Be the best place to catch it. As you can see, lost 3/10 there.
Yeah, but knowing these two, they'll try to close that gap back up again.
18 minutes left of this race, plus 1 lap. And I thought for a second they were going into the pit lane there.
That would be a ridiculously late pit stop.
A little bit of traffic, I think.
That's a good angle.
Isn't it? Yeah, we've worked on it as Platinum Racing League, the camera angles. You want another one? There it is.
How close they're getting, Jesus, as he goes.
That is
Oh, that's
always going to
wide.
cost him time. Not a corner to really try it, because that corner really favours the inside.
Yeah, definitely, because you've got the dirt on the outside of the chicane bit. You know, what are curbs? There you go. Trying to think of the word. The curbs. You got the dirt on the curbs, so that's something you definitely want to stay on the inside for.
Yeah, also the radius of the corner, immediately after the right there is a left, so there isn't a lot of room to go around the outside, or you really have to be alongside.
Yeah, you
This is
see
an awkward
traffic
place for him.
getting traffic getting involved again.
He's really going to have to close this gap down to around 3/10 to really be able to.
That was a late move.
Yeah, really staying behind him. I think the GTE immediately getting out of the way when they got into the straight. Thinking, I do not want to be a part of this.
When you see two LMP2s battling and you're in one of the slower class cars, you're just like, I want to get out of the way of this as soon as possible. Because you're either going to wreck or have two very angry drivers.
Indeed.
Looks at the inside there for a split second into turn 1.
Well, you know what is a great cam as well at this point? The blim cam.
Everyone loves to blame the cam.
See how far these headlights shine for the drivers to really get a view of where they are on track. And it's not really ahead of you, it's also, at least, yeah, how do I say that? How do I say that word? Not directly ahead of you, but a little to the right and a little to the left to see your braking
Peripheral
marker.
vision.
Yes. No, it's not peripheral vision, but if it goes 45 degrees to the right and 45 degrees to the left, that is basically
45 degrees more light. Here we see traffic again getting involved in the gap in the little battle here for P2. As that gap's gone up now to a second, so
the battles all of a sudden everywhere, but this is the closest we have currently. There we see on the exit getting compromised, and the run onto the straight is not as good as the Delta Motorsports 40 car, but now into Sunset Bend, cutting across there, touching the grass. You don't want to do that under braking.
cost them a few tenths.
You don't want to do that under braking, because then the car will snap from underneath you.
We see someone else going into the pits there.
I think that is the iBox Sim Racing Team 1 GTE car. I've commentated for, I think, 18 hours almost now, so I know kind of, seeing the livery, which car it is. The ASR blue, Austin Sim Racing's blue car into the pits, but they have a lap over the Cabot blue LMP2 car, so they are not really in any trouble pitting there. Battle can get feisty again. Anyone waiting in the waiting room? Nope.
Nope.
15 minutes. I've said that so many times. Anyone waiting? And I look and it's like, nope, still only. Well, 8 hours, the longest I've commentated on a race so far, so also new territory for me the last 2 hours.
Thinking of things to say.
No, you don't think of things to say, but it's definitely mentally it's getting very, very difficult at this point to keep up with everything.
That's why I need my fresh pair of eyes to help you.
Exactly. And that is why you, of course, get some rest. And you normally have for these races 2 separate teams or 2 separate commentators to do this. So one can commentate at any given time. Yeah, really, really close this battle.
100th of a second now into turn 1. Oh, up the inside, couldn't quite get the move done too far back.
Now maybe into the next one. It is to the left to favor the inside. I'm not really able to do, I think, anything down the inside here.
Now we're back onto a straight.
A little bit of a straight into hairpin, literally. The corner is called hairpin. Defending the inside. A dummy there. Maybe down the inside. Not really a corner to do it around the outside. Oh, but he goes deep. The rapidly racing purple car goes deep. And now they're side by side around the outside. Is he going to make it stick?
Delta Motorsports gets just ahead, and
was
that a bit of contact there?
I do not think so. I think they kept it clean. The next one is to the right, like I said, and he's going to have to slow him behind, I think. Yes, he is. Parking it on the apex. He's going to have to slow him behind again. This will be very frustrating for Frank Schmitz in the Delta Motorsports car. Now onto a straight again they go.
This corner is definitely an inside line. We've seen them get really close into straights, as we can see now. The slipstream with LMP2s is just insane.
Yeah, of course, because they have so much over car aerodynamics instead of under the car, like we see now in Formula 1 these days.
Yeah.
You create a lot more of dirty air behind this car, which means that you also create a lot more slipstream behind it.
Can't quite do anything into turn 1 there. This is going up nearly to a 500th of a second.
5/10.
5/10, sorry. I need to go back and learn some maths.
Well, maths is different than time.
Yeah.
Now he's getting close again. Talking about maths, can he work out where he is going to attack into the next corner?
It goes to the inside, I believe that is.
That is not really the preferred line, like I said, but now they're side by side. He's going to have to give him room. But I think he is on a single screen, seeing the amount of room that he gives him when turning to the right.
Yeah, that's another thing that plays into sim racing, is the amount of screens you have. If you have a 3 screen, you can see from left to right with your peripheral vision, as you would if you were racing these things in real life. But with a single screen, you can just see what it allows you to see, basically.
Yeah. Well, you have a look right and look left button, but in a corner, looking right, it's very off-putting. Let me tell you that. Well, this is gonna go on till the race is over, I think, this battle. Amazing battle, of course, second place. But the reality
is... this is an amazing battle.
Yeah, but the reality is they've been hammered by the Tampa SimSport pack car, putting every car they were racing against at least a lap behind. Which I think is an achievement on itself. As you can hear,
he's gonna get a good run there out onto the back straight.
He's gonna have to do it on the inside, not really corner to do it around the outside, but he is gonna get the inside line, the preferred line. Can he keep the speed around the outside? Onto the grass he goes, and now that position is done, and it's Delta Motorsports up into P2. And I think now we will see the real pace of that car. We will now see the real pace of Frank Schmitz. A little Dutch battle here. But it seems like the rapidly racing purple car can keep up.
Defending there down the inside. Can't. This is not a corner to get the move done anyway, so.
Yeah, like we saw 2 times now with the Delta Motorsports 40 car. Looks like the the Rapid E-Racing Team purple car is just better on traction. Next one is to the right. Not even defending, that is how confident he is. Now gap up to 3/10 and Justin van der Linde is not going to stick to it here, but that is going to cost him a little bit of time. The traffic, ooh, a little bit of an oversteering moment. Onto the grass there to overtake the GT. And that is, I think, going to be battle done outside of the slipstream. So he's going to have to work really, really hard to get back into it. As we have another battle, the Astro Racing Mayorla car onto the .X Esports Red. Like I said, you all of a sudden don't know where to look. That is how many battles there are going on here.
Many battles going on. Most of them are for P2 though, if you noticed.
Yeah. But the thing is, this .X Esports Red car has been fighting for the lead for 6 hours, and now all of a sudden, the last 2 hours, it has dropped back massively to 1 minute and 17 seconds to Orion Race Team Pack.
And this big contester being Astro Racing, who is in P3 at the moment.
Very strong side as well, this Astro Racing Mayorla team. Well, I want to take a look at the TCE battle here. This gap down to 11 seconds for the lead here in the GT3 AM class. Not as close as the battle for second, but the battle for second there, also the closest battle in that class.
Astro got ahead of the
we have a spin there for .X.
Is that's the .exe, I believe.
Here we can see it, Wolf Müller in that car. We're gonna look at it. Here we have it. Is he gonna get it? Is he gonna do it himself? Is he gonna get assisted by the Astro Racing Mayorla car? I think he's gonna do it himself. Yes, he is. That is very annoying for Wolf Müller, being up in the top 2 for the whole race, and now all of a sudden he finds himself in P3 at the time that it really matters.
Yeah, these are critical moments of the race in the last closing stages, but that's just an unfortunate error. It's a bit of an easy one to do, you know, low traction and you're fighting someone. It's an easy mistake to do.
Definitely.
As he's got an LMP2 now behind him.
He's going to get past on the straight, so that will not cost him a lot of time.
6 minutes to go then, left in this race.
What an absolute amazing race it has been so far. Looking at this battle, all of a sudden the Rapid E-Racing Team car has dropped back a lot. 2.5 seconds is the gap.
Just give me 2 secs.
Yes. Down the inside, not really losing a lot of time there. But the gap is up to 3 seconds now. Last look at the overall standings. Closest battle on track, as you can see, is in GTE, the Kiel Racing Cyan car.
The gap to P2 now is back up to 3.2 seconds, so that battle's over.
JD Sim Racing though having to pit. iBox Sim Racing, where are they going to come out? Are they going to get P4 after continuing last race and not getting a lot of points in the GTE class? Now, can they overtake maybe the JD Sim Racing team? No, they can't. Now into Sunset Bend, and JD is already out of the pit lane.
Quite a late pit stop there, but was that one of the ones we were talking about earlier that
Yes,
said they
definitely.
might have to pit again?
Yeah. It seems like Kiel Racing has kept the Kiel height gap to Chris Racing now up to 1 minute and 35 seconds. So Cribs is not going to continue its winning streak, it looks like. Still 5 minutes to go, so still time, or 3 minutes actually, so still time to bottle it for the Kiel Racing team, but I don't think they will, because they haven't got any pressure from behind. and P6 or P7, it won't matter to them, because whatever position they finish in right now, they will win the GTE AM class. Looking then onto the GT3 AM class, here we have our leaders in that class. Very, very close there. Very, very close battles out on track currently. This is one of them races where battles out on track did not really hot up until like 20 minutes before the end of the race, and now it is settled down. Now everyone is in their respective position. But we have Crips Racing needing to pit. Took your words out of your mouth. I can read minds, just so you know.
Mind reader up here.
Yes. Out of the pit lane again.
We're into the last 2 minutes plus 1 lap, I believe, of this race.
Depends when the leader will cross the line. Stick with the leader then. The last onboard shots. It looks like at the moment this could be one of the last laps. 1:47 is this lap, or is a lap around here. But I think we are gonna get another lap after this one. It might be very, very close, but I think we are gonna get another lap.
But if you say, what did you say, 145?
147.
147.
JD car.
Yeah. Oh, slight oversteer there.
Not that it did matter.
He's still got a lap gap to
Indeed,
Delta Motorsport.
But you have to finish. That is also a thing.
Yeah.
In fact, you have to finish, otherwise you won't score. So even if you are 117 million thousands laps down, if you come across the line at the end of the time, you will get points.
Very
30
specific
seconds
number.
left then. Is he gonna make? Yeah, I think he's easily gonna make this one.
He's gonna make it.
But they might slow down. Is he gonna do it, or is he gonna get another lap? It is gonna be close though. Oh, getting connection issues. Yeah, this is gonna be the last lap then. It's a Keel racing here. Very close.
Oh, and Astro pits.
Into the pit lane they go. Well, that battle is done then. Never mind. The last bits of traffic for this Tempest Simsport pack car. And I think this is going to be a record that is going to be very difficult to beat. But they have been in the lead for every second of this race, I think.
A very strong team then.
Even at the first pit stop, because they were the last ones to pit every time. So they have led every second of this race. From qualifying on, they were 4 or maybe 5 tenths ahead of everyone else.
Well, it's been an exciting race for sure, that's one thing.
Definitely. Not that I would say that I would do it again immediately afterwards, because I'm knackered, but I think after 9 hours of commentating, I'm allowed to say that.
Well, 8 hours and 45 minutes, I got my little 10-minute commentating moment.
You did not count the interviews.
Oh yeah,
because those are the most tiring. Talking to those difficult and annoying drivers when they're mad about things. But this is going to be the winning car then. Tempest Sim Racing Pack comes across the line to finish this race in first position. Well, it's been a very controlled race from their side. This car then, wow, finishing second, 6.3 seconds in it. This battle has hot up at the end. But they come through to finish second. Rapid E-Racing, Team Purple, right behind that, come through to finish third in this race. Wow.
What an amazing race.
And then on to the winners of the GTE class. So here they come across the line. Orion Race Team Pack, GTE, Justin Coral will finish his car off and win the GTE class. And we have one last class to get our winner from. And would you believe it, this team has had an absolute amazing day in the office. Tempest Sim Sports Pack will, I think now, yes they will, finish this race off in first position in the GT3s.
2 class wins then.
So they will take 2 class wins, and those are only also the only 2 classes they've been entered.
That's a good day for them then.
So they've maximized everything today. Down the inside, the LMP2, the 42, the Austin Sim Races blue car, the last LMP2 to come across the line, finishing 4th in that class. But here they are then. It is Tempest Sim Sport Pack coming across the line, winning the GT3 class. Wow, what a race it has been. Do we have some drivers already into the waiting room? I do not think so. No, not a lot of drivers want to talk to us, it seems like.
Too busy celebrating.
I think so. Well then, here we have it. Everyone has finished. Do you want to say it, Jake?
What, the results?
Exactly, that is what we are going to look at. Go on then.
Yeah, sure. So we have Tempest Sim Sport PEC. They're winning overall, a good win for them, leading all the laps, followed by Delta Motorsport 40. Coming in 3rd place is Rapid E-Racing Team Purple. Austrian Sim Racers come just behind them in 4th place. Well, I say just behind a lap. Cabot Blue. We saw that battle between Platinum Racing Team Blue, but they slot in 5th and 6th. 7th goes to Horizon Sim Racing, followed by Writer Engineering Esports Red in 8th. 9th is Karuma Motorsport, followed by Rapid E-Racing Team Orange in 10th. Onto the GTEs then. Onto the GTEs, we have Orion Race Team PEC. They coming in 1st with a class win, followed by Astra Racing. Good racing from all of them today. DOT EXE Sports Red, we saw that little battle there between Astro and .exe. Is that a J? JD Sim Racing coming in 4th. 5th goes to IBAC Sim Racing Team 2. And we saw that battle, didn't we, Dan, between Aquila Racing and Astro Racing in GTE class. Verve Racing Team Black comes in nicely behind them in 8th.
We have to mention though, Akil Racing, they won the GTE AM class. So slotting in, I think, just behind that is indeed the Astro Racing car. Verve Racing Team Black is an 18th, 19th, and 2nd, and the last of the finishers in that class. So we won't have a 3rd place. Gonna be an awkward podium. Is the Crips Racing car. They got 2nd in their GTE class. Looking on to the GT3 field then. Winner in the Pro class there, Tempest Sim Sport Pack. Just like LMP2, they maximized what they could do there. 20th overall there. Quite a high position for a GT3 car to finish. Of course, we had a lot of other higher class cars just out of the race, not finishing. Not something we've seen often in previous races, but slotting in behind that, a car that has consistently been going up the order. Austrian Sim Racers Orange, I think their best result of all the 3 races yet. Fields Academy Motorsports in 22nd overall, finished third in the GT3 Pro Championship.
We saw that battle they had earlier.
Indeed, that was a very, very nice battle. It looks like the Tempest Sim Sport has finished ahead of Austin Series by a lap, so very, very not very close there, as well as the LMP2 field. So Tempest really dominant, it seems like, in all classes. A very dominant team. Orion Race Team Pack GT3 in 23rd overall. Slotting in behind that is RD Sim Sports, just ahead of Digital Motorsports, of Digital Spirit DS Racing. TR Powered by Geeks Energy in 26th overall. 27th, then we have Team iRacing Netherlands, another disappointing result for them, not getting the luck they need to get a good result in. Of course, with that steering mounting that got loose and resulted in a spin and a crash for that team. Very unfortunate. They've had bad luck now in the 3 races that we have done. So they'll be looking to at least get a little bit of luck maybe in the next race. Winner then of the GT3 Pro class, TCE Virtual Motorsports 2. They've been at the head of that field for a long, long time. Martin Hobson, really star driver there, made his drivers a gap of almost a minute there when they got in at the beginning of the race. Bikes Online, DS Racing, they slot in 29th overall, second in the GT3 AM class, and the Kiel Racing Science slotting in just behind that in third. And the last one of our finishers then is Team Kerstens, fourth in the GT3 AM class. Well then, what a race we've had, I would say.
It was a very good race with some close battles towards the end, to the last like half an hour. We had some very close battles between like GT3s and all of them for P2, funnily enough.
Yeah, for some reason P2 was the closest place that was being fought for all over the field for some reason. Looking now, we have some drivers into the waiting room, maybe to get an interview. We'll get Pedro de Sosa in for our first interview. Pedro, welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. You are driver for Tempest Sim Sports Pack, if I'm correct.
Yes, LMP2.
Congratulations on the victory, first of all. Well,
thank you.
It amazes me that you haven't fallen asleep yet, because you guys, I think, if I'm correct, have led every single lap of this race.
Yeah, I think you're right, because we extended our stints longer than everyone else. So
you pitted as last
suppose we
always.
did. Yeah, we were doing 23 laps each time and saving our tires to get the optimal strategy. That will be 3 triple stints, and that's what we did.
Well, tell us about the strategy then. Of course, you had a very controlled race, so you could control, I think, your pace, saving the tires and saving fuel a bit. But tell us about what was the winning strategy today.
Yeah, like I was saying, we knew the best strategy would be to. I said 3 triples, but it would have to be 4 triple stints. We didn't know if it was gonna be possible in the beginning because of the high temperatures. But Rui, which was our starting driver, managed to save the tires quite well. I entered the car for the third stint because he had to leave. Yeah, and from then on we just kept that strategy we had in mind. We saved our tires. We did the most fuel save as we could to avoid a splash in the end, and yeah, we just led all the way and we kept controlling our pace. We didn't have to push too much, just be aware of traffic and keep the car on track.
Yeah, well, going off the subject of traffic, tell us, how did you guys deal with traffic, and was it a bit difficult here at Sebring?
To be honest, well, because we knew we had the pace and we had the gap, we didn't take many risks. But I think everyone behaved quite well. I know it's not easy to be a slower car, and the LMP2s here like to dive bomb a lot. but I think everything went quite alright.
Yeah,
So
well,
congrats to everyone.
yeah, of course. Well, the last corner is something Jake and I are interested about because it seems like every LMP2 seemed to take a different line through there. What was your and your team's approach to that corner, or did you have different lines in your team as well?
I think we have different lines because my teammates do like to go wide and then get a late apex. I like to go on the inside and have like two apexes. Yeah. So well, I guess it depends if you have a car in front or not, and yeah, try to max out on exit.
Yeah, well, Pedro, it's been amazing to speak to you. Thank you for your time. Congratulations again on
Thank you.
on the very dominant performance, lapping absolutely everyone. So yeah,
Yep.
I think the team can be proud of that.
Yeah, we are the former hashtag drivers
Yes.
at least. So yeah, I'll just take this last moments to thank you for the broadcast. Also thank Platinum for the organizing the Endurance Championship and Team Sport and our partners for all the support. And we're gonna keep pushing. I think we're ahead in the championship with this result, and that's where we want to stay until the end.
Yeah, thank you for the
Thank you. Good
compliments.
evening.
And yeah, Pedro, it's again been amazing to speak to you. Congratulations on the result. Thanks for your time, and I'm gonna let you party with the boys.
Thank you. Good evening.
Well then, we move on to our GT3 AM winners. Miles Owens, I think I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, she did. It's Miles Owens, yes.
Yes, well, tell us about how you managed that race. Of course, the starting driver was Martin, of course. He created a big gap for you guys, I think, to play with. But to the end of the race, it looked like the guys behind were catching up. How did you manage to keep that gap so stable at the end?
Well, Martin did an awesome job at the beginning. He gave us a great lead. I got in the car and they crawled away back, but we managed to keep the gap from second, and we just managed to keep it. And I'm not very good on the tires, so I had to single the tires. That's something I need to work on.
Yeah, so what was then, of course, the winning strategy for your team?
Martin doubled the tires. I tried to double mine, but I'm not as good as the other boys. So, and then Super, John, he doubled his as well, and then Martin did his single. I took his tires, and then I brung it home. I managed to keep the gap.
Was it always planned for you to bring it home, or did you decide that as a team at the end to maybe let you finish it off?
It's whoever's available at that time. I was available, so I did it.
Okay. Well, Jake, you go at it now with your questions.
Tell us, how was dealing with the faster class cars? Because I know you guys were in GT3, so tell us how was it dealing with the LMP2s and GTEs that are trying to lap and trying to give as much space as possible?
It definitely felt a lot more what's the word? A lot more professional. There wasn't like making late moves. There wasn't diving on the inside as much as there was in the last two races, because we've been hit by LMP2s the last two races. So it was great to have a great clean race. Really enjoyed it. Really great racing. And it was a lot of respect on track. That's what it felt like for me.
Yeah, we certainly enjoyed watching it on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Miles, congratulations on the class victory. You were very strong out there. You finally got some luck on your side, of course, after getting taken out at Interlagos. Now some good points finally. A clean race for you and the team. And we thank you for your time. And we look forward to the next round.
Cheers, guys. Great stream as always, boys.
Yep, thank you.
No, thank you.
Well then,
Dan, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to leave you there, mate. I've got something to do, but I enjoyed commentating with
No
you, and I
worries.
hope I can commentate on with you for the next one.
Jake, absolutely, you did absolutely amazing for your first race commentating. But of course, thank you, and yeah, go on with your.
See you next
what you
time.
wanna do. See you next time, buddy. Well then, we move on to Pepe, of
Did it
course,
try?
a driver that said to us halfway through the race that their strategy was just staying on track, getting out of trouble or staying out of trouble, and picking up positions that way. And that strategy seemed to work very, very well to the end, Pepe.
Yeah, it panned out, didn't it?
Yeah, P4 at the end in GT3 Am. I must
Yeah,
say,
didn't expect it. Didn't expect it at all. I was glad to hang on to the sixth place. I think my whole team was. So I just saw the end results, and we thought we were fifth. So we don't know where we did the mismatch in the counting, but we were gladly surprised, very, very surprised to be fourth. Yeah, way higher than we expected. So we're very happy.
yeah, well, what was the strategy at the end or for the last 4 hours? Because I thought Nick was going to do a double and then you were going to do a double, but it looked like you were in a little bit earlier than planned.
Well, a little bit, because Nick just did a few rounds less. He had a little bit of trouble with his tires in the end of the stints. It was slippery, he said. He didn't dare to drive on further.
Did he double
So, no, he didn't. We didn't at all. No, none of us did, which costed us a little bit of time. I only did the last few extra laps, because I had to refuel for just 10 rounds, or I think. So I double stinted that one. Maybe we could have done 1 or 2 double stints, but as I said before, we just went for the safe route. And, well, as you can see, 4th place.
It worked out.
It worked out just great. And we're not the highest rated, certainly not the fastest. So yeah, this is a great result.
Yeah, I can hear you're very happy with the result, Pepe.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah, but we will drop a little, but well, I will drop gladly just a few places if we get this result. Up to the next.
Yeah. Well, Pepe, congratulations on the great result. And you seem to have the best strategy you could have chosen, like
Yeah,
you
probably.
said halfway during
Yeah.
the race. Thank you for your time, and go enjoy the result, and don't get too drunk.
Yeah, and thank you for your effortless commenting, Dan. It's great.
Thank you.
Hey, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, now then, we have one final result to talk about. Of course, we have one final interview to talk about. And we have, of course, the Bikes Online DS racing driver into our waiting room now, or into the commentary booth now. Well, Samuel, welcome.
Hey Dan, how's it going, man?
Yeah, with me, I'm pretty knackered after this, so have to say.
you tell me, man.
Well, Samuel, you got second place in the GT3 Am class.
Oh wow, we ended up second place?
I think you did.
I thought it was third. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's even better news. I mean, mine was already happy with the podium, but
I think
if
you
we're
ended
talking
up-
about yeah.
Yeah, you ended up second place, just behind the TCE Virtual Motorsports. I think somewhere around 11 or 12 seconds behind it.
Yeah, oh man, we were like trying so hard to like try to get to them, but I was on a triple stint with the same tire, so I had to manage those babies for a second.
Yeah, quite difficult. Well, tell us about how you planned the strategy for this race, because of course we know planning a strategy for an endurance race is the worst thing you can do, because after the first 2 laps it's out of the window.
Yeah, I mean, for us it was definitely out of the window because we took a drive-through by accident because it was the qualifying pilots thing that a different pilot did the qualifying, so we took a drive-through, so that took us a little bit out of the initial strategy, but then all we did was trying to, based on the temperatures, first 2 hours, just try to get them in, try to make sure that we weren't too far from the fuel. Then after the 2 hours were in, our pilot, Jose, he ended up with his front tires, like one of them at 5%. So he did an
Oh my
heroic job
God.
keeping them up. Then on the second stint, Ricardo he just smashed it on trying to save fuel. He did a triple stint, save as much fuel as possible. Then came my turn for another triple stint, hammered it in, no thinking about fuel, just trying to getting some positions in. So it seems like it worked nicely for second place. So that's awesome.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Samuel, of course, saying there with saving fuel, was saving fuel a big part of the strategy?
Definitely. That was probably where we won some very important positions. I think that saving fuel while also keeping, a very reasonable pace, losing at most, half a second, something like that. It was very important to keep it up like that, especially because it was still warm by that point. So then when it got to night, track was faster, it was rubbered. We could try to, just have a safe window to really not really think about fuel. So fuel was very important for us today.
Yeah, well, having said that, you of course had that drive-through because the wrong driver started the car. Um, Looking at it like that now, that maybe has cost you the win here.
Yeah. Now that you told me that we're second, I'm like, man, we probably were just right there with the pace to win. But you know what? That's fine. We live and learn with that. Next time we surely will keep that in mind for the
Yeah,
qualifying.
definitely.
A second place is an awesome result, honestly, after the way we started. Sure.
Yeah. Well, of course, the thing is, if you get penalized for a mistake like that, you will not forget that quickly. So
No, I'm definitely not forgetting.
so yeah, of course, but yeah, it's always easy talking about that afterwards. If you knew you were gonna finish second and you were gonna get a drive-through, and if you wouldn't have got a drive-through, then you
Yeah.
would have, of course, started the correct driver. But at that moment, it's something you overlooked, and it happened. So of course, I think you can still be very, very proud with a second place coming back after that drive-through.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We're very happy with it. We celebrated when we got to the end, especially because we also got like on fumes. So the fuel was right on spot. So everything worked out nicely despite the rocky start.
So it wasn't like the car cut out when you drove over the line?
Sorry.
The car didn't cut out when
Oh,
you drove over the line
first turn.
because it had no fuel.
Yeah, first turn. I couldn't do donuts. I was out
Ah,
of fuel.
well, you know what we call that? Very well managed.
Very well managed indeed.
Well, Samuel, it's been amazing to speak to you. Congratulations on your second place finish.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your time, and I'll let you go party now with the rest of the team.
Yes, indeed. I'm gonna enjoy a good burger, man. Have a good one. See you at Le Mans.
You too, man. See you then.
Have a
Bye
good
bye.
one. Bye bye.
Well, that is the end of the race then for everyone. What a race it has been. Absolutely amazing. And I can't talk about it enough. This race was one of the best ones. I've loved it. I've loved every second of it. And I could do it again. Not now because I'm knackered, but yeah, I've loved every second of it, and every second I enjoyed. I want to thank Jake, of course, for commentating with me. I want to thank all the stewards for keeping it as clean as possible. I want to thank all the drivers for how clean they have driven today. It's absolutely amazing. Not a lot of reports from what I can see. And I'm looking forward to the next one at Le Mans, the meeting there. Everyone, thank you for watching, and